Okay, everybody, we're back. Um, my bad for not being on yesterday, but I was not feeling the best, and I did not want to force myself back. The current plan, barring um, any interruptions or plan changes, will be streaming today. We'll see how far we get. Probably a fair chunk. I don't know if it's going to be an ultra long stream, as in, like, I don't know if we're going to finish the whole episode, or I don't know if it's just going to be, like, about regular stream length, but it'll still be a fair chunk of time. I'd say 6 hours plus. Then we will be on again tomorrow. Depending on how the episode goes, as in, like, how long it is, like, in a perfect world, I would like to finish the episode today. That would be ideal, but that's also probably going to be a very long stream. We'll just see how the flow of everything goes. Sorry, I'm just opening the game right now. This, and then do this. I don't know why this game does this sometimes, where it doesn't pick up right away. There we go. I don't really think there's a whole lot to talk about in terms of last stream. The only real big thing at the end was that we maybe got a hint into how we could deprive Beatrice of some of her powers. Which was basically to... I don't really know how to word it. Oh god, no. Please stop. No. Please, no. Let me just load. This. We can at least talk. Okay. I'm gonna turn the game audio down for a second here while I go over this, because I'm not trying to have this whistling wind in my ear constantly. So we learned at the end of the last episode that Shannon is not going to dance to Beatrice's tune. Kanon basically made a deal, or not made a deal, I shouldn't say, but he convinced Beatrice to give an opportunity for Shannon to not be sacrificed as the two people on the second Twilight. We still don't have a knowledge of, like, what a Twilight means necessarily to her. That's, like, one of the things that I think is most confusing to me. Like I had initially thought, I thought that we were gonna have like a much bigger period of time that the killings would be happening under, but that doesn't really seem to be the case. It seems like it's going to be a much shorter segment of time than initially thought. Because all 10 Twilights happen before the typhoon is over, and I would imagine that probably in most scenarios, I would guess that we're going to have, like, a locked island kind of idea. We had, like, a whole meme with locked rooms in the last episode, and I have a funny feeling we're going to get a very similar thing for every other one, where the entire event of the chapter, or the episode rather, takes place on the island during the 48 hours when the typhoon has locked us off. Now, to circle back to what I was saying earlier about Kanon and Shannon, that it seems like Kanon had made some kind of deal. He had, like, groveled before Beatrice and begged for her to give an opportunity for Shannon to avoid everything, to avoid being selected on the second Twilight. And Shannon, at the end of the episode, basically told Beatrice to shove it, said that, and this the last thing that I've highlighted here is, like, my interpretation of it. Shannon seemed to be getting at the point that Beatrice has as much influence as she does because people allow her to have as much influence as she does. We don't necessarily know how true that is. It seems like Beatrice does have powers that are quite powerful. Like, she doesn't seem like she's just a nobody. But again, you know, I'm not necessarily 100% convinced yet of the scale of her power. She seems to be able to do things, but, you know, I don't want this to be like a Higurashi thing where it seemed like bodies were walking around and then, you know, you think about it for a few seconds and you're like, not really. But it seems a little bit more clear-cut in this scenario that there actually is witches with power. So I'm siding more towards she does have power, but she may have like powers and abilities to do things, but it seems like a lot of them require people to play into them. When you look at like her stakes, when she killed people in the first chapter, which I'm assuming we'll also see the reemergence of the stakes today, that you had to commit one of the 7 deadly sins for you to even be able to be targeted by her stakes, and her stakes strike true at that point. But it seems like where Beatrice has this constant need to force people to believe that she is like a real thing, that she exists, etc. There's like the flip side where Shannon is saying that if Beatrice actually doesn't have control over, let's say, like the selection of the people, a lot of the power that Beatrice might have is in people believing that she does have that influence. And while Beatrice and Maria and a few of the other, like, more, I would say, like, the pro-witch characters they have this, I don't want to say, like, this belief, but they're trying to force people to believe in the power. She even says towards the end that, like, I think it was in the first chapter, something about, like, only believers can get into the Golden Land. But it might be contingent on how many people believe that Beatrice actually has that level of influence. So Shannon was arguing that, damned if you do, damned if you don't, that she's not going to feed into allowing Beatrice to have more controls. And that if people believe that Beatrice doesn't have an outcome on the game, because this could be like a conscious thing, that the more people think Beatrice has an effect on the game, the more ability she has to affect the game, or the more powerful that people believe Beatrice is, the more powerful she actually becomes, that kind of thing. And then on that token, what Shannon was saying is that I'm just going to choose to act as if you have no outcome. Like, you have no control. You're not actually moving the pieces. And it could be that towards the end of the game, by the end of the game, I mean, like, not this chapter, but, like, all the episodes that... I keep saying chapter when I'm this episode, and by the end of all the episodes, we may get to a point where somehow people can convince each other in the game, or Battler, or whoever it is, because it seems like Battler is kind of the guy that has, like, the bleed through. That's what I called it. I think they had a rule for it in Higurashi. I just don't remember the exact name of it, but I just called it, like, the bleed through from timelines. It seems like Battler, there's a Battler that exists in, like, Purgatory with Beatrice, and then there's a Battler that exists, as a game piece in the game. And there's probably going to be some amount of bleed through, or at least some level of behavior change from chapter to chapter. We still don't know how much Battler remembers the prior chapter. That's something because we haven't really been in his perspective for this chapter so far. We don't know if he is like how Rika was in Higurashi, where Rika is basically just like remembers everything from every loop that she does, assuming that, she actually can remember what happened. But yeah, with Battler, we don't know yet what his level of bleed through is. We don't know if it's going to be like Keiichi, where he's like, oh my god, I keep having these weird dreams of like other things that happened, or if it's going to be an actual, like, holy shit, I remember everything down to like the last detail type deal. But to circle back, the big thing that Shannon kind of touched on is that maybe there's something with Beatrice that has to do with people believing in her power to affect the outcome of the game, and that if less and less people believe, she loses her ability to affect the outcome of the game. Yeah. I don't really know if there's a whole lot more to delve into on that topic, but that was sort of the general idea. Like I have in the highlighted section, though, it does seem like it will be kind of a road bump in the future, because you have people like Maria and Kenzo that wholly, truly believe in Beatrice's power, but maybe there is, I don't want to say like a timeline where like they die or some other outcome happens, but it influences the game to such a degree such that maybe we could progress further in a timeline. I will say this whole chapter so far, or episode rather, has been a very big... I don't know how to word exactly what I'm trying to say, but it's been a very big... like, departure from what I expected. It's not that I wasn't expecting Beatrice to, like, actually... Oh, to actually be a character at some point, or to have like an outcome on the game. But I was not expecting it to be like this early. I didn't think that she was just gonna like waltz in and be like, oh, lol, by the way, here's me. Like, I actually am just gonna directly outcome or influence the outcome of the game, and etc. etc. Once I gotta pull my. Oh, sorry, just whacked my mic with the cable. Yeah. It also depends how much there is truth in, like... They joked a little bit earlier, and they keep saying, like, oh, when the typhoon comes, it's like the island gets pulled into the realm of the non-human. And, like, I genuinely wonder if that's more than just a... What would you word it as? More than just, like, a figure of speech. Like, oh, we were cut off into a world that doesn't make sense, that's not human, because it doesn't make sense, etc. Or if there is actually, like, a level of, holy fuck, like, you pulled us into a realm, or... You know, when they were talking about the Celtic tradition or whatever, that around this time of year was when the realms of the living and the dead were at their closest, so they could, like, almost touch or whatever, and they could have the biggest influence on each other. As well as, like, the talking point of, like, is Rosa actually being possessed by a witch? Because it seems like she might be. It seems a little bit too on the nose. But I think the big things for this stream is finding out, number one, what the two letters that were given to Maria and Rosa say, because it's obviously a big departure from the prior chapters. And the prior chapter, we had one letter that was given to Maria, and then a few others that were doled out later. Two, what the difference in the victims are. We're going to try and see how much is consistent versus how much isn't. Because we're going to try and find, like in Higurashi towards the end, they came up with like the rule X and the rule Y and whatever the fuck it was. Like it was a Pokemon game or something. But I think there is something to be said about trying to find the consistent thing in every single episode, whether or not that's as simple as like, oh, every single episode, like one person does this. Or every single episode, these are the people. Maybe there's like one person that always dies, you know? Stuff like that is what I'm going to be on the lookout for, because that was something that was in Higurashi with like Tomatake. Yeah, you know, there was always like some fuckery that's going on with that. Either way, I don't want to belabor the point too long. I do still feel kind of like... not sick, but a little short for breath. Well, maybe it's more that I have like an infection or something. I don't know, my chest just feels like a little bit sore. I don't know why. Either way, turn the volume back up and we're gonna get back into the game. So let me save this. Make sure that, yeah, my keybind is working. And we will begin our read along. I'm probably going to try and keep a more like monotone voice. I think I said this in one of the other streams. I promise you it's not because of any enjoyment or anything in the stream or like bad mood or anything. It's just I want to be able to read in a voice that is kind of consistent for most of the stream without like straining my voice for too long, especially if we go for long periods of time. With that being said, let's continue. Hideyoshi's claim that advertising doubled the taste was apparently right. Oh, I guess I'm also not clicked into the game. Maybe he should have advertised that. The kids in Nanjo, who had been chased out to the guest house, had gathered in the cousin's room and were eating the cake that Kumasawa had brought there for dessert. It was both wonderful and high class, with lavish amounts of cream and decorated deliciously with fruits, but even though it was delicious, for some reason, it didn't taste quite as good. Haha. Without Goda's advertising, it doesn't taste nearly as good. A good frickin' luck asking Kumasawa for advertising. She'll just say it's made out of mackerel. Really? You can make cake from mackerel? Oh ho 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 ho. Oh goodness, yes. This cake too, if you mix the squeezed juice of a mackerel in with the flour and eggs and bake it up, it comes out all fluffy. Oh ho ho ho. That would be incredible if true. Maybe mackerel cake will show up on the new menu at Father's stores. Wahaha. Because mackerel is full of nutrients and has a healthy image. It could be really popular with women and old people, but I'm not going to get anywhere near it. Girls won't eat something that weird. Even old people would wish to decline. Ho 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 ho. but it's delicious. I have the hiccups a little bit too. Kumasawa was really raising the mood with the mackerel jokes that were her specialty, but the sound of the downpouring rain invariably focused their concern on the mystery guest. I guess that's another thing that I'm sort of wondering about in this chapter in particular is we know that one of the stated goals for Beatrice is that she wanted to show herself as an actual member of the game, because in the entire episode 1, you had this, like, back and forth yo-yoing between, like, oh my god, is there like an 18 person? Is there a 19 person? Is it only 18? Or sorry, is there only 18 people? Is there a 19 person? You had this, like, back and forth over that. And so she's kind of just bucking the trend this time by showing up and seeing how the dynamic plays out. Because we know that Beatrice, it seems like most witches kind of only care about a situation developing in an interesting way such that they're not bored. At least of the ones that we've met so far. But in the end, they ended up showering Maria with questions again, since she was the only person here to have met Beatrice. I never believed that story was true. From the way you say that, it seems like this wasn't the first time you heard that Maria was meeting a witch, even if you didn't believe it. Yeah, I thought it was a pretty typical fairy tale for people of that imaginative age. Exists. Beatrice exists. Every year when we come to the family conference, I see her and we play together. That's right. Although Beatrice doesn't usually show herself, I hear that she sometimes unexpectedly appears before honest people with clean hearts to play pranks. Ho ho ho. Beatrice was a name which referred to the being in that fairy tale about the Rokenjima witch. Because the family and the servants publicly accepted the image of the witch as Kinzo's delusions to keep him in a good mood, it became established as Rokenjima's fairy tale, or maybe ghost story. Again, if you hear banging, typical spiel. To the family members who knew that history, the fairy tale of the Golden Witch didn't have much substance. However, they hadn't been able to say that in front of Kinzo. So to those who didn't know the history, like young Maria for example, it definitely wasn't unsubstantial, but a real legend of a witch. So Maria believed in the legend of the witch. She swallowed it whole. That was natural for an imaginative girl who believed in witches. So no one said anything to betray her dream. On the contrary, they arranged things together to get her excited about her dreams. So even on those times when Maria showed off candy and said that Beatrice had given it to her, I thought that somebody had probably slipped the candy into Maria's handbag or something to create that impression. I had also put on such performances on a few occasions in the past, secretly placing sweets somewhere else for her, or somewhere for him. Probably Kumasawa too. No, I expect all the servants and all of the Ushirimiya family have done it once or twice. If it will make a small innocent kid happy, you sometimes plan it together and place some sweets somewhere. In that case, I'll bet you do that kind of thing all the time, right, George? Who knows? Admitting that would probably be unrefined. George admitted it while being extremely wary that Maria didn't find out. In other words, it's kind of like Santa Claus. To protect a kid's dreams, the parents plot together and lie, setting presents at the bedside of a child fast asleep. I can't fucking... Are you really gonna spoil that? That Santa doesn't fucking exist? I mean, do you want to protect kids' dreams? As for me, I obviously found out that Santa Claus didn't exist a long time ago, but if it was okay not to wake from that dream, I'd have liked to have believed it my whole life. Because they know that the world is tough, adults want to at least protect a child's untainted dreams. Ugh, Beatrice exists. Oh goodness, certainly. Beatrice does exist, you know. Some time ago when I was drying mackerel to make some black tea, all of a sudden. Well, that's basically how it went. Or at least, how we thought it went. To sum up, she's a witch that supposedly no one believed in except for Maria. Those words don't quite explain it. It's not that we didn't believe, we were trying to let her believe. Okay, so this is an interesting thing. I don't know if this is worth putting down, but, okay. Just because that might become important later if we find out that there's a lot of people that are, like, working in concert to make Beatrice seem as though she's real. This was about not betraying a child's innocence. But Santa doesn't exist in reality. If you don't want them to be all disappointed when they learn that, you should just not give them that dream in the first place. Did I think like that because I was still a long way from becoming a full adult? Battler had finally attained a level of understanding about the true form of the Rokenjima witch, but the current situation lay on an even higher level of understanding than that, and overturned all its premises. That's all we believed the witch Beatrice to be, but then she actually appeared, right? Furthermore, judging from our parents' uproar, it looks like she wasn't an invited guest. That sounds kind of interesting. There actually is no basis to say that a woman called Beatrice doesn't exist. It's what Uncle Rudolph called the devil's proof. None of us knew that a woman calling herself Beatrice existed, but that doesn't mean we can deny the possibility that Beatrice exists. They really love to just hammer on this devil's proof thing. My current understanding of it is that the first part is basically just like a proving the negative thing. They're saying that, like, well, it's really hard to prove a negative. And they're saying, but it's really easy to affirm a positive. So, like, yeah, it's really difficult to say that Beatrice doesn't exist. I can't prove to you that she doesn't exist, but I can prove to you that she does exist very easily if I have that proof, is kind of my understanding of why they keep hammering on this. So, Dr. Nanjo, you've been friends with grandfather for a long time, right? There was a period when I questioned quite a lot on this topic at the family conferences by Kraus. I was questioned by Kraus and the others. The topic of whether Kinzo may have had a mistress long ago, and even a hidden child with her. I see. Our parents' heads are full with the distribution of the inheritance, so it's blindingly obvious that if the daughter of a mistress showed up, it'd mean trouble for them. Kraus and the rest probably asked Genji about it first. However, Genji has sworn loyalty to Kinzo as his right-hand man, and is probably a more trusted friend to Kinzo than myself. Okay, so let's also... We already kind of knew this, but Genji is sworn to Kinzo more than he is to serve the family. Meaning that Genji would probably lie or do underhanded things at Kinzo's order if asked. I imagine Genji didn't tell them anything, and so they turned to me as his next oldest friend, I suppose. And when all is said and done, Dr. Nanjo, did grandfather have a mistress called Beatrice? Everything we've heard is no. Or sorry, the daughter part, no. We did hear that he had a mistress. Whether or not their name was Beatrice, we don't know. He did. No, I have never met her. However, I have heard from Kinzo that he did have a relationship with a woman like that, a blonde woman with blue eyes, right? He said that she passed away a very long time ago. She's dead. And did he have a child with her? That I do not know. But Kinzo always says that he is researching how to revive Beatrice. Usually if one loses a lover and has a child left from them, they would pour all of the love on that child. Therefore, we naturally thought that there probably wasn't a child between Kinzo and Beatrice. That makes it devil's proof as well. It does. It's impossible to prove that he didn't have a child with his mistress, so now that she's actually appeared, we have to assume that he did. Well, not really. I mean, I understand they're saying, but, like, you also can't prove that the initial one died. So now you're sitting in a double devil's proof, where you have to both say that it's possible that she didn't die because we have no proof that she died, but that we also have no proof that she had a kid, because the only info you're going off of is Kinzo's, but there's no actual, like, concrete proof. You don't have a register, you don't have, like, a death certificate, there's no way for you to tell. I'm gonna open up the window in my room. I think that maybe it's just, like, stale air in here. So one sec, let me just open it up. Be right back, one sec. Oh, I'm back. Let me throw my... Probably a bit quiet. I have to throw this blanket on. It's so fucking cold down here. Ugh. It's finally starting to get, like... Ugh. a little warmer around here. So keeping the window open is not gonna turn my room into an ice cube, thankfully. So much fucking shit around my desk. Boxes and shit I gotta throw out. Sorry, let me put my headphones back on. Okay. I already read that line. It's a bit of a rushed argument. More realistic that somebody caught wind of the trouble over the Ushirimiya inheritance issue, found out about grandfather's relationship with a mistress long ago, and impersonated her trying to work their way into the inheritance issue. It is more realistic. However, we can't deny the possibility that she really is a hidden child, who lived in isolation, forgotten by grandfather, and who's returned for revenge, right? Revenge? The hell did that come from? Sorry. I'm a guy, we just like to embellish things to make them more interesting. I've seen too many weird dramas. Normally that would have been a light joke, but it had come when a mystery guest calling herself Beatrice, whom no one had invited, had marched in on the day of the family conference, the day of the inheritance distribution discussion, which even without the witch was threatening to become a bloodbath. There was no way that Battler's joke would be welcomed with laughter. So it was really big help when Nanjo laughed energetically to calm everyone down. Ha. I see, that does sound quite interesting. I should love to read a novel with a plot like that. Well, I don't think that could happen in reality. After all, right now on this island there's 18 people, right? There shouldn't be 18 people, right? Should be 19 now. If she did something weird, we could immediately restrain her. And thanks to the typhoon, she can't even leave the island. Basically, there's no way she could even begin to pull off a crazy crime like that. I agree. In a dead end without any way to escape, and in a situation where everyone is suspicious of her, I really don't think she could pull off a terrifying revenge tragedy like that. I imagine not. If revenge was her aim, it would have been more realistic for her to come in secret without showing herself. You don't often hear about people appearing openly for revenge except in historical plays, so I'm going to write this in the notes, you don't have to see this. Nanjo posits that Beatrice is not here for revenge, and I'm going to put this, I'll just show this to him. We kinda already knew this. She's here to be entertained by how this ritual murder thing plays out. That if she really was just here to inflict the most pain / suffering / claim revenge, she wouldn't have shown herself and done something more in secret, which I think is a fair thing to say. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Revenge is based on emotion, not frickin' logic, and if she wants revenge so badly she's ready to give her life for it, she might not be much afraid of the police or the number of people, or that there's no way out. It's alright, Jessica. Nothing as horrible as we imagine will happen. Yeah, sure, definitely. There's not gonna be 6 people that will die tonight. Like the battle royale between our parents over the inheritance isn't horrible. You're right. Dad and Uncle Rudolph are pretty tough, and Auntie Ava's even trained in the martial arts. We'll be okay. The martial arts. Yeah. Interesting to say the martial arts, not like in a specific, you know? Jessica didn't say it, but she had vaguely noticed that her own father opposed all of the other siblings regarding the inheritance. They acted like everything was good in front of the children, but when that pretense was lifted away like it had been at dinner, there would become a tumultuous uproar. It was only natural that Jessica, realizing that, would be frightened that her father and mother had gotten into some kind of trouble and were about to be sacrificed for something terrifying. Seriously, George is right. Nothing's gonna happen, even if she pretends she's a witch. What can a single human woman who can't use magic do? And of course, Maria's gonna like blow her fucking lid here. Hee. The sudden creepy laugh made all of us jump, and when we realized that this strange laugh was coming from Maria, we were shocked again. We already knew this. So that's how it is. That's your perception, isn't it, Battler? What is? Don't laugh all creepy like that. You accept Beatrice's existence for now. At least you accept her as the 19th person and a guest. But that's all, right? You don't accept that the 19th person, Beatrice, is a witch, right? You surprise all of us for that? Of course I don't. There's obviously no such thing as witches. It's impossible for it to be anything other than a human woman pretending to be one. That makes no sense, Battler. That's a devil's proof, you know. There's obviously no such thing as witches, but that just means you've never met a witch. And doesn't mean you can deny that witches exist, right? I'm gonna be honest, I feel like there's like I might be really slow. I am tired and under the weather a little bit, but the whole devil's proof thing is a little bit odd to me. because I just don't... One second. I just feel like the devil's proof thing is a little bit odd. Like, you're sitting there and you're saying, like, I don't know, like, this argument line right here where she's saying there's no such thing as witches, that just means you've never met a witch. This is, like, the most troll, useless fucking line of argumentation. Like, let's say we wanted to extrapolate this to aliens, which I think they even did at one point in the game. It's sort of a faulty line of logic. Because if you were to say it based on one person, right? I guess what the game would try to argue is that the case for witches and, like, aliens isn't the same, because aliens would be a much more broad-scale, like, humanity-wide thing where, you know, we have all these people that are looking and want to meet them. But even then, I feel like that would be a really shitty example, because you could have people that have, like, abduction stories. And then depending on how much stock you put in whether or not they're telling, like, the truth or whether or not those stories are real, it's sort of like a... Because all you would have to do is have one person say, like, so in this scenario here where she says, there's no such thing as witches. That just means you've never met a witch, doesn't mean you can deny they exist. Well, for the time being, for all intents and purposes, if you've lived your entire life, and it's not that because you've never run into them, but you've never seen any proof of them, you've never had anything to prove that they exist, why would you then believe that they exist simply because you have another person that says they do? So in this scenario, Maria's gonna go, I've met a witch. Because I've met a witch, that means I can prove that witches exist. You're just saying that because you've never met one. But this is like the same thing with aliens. We have, okay, this is like my understanding, you know, I don't think this is a very controversial take. Aliens, if we were to assume, you know, the universe is infinite, etc., blah, blah, blah. Aliens, by necessity, have to exist if the universe is infinite. There will be infinitely many alien species that are an infinite amount that are less advanced, and an infinite amount that are more advanced than us. This is just how infinity works. However, when we talk about, like, something like this with witches, to just say, like, oh, well, you've never met one, so you can't just, like, deny that they exist. Like, that just means you've never met a witch. It doesn't mean you can deny that witches. I mean, it absolutely can. For all intents and purposes, maybe you could argue the semantics, that you could say, like, oh, well, maybe you should phrase it differently, that not that witches can't exist, but rather, like, I've never met a witch, and I have no reason to believe they exist, given that I haven't met one. But even then, it's like, that's such a, I don't know, I just find it really faulty that you could just have one person to give, like, an experiential claim and be like, oh yeah, by the way, I've met a witch, so witches are real. It's like, okay, thank you. I've also met God in my dreams, and I've also actually even met the devil too. You know what, I've actually met every fucking god that's in the Greek, that lived up in the Pantheon, Parthenon? No, Parthenon's the actual building. In the Pantheon, I've met all the gods of the Greek Pantheon. They exist. You've just never met them, that's why. It's like, okay, like, that doesn't, if you don't provide any proof, I'm not gonna sit here and say, like, I don't know, this feels like a stupid semantic game. I don't want to get hung up on this too long. It just feels like a very faulty line of logic. That's right. That really is right. I can't prove that witches don't exist. Yes, but you can never prove a negative. So why would we ever use this as any basis for evidence? It's not. Proving a negative can't be used as a basis for evidence. You can't prove any negative. You could swap witches with literally any other... I could say, like, I can't prove that glorbs don't exist. And it's like, okay. So show me a glorb. Oh, I can't. Okay, so then what like... For all intents and purposes, they don't exist. And until you can provide proof that one exists, the claim that they don't exist will be true. This is like if we were to think that an animal is extinct right now, right? The problem is, okay, I don't want to get into stupid, like, epistemology things, but there's, like, a difference between an actual truth claim, which, like, we may or may not be able to verify at a given time. So let's talk about, like, a specific animal. Let's say megalodon sharks, which are almost certainly extinct, but let's, for the sake of argument, let's say that there's one that's somewhere that lives in, like, I don't know, some hidden alcove somewhere that nobody ever runs into, and also somehow it can eat and nobody ever sees its feeding patterns or something. Sure. If we use this argument, you could say that, like, by our current understanding, like, the megalodon is extinct. But this would be like her coming up to me and just saying that, oh, just because you haven't seen a megalodon doesn't mean that they don't exist or that they've gone extinct. It just means that you haven't seen one. And it's like, sure, but when we've gone over this long of a period of time and we haven't seen one, we can conclude that they are extinct. Now, if at some point in the future you can provide the proof that they do exist, that's like definitive, then it's like, okay, then we can change the claim, but we can operate under a given assumption until we are proved wrong otherwise. So I just think it's constantly weird that they keep getting hung up on this specific talking point about witches and saying like, oh, witches don't exist. Oh, well, you can't say that witches don't exist because you just can't say that because you can't prove that witches don't exist. And it's like, okay, sure, but you can't prove any negative, so this is such a useless statement to say. You can't prove that anything doesn't. You can't prove a negative. It's not a possibility. However, even if I can't prove it, I can't thank you. Okay, look, see, I just yapped and I'm content cooking. He's gonna say the same thing. I claim that witches don't exist. How? How can you claim that witches don't exist even though you can't prove it? So is he actually just gonna copy exactly what I just said? Because you could say this about anything. Because stuff like that doesn't exist. Okay, well that's just like the most like ass-picking response, but I'll take it. And that's QED. Is this like a fucking Latin phrase? QED. Meaning. Quod erat demonstratum. Which was to be demonstrated. The conclusion of a text to signify the author's overall argument has been proven. Proof concluded without any evidence or basis, but like, you realize that your exact claim about witches existing is based off your own experiential argument, your own anecdotal evidence, which nobody else can also confirm. You are both arguing claims of things with pretty much no solid proof to back it up. A classic example of how ignorance shelves its problems, a reckless suspension of thought. In that case, I have one answer, Maria. The witch side has to shut. Thank you! Thank you, welcome! You're welcome us to the Russell's Teapot. Yes. It is not on. They're gonna go into, this is actually gonna go into like, I'm not even gonna get into this because it's controversial shit and I don't even want to. This gets into like creationism debates and you just get into like where the burden of proof lies. And you'll often get to a position where you'll say, you need to provide proof. It is on the side that is making the affirmative claim that has to provide proof, not on the side that's disproving it. Because, like I was saying earlier, you can't prove a negative. So if you come up to me and you say, witches do exist, and I say, witches don't exist, and you go, how can you say that witches don't exist? You have no proof that they don't exist. Okay, then you need to provide proof that they do exist to counter my claim. I'm not the one that's making an affirmative claim here. You are. I'm just saying that your claim is bullshit. This is also part of the devil's proof. If you bring one, it'll be over quickly. Exactly. This is the earlier part that I was saying about the devil's proof. That's like, okay, so if we can say that, we can't for certain say that they don't exist, but I'm not going to operate as if they do until you provide me proof that they do. Because otherwise we just sit in like this not this yin and yang, we just sit in this quagmire that I just went through where it's like, you can't provide proof that they do exist, and I can't provide proof that they don't exist, so we just sit in this like, okay, we both are just fucking jerking off and looking at each other saying nothing. Sorry, the hiccups now. God, the fucking hiccups, stop. Jesus. In our case, this lady calling herself Beatrice just has to perform some magnificent magic, like sending us some sparkling stars with her wand or something. And show us something that's impossible for humans. That's like the bigger part. Right? Come now, you two. Please settle down. Kumasawa noticed that the atmosphere between them was getting worse and tried to calm them. It seemed as though Battler quickly realized that he was acting immaturely, but Maria's expression didn't loosen. She kept staring at Battler as she laughed creepily. You quit it too, Maria. Let's get back in a good mood, alright? If that's what you want, Beatrice will show you, I'm sure. Something impossible for humans, and then you two will believe, right? About Beatrice. Sure. If she lets me have a look-see, I'll believe. It's a chess argument between the witch and you, Battler. If you get checkmated, you will believe in the witch. Ooh, it's a stylish analogy. The witch shows her magic. My king is put into check. I quibble, saying that it would be possible to reproduce that by measures even a human could take and create an escape for my king. If I can't do that, it's checkmate. It's a pretty good analogy. Yes and no, except the analogy does kind of fail at a certain point because check and checkmate aren't the same thing. Because by definition, if somebody puts you in check, you have an escape for it. If you're in checkmate, there is no move you can make, you have lost. Right? So, I do understand the analogy a little bit, but Battler, in chess, you and your opponent have pieces which move in the same way. That's why you can read your opponent's moves, but you know what? You haven't supposed that your opponent's pieces might be able to move in much more strange ways than yours. You've simply assumed that since witches shouldn't exist, the movement of Beatrice's pieces will obviously be the same as your own. This is true, but But the thing is, sorry Battler, but your chess partner isn't human. She's a witch. She can move her pieces in ways that humans can't. Right now your perception of that is wrong. Battler, you like Auntie Kiri's chessboard thinking, right? Yeah, I like that style of thinking where you stand in your opponent's position. And that's no good. Even though your opponent is a witch, you won't accept that. So you can't understand the moves a witch can make, and your chessboard thinking won't work. Well then yeah, you would get to a point where you would checkmate him, right? Your perception of your opponent is wrong. The very first premise of chessboard thinking is broken down. Is that what you say? You cannot win in chess against a witch. I don't know what the Japanese word that they gave there on top of that. I know that it's probably just like a different, I don't want to say like synonym, but it's like a different way of saying something that probably means more to people, but... Excuse me. I do not know what happened after that. We servants were ordered not to approach the dining room. I see. So Shannon, have you, ever met this person called Beatrice before? I have no idea. That was a slightly odd way to say it. I mean, yeah, usually you would just say yes or no, not I have no idea. I thought it didn't sound like she meant her memory was vague. For us servants, Beatrice is another master of this mansion. Some speak as if we spread the rumor due to having been influenced by the master, but since the time I started working here, the story of Beatrice was already whispered about. I heard about it before. How you'll get cursed if you don't respect her, and how there was a servant who actually had an accident this way. Yes, but if it's true, or it's true, that some people believed more or less than others, I believe that respect for that sort of thing shouldn't be forgotten, so I have never doubted that she exists. I dimly believe that a uncertain being called the Golden Witch surely existed. This is like the most like nothing burger word you've ever said. And then that witch whose existence was uncertain actually showed herself and came in openly through the entrance hall. Is that what happened? I don't know. I don't know anything. When you brought her dinner, did you talk about anything? No, nothing. I see. Still, a witch that eats food somehow doesn't... That's what I was saying, bro. Why would she need to eat human food unless she just enjoys it? But maybe it's just someone who knows about the witch legend on this island taking on Beatrice's name after all. I think you've probably come to respect Beatrice and think of her as something like a guardian goddess of the mansion. So when a person appeared actually calling themselves that, maybe you were a little disturbed. Yes, I think that definitely could be it. George was slightly at a loss what to do about Shannon's downcast appearance. Possibly, not just Genji, but also the young servants, including Shannon, had been strictly questioned about whether they had a clue as to who this person called Beatrice was. Thinking that, he had tried to cheer her up somehow. Like Maria and Jessica, Shannon too must be unable to completely hide her agitation over the sudden visit of a person calling herself the Golden Witch. He thought that must be the case. But George had no way of knowing what was in Shannon's heart. Shannon was bitter and sad. The door to the Golden Land would be opened. The witch had definitely told her that. That meant the demise of everything. Even if she accepted the ring from George, now, they could never be married. No, in the first place, did furniture like her have the right to be married? Even if the witch hadn't come to tell of their demise, wasn't it fated to fail sometime or another? Yeah, but like a lot of relationships are, I don't want to say destined to fail, but like a lot of relationships fail. This is like, I don't want to say this is like a thing that you kind of learn as you get a little bit older, but you start to appreciate the fact of like the times that you had in a relationship, even if they ended badly. Maybe this is just like a very odd way of thinking that maybe only some of us have, I'm not sure. I think that you can still think back even on relationships that ended badly or in ways that you didn't like and still think about times where things were okay. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you want like the relationship to come back or that, you know, maybe there was like something else that you could have done. Maybe this was something that was like destined to fail, but you can still enjoy the moments that you had regardless. So I think for Shannon, like, is it kind of terrible in this scenario that she doesn't get to marry George? She doesn't get to like see it through to the end? Of course it is. But you can still be happy that you did still have something to begin with. It's like the very, I don't want to say the very cringe. It's not cringe, it's just very overused when people say like the, you know, don't cry, like smile because it happened, not, or don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened. Like, it's sort of a very cliche thing that people say, but it is kind of true to some degree. Like, enjoy the things that you did get to experience and try not to cry too much over the loss of those things. You should just have the wherewithal to think about how lucky you were to even have it in the first place. But hadn't she turned her gaze towards the fun days with George and purposely closed her eyes to the sad reality? I also think what's going to happen here is, through some way or another, George is going to die and she's going to live this time around. But we'll see. I just don't think that they're going to be... I think she's going to purposely leave Shannon to try and like break her will if she is actually all-powerful. What's wrong? You've really been seeming down for a while now. Also, what chapter is this? I wanted to check this. It's chapter 8, okay. George, what does it mean to be engaged? Huh? Means making a promise to marry. But the way I think of it, it means the same thing as marriage. Honestly, I want to take you as my wife right now and take you back home. But right now I'm in the middle of training. I'm still a long way from gaining the ability needed to create my own castle. That's why I want to become an independent man first, and only then proudly take you home with me. I'm not talking about the distant future. I just want you to wait a short 3 years. Even so, I don't want to lie about my feelings for the next 3 years. So I decided to give you an engagement ring. That might be a shameful reason as a man. An engagement because I want you to wait, because I can't balance a wife and a job. It might be shameful. But I will never. Thank you very much. I now understand to you, an engagement ring isn't just another present you would give to a lover. Oh, of course not. An engagement ring isn't a simple accessory. It's an oath between lovers, a precious promise left in the form of a ring. In that case, if we got married quickly, it would become unnecessary, right? Then it wouldn't be an engagement ring I'd give you. I'd give it to you as a wedding ring. Either way, it won't change the fact that I'd give you a ring. So it's like a sales contract saying, this woman is mine, nobody touch her. No, that's not what I... George knew about his shameful character, which he had fallen for Shannon, or when he'd fallen for Shannon and sworn to become an excellent man, he had sworn to part ways with that shameful part of himself. So he had chosen to answer a little roughly on purpose, believing that Shannon would find it reassuring. Jesus, excuse me. No, that may be exactly it. Sayo, I'll make you my wife. I won't give you to anyone else. I'll make you all mine. No one better lay a hand on you. That's what this ring is, without a doubt. Thank you very much, George. I'm truly happy. Then, George, if it was decided by fate that this engagement ring, that this promise would not be fulfilled, would you still give it to me? Absolutely he would. Why wouldn't he? Shannon was about to ask that, but she swallowed her words. Because George had already spoken the answer. George had said it. He said that to him an engagement ring was infinitely similar to a wedding ring. Therefore, accepting George's ring had a far more sacred significance than promise to marry. Which is why... Sorry, I'm moving my blanket. Which is why I will stop calling this an engagement ring. From now on, this isn't an engagement, it's a wedding ring. Is that alright? Is it alright to, just proclaim that we're married without God's blessing? Yeah. It's enough to tell God, Father, and Mother about it afterwards. We'll declare that the two of us have been joined in marriage. No one can overturn it. I'm not saying this because of momentary emotion. I'm not just looking at how you are now. I'm looking at how you'll be tomorrow and the next day. I'm even gazing at you as you'll be in old age in the future as I say this. You're always telling me about that, George, about how you want to spend your old age slowly surrounded by sprightly children and grandchildren. Yeah. At that time, an older you will be beside me. That is what I predict. No, what I foresee. Yes. Because that day will surely come. Will it surely come? Is it okay for me to believe? Yeah, surely. Definitely. And this ring proves it without words. Show it to me, please. Huh? Here it is. George, thinking he was being told to show her the ring, hurriedly took out the ring box. Even though he had practiced so much, he hadn't been able to look cool. I think she meant she wanted to see that vision, not so much the ring. But Shannon wasn't looking at that. With a straight and direct gaze with faint tears and a smile, she was staring at George's eyes. No, into something she could see beyond his eyes. Show me that future, please. Yeah, I'll show it to you, for sure. I promise. And not just until old age, after we die too. Even if we become spirits, we'll always be together. Shannon wiped away her tears and took the ring box. Inside was a diamond ring a diamond ring more than worthy of blessing the two of them. George said the line that he had practiced over and over again inside his head. I want you to put that ring on whatever finger you like and have that be your answer. So by tomorrow morning... She doesn't need until tomorrow morning, big dog. Oh, sweet. Shannon smiled, took the ring with a completely natural movement, put it on the ring finger of her left hand. It really had looked like a very, very natural movement, and for a while George was stunned. I thought they were going to update her sprite, but this is my answer, George. Shannon. No. Sayo. Even if we become spirits, we'll always be together, George. There was no blessing from God, no pastor to witness, nothing. But the two to be married had proclaimed it. Two souls were joined here today. That was a very long thing. I was expecting the chapter to end, but it won't end there because it would have if it was had that long of a period. Nason, you're an idiot. Am I really? Even though you're furniture. Even though you're furniture. I'm not furniture. Not anymore. Liar. Why are you fooling yourself? You know that you could never become human. You know that you can't become human unless you go to the Golden Land. So why did you throw away the promise that enabled you to go to the Golden Land? Oh yeah. By accepting the ring, that promise with Beatrice comes to nothing, doesn't it? Sorry. Now me, you, George, the Master, each and every one of us has the same conditions. 13 people will be made sacrifices. Only 5 will be invited to the Golden Land. And you rejected one of those places. Yourself. That's odd. It looks like you're the one with lingering regrets, Kanon. You're the one with regrets, aren't you, Nason? You got engaged, right? Even though you knew it was a fate that would never be fulfilled. Mm-hmm. I promised that we would always, always be together for eternity. So you know what? In that instant, our eternity was completed. Even if we become sacrifices, it's already completed. So it's alright. Kanon, you're the one who actually has regrets. We're furniture, right? No matter what the result, we will be freed. In that case, it doesn't matter whether we go to the Golden Land or not. And yet you're set on going to the Golden Land. You want to become human no matter what, right? Why? Because I want to become human. I've had enough of being furniture. Why? Why? I wanted to fall in love as well. Tears spilled from both of Kanon's eyes, and he howled. I liked Milady. After seeing Milady on that day, I started liking her even more. And when I heard that Milady also liked me, I was really happy. But I'm furniture, and I can't accept Milady's feelings. That's where you're wrong. We may be furniture. We may be less than human. But I learned that doesn't mean we aren't qualified to love. I believe that if we couldn't make those feelings eternal, we were better without them. I just decided that someday. A day would come when I would disappear, and that would definitely hurt her. No, that's wrong. I was just frightened. I was just afraid, and thought that if love could not be eternal, I was better off not knowing it. Cicadas fall in love during a span of only a few weeks out of their whole lives, and then they disappear. I don't think there are any cicadas that don't fall in love because it will be over in a few weeks. That's a good point. Oh, it's like the first time in the game that it's kind of getting me a little bit emotional. I don't know why. It seemed that Kanon was still speaking of his regrets, but by now it was all jumbled up in his crying voice. I hate that witch. Why did she plant these feelings in me? If only she hadn't pulled that weird prank, I wouldn't have paid Milady any notice. Beatrice is so cruel, isn't she? To make you cry bitter tears, she played games with your fate. But the witch probably isn't achieving what she plotted, after all. Knowing love isn't a lingering attachment that ties you to life. It is the place we should reach on our journey through life. Ooh. So there you have it, Kanon. That promise you worked so hard for has now come to nothing. Ooh, cackle, cackle, cackle. Well now, with this the conditions for all of the pieces are the same. There are 18 pieces. 13 will be sacrificed. Who will the 5 survivors be? Or will someone destroy this ritual? Who? How? Oof, ha, 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 ha. This isn't a chess problem. It's a game on equal footing. I won't be closing in one-sidedly. You can frantically run from my advances and make it a tie, a result of no contest. Well, the best you can do is have it repeat over and over. And it probably won't be that difficult for you. However, these no-contest results will continue forever, soon wearing down your mind and eventually killing it. At that time, you'll accept your defeat and surrender to me. The reason I said it was a fair game, that's because the rules for my laws have also been established. Yeah, see, this is what I was saying a little bit earlier, that, like, there had to be some part of the condition, or maybe it has to do with her magic, that, like, the only way for her to be able to have an infinite loop is to have a way for her to possibly lose. So maybe when she made the contract, she told Kenzo, like, hey, big dog, this is something that you have to put in because I want to feed off of the eternal suffering of everybody, but the only way that for her magic to enable... It's gonna sound like a sort of like a weird connection, but it's kind of like Nen. Let's say that she had a Nen power to like infinitely loop a period of time, right? Which is like these 2 days to make these people suffer, or she can like set the time period at her will whenever she wants to, right? And that the condition for doing that is that she also has to provide them a stepwise list that no matter how complicated it might be, to be able to break out of this endless loop, you know? It could also be the very same thing that her magic that she uses is not that much different than Kinzo's, where you also have to risk something. So she could risk her eternal destruction. She could risk her own life, and in turn of risking her own life, she can also lock these people in eternally. Maybe for as long as she wishes. I don't know if she gets to determine when that begins or ends. It's probably until one of the sides gives up, which would either be the people in the loop. Sorry. The people in the loop in this situation, more likely Battler, giving up and like conceding, versus her dying and losing the game. There's nothing so boring as a game you can't lose, you see. The way to defeat me, that is the epitaph offered to my portrait. That is both the way to open the door to the Golden Land and the key to destroying my ritual. I complete the ritual according to the epitaph. You solve the epitaph's riddle, destroy the ritual, and overthrow me. Solve the riddle hidden in the epitaph and expose the location of the vast gold I gave to Kinzo. What result will this game show us? I'm expecting a good fight from you. Entertain me, Ushiramiya Battler. Okay, I'm gonna put this in the notes. So, we kind of learned that... Ooh, wait, this is new CG. Let me just write this here. I have no objections. Natsuhi and I accept. I can't believe it, and I don't want to, but that is reality, isn't it? Natsuhi, choose your words more carefully. She is the family's most honored guest. Ooh. We accept it too. There's nothing more to say. Yes, I accept it. I have absolutely no complaints. I can't believe that you really... I have to honestly respect you. Me too. Incredible. I genuinely respect you, so I have to accept it. I accept it too. Still can't believe it, but what can you do? You've proven devils. You win. The devil's proof was a convenient excuse that you like to use, or that you liked using to show that something was impossible to prove, but now it's become your mortal enemy, has it not? Don't torture me, Great Witch. I've already accepted you. I resign. Kiri, do you still have any objections? I must have everyone in agreement. If you alone will not accept my existence. As the witch laughed boldly, the siblings started to panic. They were afraid of displeasing the witch. Kiri lightly closed her eyes, and after keeping silent for a while, opened her mouth. My apologies. I resign. Only Kiri had faced the witch with stern eyes until the end. However, she had only been able to resist acknowledging the truth for a short time. The reality, the being that was before her eyes, couldn't be denied. Devils had already been proven. I also accept it. You are Beatrice, the Ushiramiya family alchemist, and a user of great magic. I must accept the fact that you are a witch. Okay, so this is also in some weird section, which looks like a church. The 6 siblings, or I should say the siblings, this might crack here. Siblings plus spouses agree that Beatrice is a witch and user of great magic. We did not get any reasoning as to why they accepted this, only that they did. That was just a panning shot of a bunch of different locations. It has struck midnight and the game has begun. Three, 4, 5. Oh. Interesting. I was trying to count if it was going to do 12 things, but it didn't. Of note as well, this is 6 people. Right. No, it's 7. I think it does this every time. It just shows like the location of everybody. So you had 7 people that were down in the church. Nobody... Oh no, Genji's here. I think this is the... It's the storehouse, not storehouse, sorry, the guest house. Servant room. These are all together. 4. Kenzo's in his study. Beatrice is in her room. I don't know the significance of showing where everybody is, or if it's just like an artistic thing just to show, but... And the filigree pops up. That's probably the end of the chapter. I'm probably gonna advance 6 hours here, right? It's interesting as well that... It's probably showing... I think just want to check the date. Yeah, on October 5th. Okay. What was that sound that always filled the ears? The sound of rain, the sound of a waterfall, or was it radio static? In that case, I want it to be the sound of blood flowing through the body. I want it to be the sound of the blood circulating throughout my body, telling me that I am still alive. Is it morning? The light entering through a crack in the curtain was faint, but it at least told him that dawn had broken. Kenzo, still in the same pose he had when he woke. What? That's such a... Kenzo, still in the same pose he had when he awoke. That's such an odd way to say that. You would say Kenzo still in the same pose he was in when he fell asleep. Or when he last remembered, like none of that. Still sitting in his chair and looking up at the ceiling, felt the blood slowly travel through his body. Judging by the clock, it was early morning, 6 on the dot. No matter how tired he was, no matter how deeply he slept, he woke up at exactly this time, as though he had measured it with an hourglass. He didn't think that something like this was worthy of boasting of, and he told himself that he could still do something like this. He was still in robust health, that while he still could. Morning has come, which means... Seems that I've escaped being one of the first sacrifices. Okay, so... Was the result of the roulette fortunate, or is this the fruit of my efforts? It is irritating that I can't tell the difference, but I will not say that, as he says that. Kenzo was very slightly driven by a temptation to look at the other side of the study door, because he thought that maybe he might find the traces of a vain struggle to break the door, made by something trying to select him as one of the first 6 sacrifices. Humans are cheap creatures. They claim to do their best and leave the rest to Providence. It's weird that Providence is capitalized there. When they are given good fortune, they desire to flatter themselves that it arose not from simple luck but from their own ability. Holy fuck, bro. Don't even make me play the Veritasium Paradox of Success video. It's like one of my favorite videos on all of YouTube. Did I re-increase the audio on the game, by the way? I don't remember if I did. I did. I'll turn it up a little bit more. It's very quiet right now for some reason. So he wanted to check whether there was a wretched mark on the door that is only human. Therefore, Kenzo did not check. He repressed the things that he wanted to do because he was human. By that, Kinzo could immerse himself in the feeling of sufficiency, as though he had become a being that surpassed humans. He became aware of human desire and forbade it. Things that a human wanted to do, he resisted. The eccentric and rebellious Sens had surely given him a rare genius, which must have allowed him to succeed in his exploits as he revived the Ushir and Mia family in one generation. Well then, Beatrice, what were the 6 pieces you took? And what will your next move be? Entertain me. My defense is perfect. I will not shame myself like last time. Ooh. Also, I will say I opened up the window to my room and I've felt a lot better since I've done it, so it very well might have just been stale air. The servants woke early. They had to open the curtains, prepare breakfast, and complete various tasks to welcome the guests to a new day. Okay, so Goda is alive this time, which is, we already have a difference. He'd been told to concentrate his efforts in particular on his work as a chef for the duration of the family conference, and he had been specifically exempted from several tasks that servants normally must do. It seemed that Goda, who was a show-off, had a particular feeling of supremacy about that. He left the preparations of the inside of the mansion to Genji and the rest and worked on preparing breakfast in the kitchen. So Genji's still kicking. Genji split the work with Shannon and Kanon and they carried out various tasks. So if we recall, so Shannon's alive this time, so this is a difference already. Shannon headed to the dining hall and knocked. Last year the family conference had continued into the small hours of the night. It wouldn't have been odd for this year's conference to continue all the way into the next morning. So she had knocked out of consideration for the possibility that they were still having a discussion inside. But there was no response, so she opened the door and said good morning. Good morning. Is anyone there? The room was cold and it seemed that the conference had ended a long time before. On top of the table there was a tea set, from which they had probably been drinking, arranged in a way that would make it easy to clean them up. Cleaning away the tea was a servant's job, so if the family was too caring and cleaned up themselves, the servants would lose face. Therefore, just doing this much for the servants truly was a pleasing act of kindness. As she approached the table to clean it away, she noticed that something like a memo had been left alongside with the cups. It had been placed together with the tea set, so naturally thinking it was a memo for the servants cleaning up, Shannon took it. Written on it was not a request nor thanks for preparing the tea, but just a single word. Praise, maybe is going to be my guess, because she had that, like, the praise my noble name. Shannon looked at it blankly and read it out loud. Chapel. Chapel Roan. Interesting. So it seems the first 6 people got invited to the Pink Pony Club. Interesting. Very exclusive club, it seems, if you're only letting 6 people in. The small sound kept repeating over and over. It was a sound that would ordinarily have been trivial and insignificant. I hope I stop hearing it soon, then I could return to my doze, someone thought vaguely. I'm going to have an early prediction here that I think this time around is going to be specifically to punish the servants. I think that Jessica and George are both going to die, or are already dead, is going to be my guess. I would be very surprised if, well, the thing is, like, one of the 6 that made the deal, or 7 that made the deal with, thing is going to die, like somebody has to, just based off the way that we understand the current thing with 13 out of 18, not including Beatrice as like a person that can be chosen to be sacrificed, so of the 18, only 5 can live and there's 7 of them, so 2 of them have to die. Probably 2 of them will get knocked off during the next Twilight. I won't be surprised if, I don't think she's going to kill Battler. I think Battler is probably safe most of the time. We were talking about earlier with like the wavelength with the magic and everything, that Battler is probably safe because she doesn't have, or because he has such a shit magic affinity. One, she can't kill him with stakes and stuff, but it also seems like maybe he has some kind of like protection against the other magic. It's hard to know. But I'm going to call that George and Jessica are dead. And past that, I don't know. We'll see. We already know. Can we like check the characters right now? So yeah, right now we don't know who's dead, but we know for sure that Genji, Shannon, Goda are alive so far. We know that Kinzo is alive. We don't know too much about these people. Yeah, see, this is interesting too because it doesn't really count Beatrice as a witch here. So it makes me wonder if she is or not. Because she very well could just be faking with the name. It's hard to know. But, if I had to guess who died this time around, we're going to go with Jessica, George, Kumasawa, Nanjo, it's tough past this point. I don't think she'd kill Maria. I was gonna say Maria, but like, I think it would be interesting if Maria was gone. I just don't think she will. Kiri, we'll go with. Fuck, it's hard to say. I actually don't know who else the other one would be. 2, 3, 4, 5. The reason why I picked Kiri is I was thinking that like it seemed like Kiri didn't really believe in what she was saying to Beatrice. We know Beatrice can read minds to some degree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was gonna say Kanon, but like it doesn't make sense to kill Kanon if you kill Jessica. We'll go Natsuhi. Just because she lived so long in the last episode, I won't be surprised if they whack her ass off, which will make me really sad because I like Natsuhi. But I hope I stop hearing it soon, then I could return to my dose, someone thought vaguely. But no matter how much time passed, the sound did not end. I repeated it over and over. Ah, shut up. Who is that? Banging on the door constantly. As soon as she realized this, she woke up. Someone was knocking. Then she noticed there wasn't just a knock, but a voice too. Rosa, Rosa. Good morning. Wait, I'm coming now. It had been Genji's voice. Looking at the clock, it was still before 7. It was clearly too early to wake the guests. Did something happen that was bad enough to cause this? She felt her sleepiness increasingly fade thanks to the ominous premonition. Because Genji had been a familiar servant to Rosa since her childhood days, she opened the door and a crack and answered, even though she was slightly defenseless in her pajamas. Good morning. I apologize for waking you this early. Did something happen? Yes. Actually at the chapel. So maybe all the people at the chapel died. Genji spoke into Rosa's ear and told her something in a small voice. It seemed that Rosa couldn't understand what she was being told after only hearing it once, and after repeating the words back to him several times, she finally realized that apparently something strange had happened. Rosa closed her door for a second, and after changing her clothes, she immediately accompanied Genji, and they headed to the mansion. Where's the chapel? We never even knew about the chapel. This is like new info now. It looks like a palm tree there. It's on like the far right. The chapel requires some explanation. Yeah, you're damn fucking right it does, because we haven't even fucking heard about it to this point. Sorry, I'm checking the hockey game scores real quick. Avalanche up 1-0, Capitals 1, and the King is up 1-0 on the Oil. Power play goal. Interesting. Fucking 4 minutes into the second period, not a single shot. The chapel requires some explanation. It wasn't in the mansion, but in a grove behind the mansion, which could be reached after a short walk. It had been built in the same time that the mansion had been constructed on Rokkenjima, so while its outside walls had been repaired many times, making it look new from the outside, it was a very old building. Rosa and Genji dashed through the rain together. Wait, pause that. They just said the same time the mansion had been constructed. That means it's like 30 or 40 years old. I don't want to be wrong. Like it's not like a new building, but man, like my fucking home back home, I think is like 80 years old or something. Like let's calm down here. Just like the previous night, the rain was falling in earnest. Oh my god, fucking huge! Eventually they began to see the chapel beyond the sparse grove. If all she knew of it was its appearance from the outside, it might have felt like a place of dazzling beauty where a pair of young lovers might want to hold a ceremony. However, it seemed that in Kinzo's eyes this was a very sacred place, and Rosa and her siblings had been harshly told not to approach it unnecessarily. Okay, this is interesting. So there's a chapel behind, or I should say, in a grove away from the mansion. Siblings had been told not to go there unnecessarily. Okay. So even at this age, and no matter what the reason for it, she felt some guilt in approaching the chapel, and was gripped by the fear that this would surely make her father so angry he would slap her across the face. Okay, Kanon is alive, so exactly, that's what I said. I don't think it would make sense to have Kanon die if my prediction of killing Jessica is correct. I think this is going to be the chapter of, like, twisting the knife on people in love. That's kind of what the vibe seems like. The servant silhouette could be seen in front of the entrance to the chapel, go to Shannon and Kanon, which meant all of the servants on the morning shift had gathered. So all the servants lived this time. A short while ago, Rosa had been told the nature of the situation verbally by Genji, however without laying eyes on it directly, she really hadn't been able to understand. Probably all the servants gathered there were the same. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't understand what was going on. Okay, interesting. So it's marked with the same magic circle. So this is like of importance, because this will probably come back. This magic circle, this chapel is marked with the same magic circle the storehouse was marked with in the first chapter. It was the something circle of the sun, I want to say 7. Drawn very large with a creepy, sticky paint-like substance that made one think of blood was something like a creepy magic circle. With a creepy, sorry. What is this? When was it drawn here? Servants looked at each other. Goto was the first to open his mouth. My apologies. We do not usually trespass here, so we do not know when it was drawn. And who was the first person to find it? That was me. When I went to the dining hall to clean away the tea set, there was a memo with chapel written on it. Shannon held out the memo with a shaking hand. Whose handwriting? It is in Nissan or Nissan's handwriting. And then you came here and found this, right? Yes. Rosa, look at this. What? Happy Halloween for what? Kanon was pointing at a single line of English written below the creepy magic circle. Until it had been pointed out to her, she had thought it was just another part of the magic circle and hadn't noticed it. Written there in English was the words, Happy Halloween for Maria. Damn, are they actually gonna kill Maria? That's crazy. Happy Halloween for Maria. A wish for an enjoyable Halloween for Maria. A creepy magic circle for Maria. Happy Halloween. The only person who said the words Happy Halloween to Maria yesterday, the symbols match, the Golden Witch Beatrice. What about Maria? That kid should be sleeping with her cousins, right? Did you check? My apologies, we just now realized that Maria's name was written here. We still have not checked. I shall... What are you doing? I'll go check on Maria and come back. Also inform Kraus and the rest. Receive their instructions on how to proceed. After saying that much, Rosa finally noticed that something was out of place. Her own rank within the family conference was the lowest of the 4 siblings. In an abnormal situation like this, why had she been the only one called when the other siblings hadn't? Because they're not there. They probably couldn't get a hold of them. Even Maria's name had popped up. Don't tell me, huh? What? Yes, we tried to contact Kraus, or Rudolph, or Ava, but could not find him. And Madame was not in her room. Judging by the condition of the sheets, she may not have returned to her bed at all last night. Rosa felt something creepily crawling slowly up her back. Dude, Kraus is just getting fucking rolled. Did you check inside the chapel? No, not yet. We did try to check inside, but actually the lock to the chapel is special, so the master key doesn't work. Ooh. This is interesting, okay. The key to unlock the chapel is not on the master key ring. And the key for it was missing from the box. She didn't want to get any closer to the door with the creepy magic circle if she could help it. Rosa readied herself and approached, and tried pushing and pulling the knob. All she felt was the resistance of the sturdy lock. We searched to see whether there was a window through which we could enter, but I think that in order to check inside we would have to break one of the windows. What do you think? There's no way I can give you approval to do that. It's Father's precious chapel. I can't do something like that. Then the events of the previous day swirled around in the back of Rosa's mind. That's right. When I met that witch in the rose garden, didn't she hand Maria an envelope? Yes, I'm positive she did. When Maria had tried to open it, that witch had told her not to do that yet. It was actually you that tried to open it, not Maria. And then she had definitely said the time will come soon to open it. Rosa became convicted. Or convinced. There could be no doubt. That letter which had been handed to Maria. Probably told her to go to the chapel. One second. After dashing back to the guest house, Rosa approached the cousin's room while hiding her footsteps, softly opened the door and peered inside. On the inside, she could hear the healthy snores of young people. The 4 children were all there. Oh, Maria was there, sleeping soundly. Oh, this is boring. If all the fucking kids are alive, then it's just these. It's just all the other ones other than her got whacked, right? So, boring. After hearing a sigh of relief, she entered the room with quiet footsteps. She was after Maria's handbag, which was resting on the sofa. Maria had always liked walking around with her treasures. She was probably imitating how her mother always carried her makeup with her. Of course, she was just copying her, so on the inside it was full of junk. In Maria's case, it was full of small, creepy occult-like items, and a notebook with things like that written in it. Rosa hadn't once been happy to see her daughter walking around with those kinds of ungirlish things. However, after she tried to force Maria to stop, they'd gone into a big fight, and she had decided to let it be. How much do you want to bet there's going to be a key inside one of the envelopes? Also, didn't Rosa not open her envelope? I mean, we still have 2 envelopes that I wanted to know about, which we haven't not had opened yet. So I'm going to put on some chapstick. I don't know how my lips dry out so much. It don't make sense. It don't make sense. Though I feel like one of them will 100% have the key in it. I think that just makes the most sense. One second. Okay, here it is. This is it. A western envelope with the crest of the gold eagle. Sorry, I keep having to pull my blanket. I don't really know how it's falling off, but when she took it out, she could tell that there was a heavy cylindrical object. Yep. She could tell by its feel and its weight, there was no doubt. This was a key. After turning around and checking that Maria was still sound asleep, Rosa tore open the envelope and tipped out the contents into her palm. It was a key with an old and intricate design. Rosa grasped the key and dashed out. It seemed that Battler noticed these sounds, but after grumbling and turning over in his sleep, he started snoring again. Okay, so we can write this down here, that the key to the chapel, you don't see this right now, I'll do this. The key to the chapel was in the envelope given to Maria by Beatrice. Genji, could this key be the key to the chapel? Where did you... Yes, this is the key to the chapel. Rosa approached the creepy magic circle once again and put the key in the keyhole. There was a strong resistance. After it resisted for a short while, it stopped that resistance with a clunk. Then, squeaking with a noise that hurt one's ears, it slowly began to open. It's just going to be all the adults other than Rosa. Is anyone there? Her voice reverberated through the massive room. Of course there was no answer. The chapel had a high ceiling, and the air was cold. And even on this rainy, unsettling day, for some reason, it felt sacred. Sorry, my girlfriend's just messaging me right now. The servants timidly followed after Rosa. Rosa, look at that. Kanon noticed it immediately and pointed. Over there was the altar. In the place where normally a pastor would preach of God's love, there was a table that shouldn't have been there. Ooh. At first it looked like a dining table. And there actually were gorgeous plates and utensils set on the table, enough to make you think it was a child's birthday party or something. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding area had been decorated with pumpkins and black and orange ribbons. I love Halloween decorations. They were probably Halloween decorations. And there were people seated at the table, the people on each side facing each other seated in chairs. They could be recognized at a glance. Kraus and his wife, Ava and her husband, Rudolph and his wife. But if you were asked if these were definitely them, you'd still have to go even closer to check. Their faces are smashed in, because they seemed almost like dolls. Rosa and the rest had opened the door, entered all at once with the sound of many footsteps, and called out asking if anyone was there. and yet there had been no reaction. Even assuming they had chosen to ignore them, normally you'd expect there to be some kind of reaction. And there hadn't even been that. So at first it felt like someone had set down some dolls that looked a lot like them. By now it wasn't just Rosa, Shannon and Kanon and even Goda. They were all fighting frantically against the rising creepy emotion tightly grasping at their hearts. Nissan? Nissan? As she climbed up to the altar she called out again, but still the others gave no reaction. Yes, by now Rosa had accepted it. They were not dolls. She had accepted they were all. She had accepted that they were those very people. This is... They approached close enough to be able to see clearly what was on the table. Just like their first impression, it looked like a lovely banquet, reminiscent of a child's birthday party. Plates piled up with sweets, glasses with lovely drinks, several ornaments in the shape of pumpkins. They were all decorated in a Halloween style, and while it might have been an irrelevant thought at a time like this, she thought that this would surely make Maria happy if she could see it. They were seated in front of that table, and it looked like they were sleeping. It was an eerie scene, as though a small, fun-looking Halloween party had been stopped in time. They're all... sleeping? When she approached even closer to them, she realized the candies were scattered all over the floor. There were candies in very fancy wrapping, cookies, fizzy lemon sweets, and chocolates. And they were all undisturbed across the carpet, which was covered in blackberry and cranberry jam. Rosa and the rest finally realized what the situation was. It was a Halloween party, a banquet for those not of this world. Kraus, Natsui, Ava, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Kiri, 6 people in all, were seated in the chairs, dead as though they were sleeping. Okay, interesting. This time around... How could you tell that they were dead and not simply sleeping? That was because they were, from their chest to their stomachs, vertically sliced open. Interesting, they're dead this time now. Kraus! How cruel. 6 of them were seated at a Halloween party, all of them killed with their stomachs sliced open. Was the jam that had covered the floor something that they couldn't finish eating, which had overflowed out of their stomachs? Nope. The contents of their stomachs had been splattered all across the floor, and that wasn't all. From their stomachs, almost as though they had spilled out sweets. Candies and cookies, fizzy lemon sweets and chocolates had spilled out, stained with blood, and scattered across the floor. Interesting. What could have happened to cause this? It was almost as though the insides of their stomachs had been stuffed full of sweets, and when their stomachs had been cut, it had all flowed out. Rosa remembered a gross-out meal, a turkey that had been served at her own birthday when she was a young girl, when she had put the knife in from the inside, her very favorite, but because no one had been told about it at all, bright red ketchup omelet rice had poured out like blood-stained maggots. Wow, dripping, slimy, pulpy, sticky. Ugh. Okay, screaming. The trauma of her youth was revived. Rosa felt a monster raging inside of her stomach as the acid started to rise up. Okay, this is interesting. Unable to hold back, she threw up on the floor. Her empty stomach couldn't throw up anything but stomach acid. The scene in front of her was no longer a fun Halloween party by any means. The three couples had been placed there with their stomachs vertically wrenched open with a guiguapa. Lots and lots of sweets had been stuffed in there, pulpy, pew-ugru-bu-gugru. Blood and guts and sweets were overflowing onto the floor. Blood-stained, sticky, sloppy, pulpy sweet candy stuck to each finger, gummy. Haha, but it's stained with their entrails, sloppy, pulpy. What was that I stepped on just now that didn't feel like a candy or a cookie or a fizzy lemon sweet or a chocolate? Ah, I'm so scared I can't even look at the bottom of my foot to see what I stepped on. Awakia! What a gruesome Halloween party. From far away it looked really beautiful, fantastical and fun. And when you see it up close, it's really terrible, disgusting, and yet still somehow beautiful. Rose's wild thoughts tried as best as they could to escape her throat with a loud voice that was neither a scream nor a roar. Kraus. This is horrible. Just horrible. Ambulance. Police. That's right, the police. Police. If a word tied to reality like police hadn't come out of Gota's mouth, Rosa and the rest probably would still be unable to escape this nightmarish party. But that wasn't because they thought the police might be able to do something. If they didn't say police out loud, it felt like another seat would be set up at this demon's party and given to them. It felt like their own stomachs were getting uncomfortably filled from the inside. Rumbling, churning. It was surely because candy was starting to overflow from their stomachs. Rosa was again tortured by a desire to vomit and threw up her stomach acid on the floor. And then she searched, to see whether there was any candy mixed in. Anyway, Rosa coughed violently again and violently spat out the stomach acid that burned her throat onto the floor. She realized that by now her whole body had become covered in filthy sweat. Genji, Shannon, please ask Father for instructions. Go together with Kanon and call the police. Then have Dr. Nanjo come here and... Have Nanjo come here and what? It was way too late now for medical care. The servants accepted their orders and dashed outside. After watching them leave, Rosa once again fixedly cast her eyes upon her siblings, who had been through life's joys and sorrows with her, and their partners. Even though there could be nothing more tragic, for some reason their fantastical deaths tempted her to describe them as beautiful. They're not here. Where'd they go? The server room and the kitchen are both empty too. What the hell happened? Mama, where are you? My letter I got from Beato. Give it back. Whoa. Perplexing. Badler, are you sure it was Auntie Rosa? Well, I was half asleep, so I'm not too confident, but I get the feeling that at dawn, Auntie Rosa came in and fished around in Maria's handbag. I was just half asleep and assumed that there was a tube of toothpaste or something in Maria's handbag. Why would there be a tube of toothpaste in Maria's handbag? I'd bet my ass you dreamed the whole thing. Badler vaguely remembered Rosa entering the cousin's room, and Maria, who had woken up first, had started rampaging around, saying that someone had opened the envelope that she had been keeping safe. Until they had started wondering whether Rosa might have come and opened it. Dude, I said this the last time, and I think about this more and more the constant time. They love their light fixtures in this game. Is there somebody in this game, like, behind, like, the writing of this game, like, the artist in particular, that was, like, a designer of light fixtures? Because I swear to God, it's, like, a chandelier, or like a fluorescent ceiling lamp, or it's always some kind of like light fixture. Even when we were in the chapel, man, they were focusing on the chandelier that was in the chapel. I'm not saying that there's anything bad with this. I'm not saying there's even anything wrong with this necessarily. I'm just saying it is a very interesting coincidence that this is the consistent thing that in Higurashi as well that they love to focus on. A letter from the Golden Witch. I wonder what was inside. Who knows? Well, that envelope was one with the Ushiramiya family crest on it for grandfather's personal use. It's hard to believe that what was in there doesn't have anything to do with the family conference. She hadn't let anyone touch it, but yesterday Maria had bragged a lot about the envelope to Battler and the rest, so they remembered it well. Mama, give it back. Mama, give it back. If you're right, George, it sounds pretty important. But if it was so important, why did the witch give it to Maria? I don't have a clue. The refreshing morning atmosphere had been completely wiped out by the occasional sounds of thunder. I don't think it's really too surprising that she gave it to Maria. It seems like Maria seems to be her, her consistent messenger. It was only natural. Since the time they had woken up, they hadn't met anyone other than themselves. Sorry, I have a Discord message now too. God, everything's piling up. Oh my god, the Oilers are down 3-0 now. I don't know if I read this line, so we'll read it again. It was only natural since the time they had woken up they hadn't met anyone other than themselves. It felt like the mansion had become an empty husk, leaving only them behind. Hey, anyone there? Answer me. After Jessica called out into the hallway, an answer finally came back. It was from the entrance hall. I can hear you. Has something happened? Hey, Nanjo. We like Nanjo, okay? I feel like Nanjo, he's just good vibes, you know? We barely see him. He hasn't really had much of a role so far other than just like playing chess with bro. But I like him. I don't know why I like him, but he gives me a vibe of, God, who the fuck was the police officer in Higurashi? Why is his name escaping me? I have to look. Police officer Higurashi. I want to say it was... I know that the young guy was Akasaka. Because his name was like a fucking pain in the ass whenever they would say it. And like, it's like, Akasaka, Akasaka. I want to say it's like... Starts with an O is my guess. But I can't remember. I know I don't know his last name, but I know they called him by his first name. Let me look at here. Oishi. Fucking Oishi. It's Dr. Nanjo. Great. It looks like everyone hasn't disappeared. I should have remembered Oishi, because I used to call him Broishi. From this island but us. Dr. Nanjo, good morning. Sorry, but do you know where our parents went? Dear me. I have only just come here after waking up, you see. I have no idea, I'm afraid. It was only natural. Nanjo was a guest like the rest of them. He had just now come to pass the time in the parlor until breakfast. Dr. Nanjo, Mama took it. Mama took my letter. Give it back. Give it back. Maria buried her face in Nanjo's well-built stomach, sobbing and crying. Nanjo could do nothing but be bewildered at what was going on so early in the morning. Someone's running this way. Jessica, someone's coming. From down the hall, they could sense people running hurriedly. When they looked, they saw it was Goda and Kanon. Running inside the mansion should have been immodest for a servant, and yet Battler and the rest didn't even think to question that now. Maria's sobbing had become so unmanageable they wanted to ask someone, anyone, where Rosa was, but the two servants ignored Jessica as she waved her hand. Goda flew into the servant room, and Kanon, noticing that Nanjo was here, bowed and approached him at a quick pace and whispered something into his ear. What did you say? Rosa is... Yes. I will guide you, so please accompany me. All right. This way. Without saying anything more than that, Kanon finally noticed Jessica and bowed to her. But he wasn't calm. He dashed back down the corridor by which he had come, followed by Nanjo. By looking at how hurried they were, Battler and the rest realized that something bad had really happened. Bad really had happened? I don't know. They saw Goda through the door to the servant room, which had been flung open. He had the telephone receiver in his hand and was violently pressing the hook. From what they realized, that he was trying to call a hospital or the police, or in any event, he was trying to call someone because a serious emergency had occurred. Let's go see what's going on. Yeah. Mama, give it back. Give back my letter. It's an invitation to the Golden Land. They didn't know what, but something was happening. I think that is something to note, too. How many letters were out in the last one? I think there was 4 letters that were given, right? I wonder if the letters are going to correspond to the number of people. And maybe the people who are deemed to allowed to, like, survive. Although, in the first chapter, we don't really know. In this one so far, it's Rosa and Maria that we know for sure. We'll see further, but until later, it's kind of impossible for us to know. They didn't know what, but something was happening. Battler and the rest chased after Kanon and Nanjo. Then we realized Kanon had called Dr. Nanjo, but he hadn't called us. So we should never have followed. I wonder if Alice didn't regret her excess curiosity when she chased after the rabbit holding the clock. I was about to say, who the fuck is Alice, man? No, you mustn't come in. You mustn't look. Jessica, no. Yeah. No. No. Turn to Darth Vader. Mom, Dad, look. Chandelier again. A chandelier? What happened? Ugh. What the hell is this? There's a limit to how degenerate you can be. Isn't taking someone's life enough? What the hell is this? I think it's also to note the fact that they didn't get killed in the same manner. Also, because I was gonna say this last time, so two things here. I'll wait till we get to a spot where it's more calm, just because of the background music will drive me crazy. Isn't taking someone's life enough? What the hell is this? After you killed them, you'd actually bother to sit them on chairs, slice their stomachs, and stuff a ton of sweets inside? Why? Why the fuck would you do something so sick? Fuck this. Fuck this. Great work, shithead. Looks awesome. Looks fucking awesome. Whoa. It would be better if you all went outside. There's no way they would want you to all see them this way. You all to see them this way. Nanjo told the children to go outside, but no one lent him an ear. Rosa, please tell them. If they keep looking at something like this, it will do nothing but harm. Rosa regretted her own carelessness. She should have been able to anticipate that the children would eventually come here. She should have quickly locked it instead of standing around. So now the children had come, they had seen it. Surely in this very moment they were having a sight burned into their eyes, which was far more grotesque than the gross outfood Rosa had seen in her youth. While she hugged Maria, who seemed to have forgotten her emotions as she stared dumbfoundedly at the horrible scene, Rosa shed copious tears for them and their parents. Before groaning and crying voices, their sadness continued to echo in a place which should have known God's love. You piece of shit. Again, another one of these murders. And yet again you made it all elaborate, killing them like it's a perfect joke. I was hoping I'd hear words of gratitude rather than grief from you. Gratitude? Did you say gratitude, you old bitch? Damn. If there's something wrong with your ears, I'll cut them both off so you can hear better. See, this is really weird too. It seems like Battler's soul is in purgatory with Beatrice, like, watching the events of everything unfolding, but he's not really connected to himself. He's just like an outside observer. Interesting. If there's something wrong with your ears, I'll cut them both off so you can hear better. Why should I have to say, oh, thank you very much, Beatrice-sama, about this supremely fucked up way of killing? I'll beat you to death. In the last game, oh my god, her face. You were grieving that you couldn't see your parents' faces when they died, I believe. So I left them. Didn't touch them. Take a good long look and see that without a doubt your father and the others have been killed. Really? Wow. You deserve full marks for top service. I'm so happy. I swore that if I choked the life out of you, I'd plow your face. But I'll take that back. I'll drag out your guts. Don't give in to emotion and stop thinking. My game's already begun, you know. I decided to leave the corpses clean this time. Do you know why? When you denied my existence in the last game, you denied me by thinking in the following way. That is, their faces are crushed, so the identities of the corpses can't be confirmed. Therefore, the possibility that fake corpses have been prepared to create an alibi can't be eliminated. As long as that possibility can't be excluded, the human culprit theory can be maintained. Okay, so this is another interesting thing. Beatrice said the victims this time were positioned and left in such a way so that a doppelganger / corpse walking theory could not be maintained. However, this doesn't really prove anything. I imagine you could fake a corpse any way. It wouldn't have to involve destroying their face. What did you say? Cackle, cackle, cackle. Come, Battler. Are you sure you wish to leave the examination of the corpses to Nanjo? Isn't it traditional in mystery novels for the doctor to perform such examinations to be an accomplice? Then don't leave the examination to Nanjo. Do it yourself. Make completely sure that without a doubt the 6 corpses are the people claimed, that they aren't pretending to be dead, that they really, really are dead. Make sure that your father and mother really have been killed by having their stomachs cut open and their entrails pulled out. I suggest you stick your hand inside their stomachs and feel around inside. I won't cry. Damn it, I won't cry. Battler suddenly yelled. His tears were still dripping down, but as though scolding himself for being girly, he slapped his face hard several times with both hands. Even so, the tears wouldn't stop. However, he felt a hot blaze ignite in both his eyes. Whoever the bastard is who pulled this detestable bullshit, I'll make him pay back his debt completely. So this isn't the time to cry. Think about what you're gonna do. This is no good. It's no goddamn good at all. If you have enough spare time to cry, then think. This is not the time to be working your lacrimal glands. Jeez, I can't speak. Rather than pure hatred, maybe it was more of an evasive hatred to blot out his sadness. However, it gave a little courage to George and Jessica, who were being crushed by sadness. That's right. Even if we cry, the reality of what's happened here won't change. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What am I supposed to do then? What am I supposed to do for Mom and Dad? Rosa, I have returned. Go to what happened with the police. What did they say to do? Did they say when they think they'll be able to get here? Regarding that, it seems the telephones are out of order. I also tried the emergency wireless, but perhaps it's the weather, but that isn't working either. What did you say? So you're saying we can't contact the police? It's her. She did something to the phone line and made it so we can't contact the police. When she heard that the telephones were out of order, Jessica immediately decided that it was the work of that mysterious guest. So this is the other thing too that's a little bit confusing, is like, okay. Her eyes were bright red after so much crying, and they began to grow even more red with rage. Yeah, there's not even any room for debate anymore. I understand everything. I know the truth. Who killed Mom and Dad? It's obvious, it's her. It has to be that witch or whatever who came yesterday. I'll grab her by the collar. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Jessica, wait. Go to Kanon, go. Yes. Milady, wait. Covering her unfocused sadness with anger, Jessica ran outside, torn apart by emotion. Thinking about it hastily, maybe the mysterious guest Beatrice, who had arrived yesterday, was suspicious. However, at the current time, there was absolutely no proof that she was the culprit. At this moment, she was nothing more than a simple guest, and only one of many. So Rosa had to make an adult decision and stop Jessica in her hasty rampage. Yoda and Kanon realized that immediately and chased after her. Could Beatrice, the guest that no one invited, be the culprit? I understand how Jessica feels. I also want to make myself think that. It doesn't matter who, I want to make someone the culprit and bash them right in the face. But before that, we have to understand things clearly. Who is this Beatrice? I haven't ever seen her face. Hee. If you're looking for her face, it decorates the big portrait in the mansion. You still don't remember after looking at it for so long? Come on, Maria, what's so funny in a situation like this? Beatrice is a witch, and the ritual to open the doors of the Golden Land has finally begun. These 6 people are sacrifices. Now the witch's banquet shall begin. Tonight is Halloween. The witch gathers now in celebration. The witches gather now in celebration. Interesting, witches plural. Maria, how many times have I told you to stop laughing in that creepy voice? The first sound of Rosa slapping Maria's cheek echoed through the high-ceilinged chapel. It kind of feels like ever since the rain started yesterday. No, ever since the island had become wrapped up in the typhoon, something has gone crazy. I had arrived in Rokkenjima while it was clear, and taken a nap because I'd gotten up early. When I woke up, it had already started raining, and after I got up, that's when it all started. Suddenly, a mysterious visitor had arrived, calling herself the Golden Witch Beatrice, and it feels like the world had started skewing bit by bit into something insane. What happened while I was taking that nap? During that time, had this island been cut off, trapped in a different world where common sense doesn't apply? Who is this person called Beatrice? Is she some unknown person trying to involve themselves with the inheritance problem, like our parents were freaking out about at dinner last night? Or is the culprit the witch from the Legend of the Gold, like Maria says? Even if Jessica hadn't let her short temper get the better of her, in this situation the visitor was probably the most suspicious. But we mustn't jump to conclusions like that. Just like that. That's no good. No good. No goddamn good at all. I smacked my face with both hands again, cooling off my brain before it overheated, even though it might have been a waste of effort. This is one of Grandfather's envelopes. On a tray piled up with sweets that decorated the table, George found a Western envelope which had the Ushirimiya family crest done on it in gold leaf. And it was unopened. So doesn't that mean it was sent to us? If it was something Dad and the rest read, it should be open. Seems your reasoning is correct. Look what's written here. It says, to those who remain. Is that a letter the culprit left? What's inside? Aniki, let's open it. After nodding silently, George opened it. A folded letter came out. I'll read it. Welcome to Rokenjima, ladies and gentlemen of the Ushiramiya family. I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family, under the employ of Kinzo. The letter really was a joke. This Beatrice, who called herself the family alchemist, had announced that she was collecting the gold she had lent grandfather along with the interest. And that interest was everything that grandfather had created. Since this tragedy was right before our eyes as this paragraph was read aloud, it clearly wasn't referring just to the wealth that grandfather had built up. It was literal. Everything that grandfather had given birth to. In other words, all of grandfather's descendants were included in the interest. Batshit insanity. What a screwed up contract. So lives are the interest for gold, are they? That's like a deal with the devil. Is that how you pretend to be a witch? Ha! Real goddamn funny. Special clause. If someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. Kinzo has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. So it's something like this. The motive for these murders was collection of the interest. The condition for stopping them is to find the hidden gold she gave to grandfather, is what it's saying. The real question is, like, why would that be the condition to stop? Does, like, the gold give her power? Does she actually want the gold herself? And it also says that the secret to this is hidden in the epitaph from the portrait. This is a letter of challenge from the witch. Break the ciphertext describing the location of the hidden gold if you can, and it's saying that if we can't, the collection of the interest will continue as planned. I'll beat you to death, no problem. But Battler, look here. The table had been full of sweets, so even though they had been right in the open, we had assumed they were just sweets. I mean, come on, you find stuff like this a lot, right? Golden bar. You know, boxes of chocolates shaped like golden ingots. These are not boxes of candy. They're the real thing. These are real goddamn gold bars, inscribed with the crest of the one-winged eagle. I've heard Mother talking about this before. It's a gold bar from the legend of Grandfather's Gold. One second. Once again, I'm being messaged. Uno momento. Okay, sorry. Gold ingots, 3 of them weighing a full 10 kilograms each, were piled up in the very center of the place. This is one thing as well. If gold bars are listed, or are shown, this time, for some reason, 3 are presented. They are 10 kilograms each, as stated by Battler. Of note earlier, Jessica, when talking about how many bars 10 tons would equal, gave the 10 kilogram figure as a measurement. May not be important, but it's interesting that she guessed the denomination that the gold would be stored in. Also, if we think about this, this means that what? There's 1,000 bars. If it's 10 tons, 1 ton is 1,000 kilograms. So you need 100 bars to make 1,000 kilograms. And then you need 10 times, yeah, so there's 1,000 gold ingots. There are 1,000 gold ingots, if the 10-ton figure is to be trusted. I will continue more on the other stuff that I wanted to say later, but you know, I just have to wait till we get through this. It was where the cake would be placed if it was a birthday party. In other words, this was without a doubt the birthday cake of the party known as the family conference. If these are really 4 9 purity ingots, then they're worth about 60 million yen. You stupid bitch. That's way too cheap. 6 of our parents have been killed, and the gold you throw our way is a measly 60 million yen. Don't take us for fools, damn it. So it has begun, Beatrice. It's not like anyone can solve this riddle anyway, so Beato, you will definitely win. Hurry up and open the door to the Golden Land, and take me away. I'm getting sick of Maria, bro. I'll be very fucking honest with you. Okay. How much time are we gonna advance here? 6:43 is a very particular... I'm gonna lower the audio of the game so I can write my notes that I wanted to write. So, one thing here, let me hide this. I do want to see... Corpse found inside the chapel. Direct cause of death is unknown. It seems his stomach was cut open and his intestines were pulled out after his death. Additionally, sweets and candies were packed. Welcome, Maria. Happy Halloween. See, didn't I tell you? Bellies are full of candy. Everyone has a belly that's filled with sweet dreams. A belly could never be full of disgusting things. That's why we want to be simple and sweet like candy. So this dreamland is for you. Happy Halloween. See, it's weird. This reads like a letter. Welcome, Maria. Happy Halloween. See, didn't I tell you? Bellies are full of candy. Everyone has a belly that's filled with sweet dreams. A belly could never be full of disgusting things. That's why we want to be simple and sweet like candy. So this dreamland is for you. Happy Halloween. I want to go back and see if we can piece together... Because this reads... Message from the 6 who died in order. I'm actually going to hide this because I'm using my side monitor to see the message. Okay. 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 Oops. Okay, so the one thing that I wanted to note is that one second, my girlfriend is messaging me weird things like, what happened in December of 2023 in Canada? And I don't really get it. Seems like it's kind of just a date. Let's see. So now the one thing that I want to do, which we're going to do very quickly, is... How do I save again? Okay, fuck you. Save. Save here. We're gonna go to the main menu. So I actually want to check something. We're not stopping at all, but I want to see. I'm starting to wonder if maybe in this, if they will tell a story through the, like, things down here, and if that will be something to solve the mystery. And the only reason why I say that is the fact that when I was reading those messages just now and their deaths, the fact that it read as though it was like a sentence, which you can see here. The "Welcome Maria, happy Halloween. See, didn't I tell you, bellies are full of candy. Everyone has a belly that's filled with sweet dreams. A belly could never be full of disgusting things. That's why we want to be simple and sweet like candy, so this dreamland is for you, happy Halloween." Like, that reads too much like an actual written letter. So now we need to think, who are the people that died in the first set? Kraus died. Rosa died. Shannon died. Goda died. Kiri and Rudolph died, right? These were the first... This is too many, isn't it? No, this is correct. So these were the first 6 that died. Which was... See, this is weird because now these don't really read like they're saying anything at all. So it's interesting the ones in the second one do. Oops, I'm not showing my notes. Oops. That seems like it might be of some importance. Chosen by the roulette. I'll be seeing her again, so I'm not lonely. Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Land. How unfortunate. It's also weird because it reads almost from like a different character's perspective. Like, these sound like they read from Maria's perspective. Okay. Let's see now, though. So then in the next set of people that died, I'm trying to remember the order of which it went. We know Kinzo ended up dying. Ava and Hideyoshi, I think, were the next ones to die. Yeah, see, this one doesn't seem... They don't seem to read as much like an actual direct message this time around. Yeah, see, this is weird because they don't seem to say anything now. Do they say anything if you... The fool who spoiled the world where everyone could have been happy. Beatrice is very angry, but for some reason she looks like she's having a lot of fun, almost as if he's the first fun new toy she's had in 1,000 years. If only this idiot could just hurry up and see you like the rest. Even though she was given a precious invitation to the Golden Land, a single idiot refused to believe in the witch, and all the magic went away. Afterwards, she was chewed to bits by demons and went to hell. Even though he was finally reunited with everyone and all were getting along so well in the Golden Land, all the magic was spoiled thanks to a stubborn idiot. Afterwards, he went on... Interesting. Okay. Well, nothing of note really in that, so it was sort of a waste of time. But... I'm trying to think. So in the last... I'm just trying to think. I don't really know if there's like a consistent thing. In the first set of people that died the last time around, you can't really have an overlap because I was gonna say like how many of the siblings died, but like it was Rudolph that died and Kraus that died and Rosa that died. The only consistent thing I think is that I'm gonna leave it there for now because I don't really think there's a whole lot else that we can, like, figure out. Milady, please calm yourself. We still don't know who the culprit is, and Beatrice is an important honored guest to the Master. So what? If we grab her by the collar, she'll definitely confess. If we can look her in the eye, we'll know. I'll see through her. A witch? Beatrice? I'll expose her for who she really is, or for who she is. Jessica never stopped moving. Goda and Kanon chased after her, doing their best to convince her, but Jessica never lent them an ear. Eventually, the witch's VIP room came into view. The VIP room was always sealed and never used. No matter what kind of guest came, Kinzo wouldn't let them use this room, or in this room. And yet the servants were always made to clean this room, so that it could be used at any time. So the servants had started calling the room the witch's VIP room after their other shapeless master. Jessica also knew this, and she couldn't stand that woman's arrogance in calling herself a witch by staying in that room. The Golden Witch was just a fairy tale. Come on, a witch? To Jessica, she was nothing more or less than the murderer who had brutally killed her parents. Question her, make her give painful excuses, make her spit at the ground painfully, make her breathe painfully. No matter how hard she pretends to be a witch, I'll teach her that she's just a stinking, sweaty human. Jessica hit the door to the VIP room while yelling with all of her strength. It definitely wasn't a knock. That sound was the beating of her anger's hammer, whose message was clear. If the woman didn't answer, or didn't open the door, she'd break it down. Open it, Beatrice. Come out. You hear me, right? Open up. There was no answer. Jessica twisted the doorknob without any reservation, but she felt the resistance of the lock. Jessica turned to the two servants and spat out at them demandingly. The master key opens this, right? Open it. Milady, that would be horribly rude. Although Goto was flustered, he tried to somehow calm Jessica's anger. After hanging his head silently for a while, Kanon pulled a master key from his jacket pocket. Kanon? Is that alright? I'm aware that this will be rude if she is there. And in any case, if Beatrice has nothing to do with this, she just has to explain herself. Oops, I didn't mean to skip that. Explain herself so that we can believe her. God, my blanket is all over the place, man. That's right, exactly. Give it here. Jessica snatched the master key from Kanon's hand and violently shoved it into the keyhole. Immediately, there was a light sound and she felt it unlock, and without excusing herself, she flung open the door. Beatrice, where are you? Show yourself. Jessica rudely barged into the room. The witch wasn't anywhere to be seen. Bitch. She's not here. Where the hell did she go? That damn bitch, oh my god. She doesn't appear to be here, does she? Jessica, thinking that she might be hiding somewhere inside the room, peeked behind the curtains and under the bed, but she couldn't find anyone. However, there definitely were signs that the bed had been used, and although it's an odd way to say it, the atmosphere in the room had grown a little softer. It wasn't the hard atmosphere of a place normally devoid of people, like the chapel. You could definitely tell that someone had spent the night in this room, but she could not be seen. In reality, neither Jessica nor Goda had met Beatrice yet. They had only been told by those who had met her that she was the spitting image of the person on the portrait, so they were doubtful about what her face really looked like. However, Kanon alone had met her, and he understood what kind of being the witch was, and what kind of character she had. So he knew that if they were to force their way in here searching for her, she wouldn't let things go as they planned. She must be watching us bitterly flail about in vain from somewhere, sneering at us. She's that kind of person. Because he was looking at things that way, Kanon was the first to find it. The other two were concentrating on finding the shape of a person, so they hadn't noticed it. What, a butterfly? Near a water jug on the side table, there was a single sheet of writing paper. It was accompanied by a short message and a fountain pen which had probably been used to write it. Kanon understood the witch. The witch would definitely ridicule them as they found the 6 corpses, forced their way in here in a rage, and were unable to find her. Ridicule had no meaning unless it was communicated. So in other words, this was definitely that. Milady, there's something written here. Written what? Jessica quickly dashed over and violently stole the piece of paper. She probably wasn't trying to be violent. She just couldn't control her strength now. What? She's mocking me? As soon as she read the message, Jessica went into a wild rage, crumpled the paper up and threw it. So you threw it through the window? Then she grabbed a table lamp that was by the side of the bed and violently swung it around, mercilessly hitting the walls and furniture with it. Does it include the servants there when you say furniture? A light bulb shattered at once and scattered its shards across the room. Milady, please calm yourself. You'll hurt yourself. Let go. Damn it, damn it. Show yourself, Beatrice. How could you do that to Mom and Dad? Are you that damn scared of me? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Come out so I can beat you to death. I told you to let go of me, damn it. This was written on the paper. Did you think I'd waste my time waiting comfortably in this place for you to barge in here? You're too wild to be suitable for this intellectual night. What kind of phases must your parents have had after raising you to be such a hapless fool? Yeah, I saw them. They had perfectly stupid faces just like you. Now they are in Candyland with their bellies all full. It sounded like something that the witch would write. It meant that she had predicted that one of the children who had lost their parents would come running in here. If she was hiding somewhere in this room, she would surely be rolling around with laughter. The witch was that kind of person. She sneered at people's misfortune, using it to stave off the boredom of 1,000 years. Hand it over. I am telling you that you will hurt yourself. I said let go, damn it, damn it. Goda grabbed the table lamp Jessica had been swinging around and took it from her, because if she kept swinging it around, she might hit something and get injured. To Goda's eyes, Jessica probably looked mad with rage, burning with the flames of anger. But Kanon's eyes saw it differently. Those were probably tears of sadness hidden by rage. Therefore, when at the moment the table lamp was taken from her, Jessica dropped to the floor as if groveling and started crying and scratching at the carpet. Goda was surprised, but Kanon was not. Her way of crying by brandishing her anger had been stolen from her, so this was inevitable. Mom, Dad. Considering that she was a daughter of the Ushirimiya main family, she was in a very shabby state. She scratched at the carpet with her fingernails, and even her feet writhed and scratched at it. Jessica cried very, very hard, because if she didn't, her rage would start building up again and swallow her up. But over and over again, she remembered that letter's humiliating message. What kind of faces must your parents have had after raising you to be such a hapless fool? They aren't stupid. Both Mom and Dad were smart. They weren't like me. Oh, they were really smart. Oh. Let's see. One second, my girlfriend's texting me again. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Okay, let's see these hockey games. 3-1 in the third in that game. 1-1 in the third in the other. Interesting. They weren't like me. They were really smart. They aren't stupid. Take it back. Take it back. Yeah, I saw them. They had perfectly stupid faces just like you. Now they're in Candyland with their bellies all full. Damn it. I'll kill her. I'll kill her. I'll slice her stomach and make her meet the same end. As Jessica cried and screamed, she triggered an asthma attack. Servants watching over her ran up to her hurriedly and rubbed her back, but that only provoked Jessica's wrath. The hell? If you have the time to do that, search for that bitch. Find her and bring her to me. If you won't go, then I will, and I'll kill her with my own hands. I'll slice her stomach. Don't touch me. Fuck her. Fuck her. Jessica got up unsteadily. As her asthma continued, she went out into the hallway. Milady, your medicine, quickly. I will call Dr. Nanjo. Goda, would you leave this to me? Kanon had noticed. Goda, who is much older, probably couldn't feel the tears in Jessica's heart. Yeah, I guess when you get older, you just kind of forget, like, what it's like being sad, you know? Apparently. Kanon, who had noticed that himself, had to support her. I guess that means I only have, like, 2 days left of being able to understand what sadness is. Kanon, is that alright? I believe that Milady needs some time to cry for now, after seeing her parents when they were killed like that. You're right. Goda also understood, and he also knew of the modest relationship that Jessica and Kanon shared. So he understood everything and left it to Kanon. I understand. I will go back to Rosa. Please, take care of Milady. Yes. Leave it to me. Kanon's voice was frail, but he nodded forcefully. After looking at his eyes, Goda also nodded forcefully. Goda was a veteran with many years behind him. He had seen a great number of people in his life, so he knew of the vigorous sparkle that could be found in the eyes of those who had self-control. He had seen that clearly in Kanon's eyes. Therefore, he would leave this to Kanon. Thinking about it, this may have been the first moment that Goda had trusted Kanon and relied on him for a job. It seemed Jessica was heading towards her room, leaning against the wall as she suffered from her asthma. Kanon followed after her wordlessly. If she had asked for a hand, he would have jumped over and supported her, but as long as Jessica didn't ask for that, he hid himself, watching over her from a distance where he could come to her rescue at any time. Kanon remained in that spot where 10 billion people would hope for someone else to be where their hearts felt like they would explode from sadness. I'm sorry, I don't know if I read that. That sounded like mumbo-jumbo gibberish. As Kanon remained in that spot where 10 billion people would hope for someone else to be when their heart felt like they would explode from sadness, he silently watched Jessica's back. I see what the line was saying. That's just like a very wordy way to say that with no break. He's in the spot where people who are sad wish that somebody else would be. Then finally, she was crouching in front of the door to her own room. The asthma attack had stolen all of her strength, and her thoughts had gotten hazy from the lack of oxygen so that she could no longer stand up. But right now Jessica wasn't thinking that she wanted someone to lend a hand, because she still hadn't been able to overcome the flames of anger. Because even if someone had offered her a hand with good intentions, right now Jessica would start wanting to grab it and lacerate it. And she understood how unreasonable that would be. Until she could overcome the flames of her anger, she definitely wouldn't ask for help. Probably Jessica no longer even had the willpower to call for help, but Kanon heard it. He definitely heard it. Kanon definitely heard the voiceless call for help, which is shared by those from across the world who are grieving, and which, though they scream and scream, cannot be heard by anyone. Kanon softly knelt by Jessica's side and wordlessly offered her a shoulder. Even as Jessica kept coughing painfully, she accepted it, unlocked her room and entered. This way. I'll prepare your medicine right away. Jessica had often said that when she let her asthma run its course, it hurt so badly that it felt like she would vomit her whole stomach. Her face was pale and her gaze wavered, and yet the coughing continued. Even so, her sadness was probably even stronger. After having her sit on the bed, Kanon took an inhaler from a cute basket on a side table by the bed and handed it to her. Jessica sometimes forgot to walk around with her medicine. When it seemed that this was the case, Kanon would take notice and secretly carry around the inhaler from the first aid kit in the servant room, but he hadn't done so today. He scolded himself, as though wondering how, after failing to bring it with him on a day like this, he could call himself furniture. Then he remembered the day when he had spoken that word, and somehow betrayed Jessica's feelings, which jarred Kanon's heart. But compared to Jessica's current sadness, he thought of that as a far more shameless emotion, and he suppressed it to the depths of his heart. When she inhaled her medicine, Jessica's wild breathing calmed down bit by bit, and she was finally able to regain her composure. But the strength and willpower she had lost wouldn't allow her to rise up from the bed. Are you alright, milady? I'm alright. I'm all messed up over Mom and Dad. But after I cry a little longer, I'll be alright. Ken regretted misspeaking. He had said, "Are you alright?" to her. Was he really unable to notice the pain in her heart? This was why he was ultimately mere furniture. This was why he couldn't become human. I will be in the corridor. If you need anything, please call me immediately. Ken understood that she still needed some time to cry alone. He told her to call him at any time, bowed, and made to leave the room. Is there something? Jessica had spoken as though she wanted him to stop, so Kanon had stopped. If she asks it, I'll do anything to help her. If it could heal the pain in her heart right now, I would even become a cane or a chair. If by doing that I can repair the pain in her heart I gave her that day. For a while, Jessica stared into Kanon's eyes, as though despite stopping him, she had nothing to say. For a while, neither spoke. Jessica broke that silence with a small voice. Sorry, it's nothing. Could you tell Auntie Rosa that I want to be alone for a while? I won't let you be alone. Huh? I won't let you be alone. So I will be in the corridor. At any time, call me. For just an instant, it looked like some kind of hope flew into Jessica's eyes, but it was very faint and disappeared like the first snow does on the surface of a river. Thanks. For just a while, let me cry alone. Yes. Excuse me. Kanon bowed once again and closed the door. Oh, excuse me. Fucking yawning like crazy. He thought he had something, or he had said something to give her some courage. For some reason, it felt like that had actually hurt her. Why? He didn't know. Surely that was because he was furniture. So even now, he couldn't grasp human sadness. Kanon repeatedly questioned himself. He walked down the corridor. He felt like the window at the end was coolly calling to him. In the end, am I nothing more than furniture after all? It was still pouring outside, a dark, gray world. Even on days like this, Shannon would surely look at the ocean and know it was blue. But to my eyes, even if it cleared up, I would only see gray. As long as I cannot tell blueness of the ocean, I am nothing but furniture imitating a person. You really don't understand a woman's heart. At times like that, you should silently remain by her side. Ha 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 ha. That's why you are furniture. You... There shouldn't have been a trace of anyone in this corridor. It had been empty and cold. But those scoffing words approached Kanon from behind. When he turned around, he saw the witch. The witch who hadn't shown herself when Jessica had searched for her with a rage bordering on madness, who had left that sneering letter to toy with her. There are 3 ways to hurt a woman. Let me teach them, just for you. One is to hurt them with a knife. Another is to hurt them in their heart. And the last one is the most difficult and the most effective way of hurting them. And yet it can hurt them without you even realizing it. Do you know what it is? How could I know? I don't even want to know. It is to betray their hopes. No. No living being is more of a dreamer than a woman. They dream by themselves and hurt by themselves. A distant man like you hurts women the most. You couldn't understand. You don't have a clue how much you have injured Jessica. Because you're furniture. I have no intention of going along with your nonsense. Did you appear only to sneer at me? Don't be so full of yourself, furniture. You aren't worth sneering at. Still, even though you may not be worth it alone, if the 2 of you are gathered, that's more than enough. I never get tired of the pleasure that comes from laughing at the fate of a young couple. What did you say? You aren't thinking... Not milady. Oh my cauterize. I need two who are close as sacrifices for the second twilight. Two of you truly are convenient. Wait, don't misunderstand. Milady and I don't have that kind of relationship. We can't become the sacrifices for the second twilight. I mean, she never really outlined... This is what I don't understand. She never really outlined what it meant by, like... How do I word this? She never outlined what she meant by, like, the two who are close, because that is such a fucking broad interpretation. That's why you hurt Jessica. That's why you cannot become human. Very well. Then if you won't admit that you have feelings for Jessica, I can accept that. But I'll kill Jessica. Why? You idiot. Isn't it obvious? It'll be fun to kill her and see the pained look on your face. Why else? Following the rules of the ritual, I will arbitrarily select 13 people as sacrifices. However, there's no rule saying I can't kill anymore. If I think it's fun, I can kill any number of people. So I will kill. Make me laugh as hard as I can. Alright, furniture cannon. Or. What is this fucking music? I'm gonna get a drink, because I'm out, and I've been holding out, but we're probably only at like the midpoint of the chapter. 1 second, I will burp. Let me put up the thing on the screen. Oh, I'm back. Oh, I didn't pick up my voice there for a second. I gotta reposition my blanket here. This blanket, like, I don't know how to describe it, man. It just never fucking lays properly. Oh. I just have to sit down with my blanket in tow. Perfect. Okay, now I slide forward. Because the problem is, like, I don't know. I just never get it in a good spot. Like, it doesn't cover my legs, man. Because it's... Okay. blanket makers who are definitely all watching this right now, okay? Stop fucking making blankets that are squares. I hate this shit. Unless the square is fucking massive, okay? Because right now, I have this problem where no matter which way I lay it, it's like it doesn't work. I want it to cover my legs and cover my body at the same time. Make it fucking rectangular and make it really long in one direction, you fucks. I hate this. Because I can't get this goddamn blanket the way that I want it. It's fucking freezing down here. And if I pull it too high, then it doesn't, like, cover my leg. It's just, like, the worst, man. Fuck you guys. Fuck you. Ugh. Let me open this now. And then let me cover this. Let me check the hockey scores real quick. Oh, my eyes. Oh my god, the Oilers are falling apart. They gave up. I checked it like 5 minutes ago and it was, oh, gee, I'm fucking dropping my phone. I checked it like 5 minutes ago and the Oilers were, it was 3-2 and now it's fucking 5-2, man. These guys are garbage. And I picked them to beat the Kings? What the fuck's going on, man? Said like the fucking two people that ever overlap in caring about like professional hockey and watching a random nobody's Umineko playthrough. What the fuck is this? My girlfriend's going to bed. 1 second. See, I'm gonna say goodnight to my love and we're gonna continue with no interruptions. Okay, no more interruptions. Now we continue. Drink refilled, aka I just got a fucking drink. Beatrice just said, hey bro, I can kill people, more than what's required for the sacrifice. I'm so gracious, I only kill the amount of people that is outlined in the thing, and it's like, okay, definitely girl. At that time, Kanon definitely heard Jessica scream. The instant he blinked and looked down the corridor, the witch, who had been there making a perfect ordinary face until a second ago, had disappeared. Right now it was just him standing alone in the corridor, and the person he wanted to protect was asking for help and was right over there. It was obvious what he should do. It wasn't logical, it was an electric reaction. Without a trace of hesitation or idle thoughts, the person he wanted to protect was there asking for help. So in the moment, he genuinely felt like that he wanted to be the person who was there with her. Some of this has to be like translation shit where it just comes off like a little bit awkward. Like it makes sense, but it's just like a little awkward, you know? When he flew into Jessica's room, his eyes latched onto a bizarre scene. The room was a fantastical world where a blizzard of golden powder danced, almost as though gold leaf had been scattered inside a snow globe. They say this a lot. No, that's not it. I've seen this spectacle before. This isn't gold leaf. It's countless gold butterflies. Beatrice's minions, or like what makes up her. So she's like a vampire, but like a witch, so she's, instead of being made of bats, she's made of golden butterflies. I'm getting so fucking mad at this blanket right now, man. Holy fuck. It's stuck under my chair now. It isn't covering my toes. I'm getting so fucking mad. I'm getting so angry right now. This is blanket gate. I'm so fucking pissed! Holy fuck! Sorry, I'm getting so mad. Sorry to yell. Holy fuck! This blanket is the shittiest fucking thing of all time. I need to buy a new fucking blanket. I'm so sick of this. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. How is this even possible, man? Like this, there, please. Holy fuck. Why is it not? Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind, man. Just fucking move over my feet. Thank you. Holy shit. Why is it so difficult, man? And why is it so fucking cold down here all the time, man? It's 15°C out at night. At fucking night. And I'm freezing because the blanket won't cover my feet. I'm getting tilted. Like, actually mad. Okay, sorry. Finding my zen. Finding my zen, I'm gonna pretend that I'm the background singer in the Metaphor battle track. Oh, okay, we're back. It's countless gold butterflies, Beatrice's minions. Jessica was surrounded by countless butterflies and was waving her hands around, trying frantically to bat them away. Milady. Kanon. Help. And she starts coughing again. Kanon rushed towards Jessica and violently brushed the group of butterflies away. The butterflies, beautiful yet filthy, surrounded Jessica's face, trying to crawl in through her mouth and ew. Jessica gagged violently. Almost as the butterflies were triggering her asthma attack, sneering at her. Do you think they're gonna do like an Ant-Man and like go inside of her and make her explode? When they reform into Beatrice? Indeed, when Kanon ran towards Jessica as she choked, the butterflies stopped attacking her, and this time they began to elegantly dance a rondo around the two. The fuck is a rondo? I mean, it sounds like it's a type of a dance, but like... that doesn't... One second. We're gonna Google what a rondo is. I'm assuming it's a dance. A rondo, or rondeau, depending on if you have the French spelling, is a musical form that contains a principal theme which alternates with one or more contrasting themes. Some possible patterns include ABACA, ABACAB, otherwise known as abacab and abaca, and ABACBA abacaba, or abacaba. Wow, thank you. That's very, So, rondo in music, an instrumental form characterized by the initial statement and subsequent restatement of a particular melody or section. Okay, I was thinking more Rajon Rondo, you know? Basketball player. Kanon. It's alright. While there's still life in my eyes, I won't let anyone lay a finger on you. Show yourself, Beatrice. Are you satisfied now? As he guarded Jessica in pain using her inhaler, Kanon yelled into the empty air. When he did, the empty air definitely laughed back, satisfied. Oh damn, she's just pulling up. There's something very in like the uncanny valley with like this face, where it's definitely a little bit demonic and creepy looking, but also something a little bit endearing about it. Then she showed herself. It wasn't in response to Kanon's demand, it was obviously because appearing and sneering humiliated them even more, and was more fun. Ah ha ha ha. Now everything follows the plot. Now you are carp on the chopping board. No, since the two of you are together, should I call it duck with green onions? This is obviously like a reference that I don't understand. You. Beatrice. Please, stand back. I'll protect you, milady. Milady, get behind my shield. The essential of the witch appears when the princess and the knight are together. Come now, won't you show me how much power Kinzo's furniture holds? She snapped her fingers and there was a piercing sound. When she did, a blizzard of gold butterflies started up and they began to form a small mountain as they whirled around in a circle. Just like how a cold, wintry wind swirls and creates a mountain of leaves. Whoa. What the fuck? That's like, looks like a very burly man behind this. From that mound of gold a hand sprouted, and it appeared, as though a resident of the world below was crawling out. What is this? What's going on? Jessica couldn't comprehend what she was seeing right now, and her mouth kept flapping open and closed. It looks like whatever it is has a beard. It was a literal attempt to take in and digest knowledge, to understand the incomprehensible. Whoa! Yo, it's Baphomet. Yo, what's up, my boy? Yo, he's kinda... Brother, can you drop the gym routine? Like, he's got traps for days, man. This guy's traps longer than his fucking neck. He's looking on that, what's that guy? Why am I... He's got that Yoel Romero build, man. Holy fuck. It appeared to be wearing a uniform following the patterns of those who served, but its face was different. It was strange looking. It was covered with pitch black hair, it breathed rotten breath, and its eyes were filled with the same strange subterranean glow as lava. And the symbol of those who are not human, a pair of horns. It was the figure of a goat-faced attendant who served the witch. Jessica could no longer decide what to say. All this happening in front of her couldn't be explained with this world's common sense, and since she couldn't do anything except open and close her mouth. Jessica hadn't noticed that this island had already been cut off from the rules of this world, but even so she could understand that this goat attendant was the witch's familiar, and it was after her life. And it seemed that the witch had already ordered that, and she faced Kanon with an expectant gaze. She faced him with a provocative gaze, filled with expectation, as though asking how he planned to protect his maiden. Is he maidenless? The attendant had looked especially like a beast when it had been crawling up, but in its composure, you could see that it had much more than enough dignity to be worthy of serving the Golden Witch. And you could tell that it was overflowing with the joy of furniture wanting to meet its master's expectation. Why don't you show me the power of Kinzo's furniture? Don't get it wrong again, understood? So this is interesting. Beatrice summons a goat man who is dressed in the same uniform as the servants, and who she also refers to as furniture. Makes me wonder if furniture are legit, not human, and are summoned from another world. Don't forget that you're furniture. If you continue acting like a human even now, this won't be settled by your death. Oh wait, no, she's talking to him, never mind. The goat attendant made a gesture that seemed to be a silent bow. Was that in response to its master, or was it offered to the opposing Kanon? Then, on the attendant's hand, a blade of wicked malice appeared. Whoa, he's got an energy sword. Warp, 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 warp. What is that? Jessica had been unable to understand what was happening in front of her for a while now. All she understood was that this thing was gleaming for the purpose of threatening her own life, and right now that was enough. Kanon spoke quietly to Jessica, who was hiding behind his back. "Milady, please stay back against the wall. Never let your back leave the wall." What? The maiden should obediently hide behind the great knight's back. Relish the full pleasure of having a man protect your own life. Come. Kanon, show me your blade. I'm gonna get a cutscene? Wow. He's gonna pull out his energy sword? Oh my god. Beautiful. At least when it comes to giving birth to furniture, Kinzo might reach up to my feet. Something like this can't even be used to trim roses. Kanon, what is... I didn't want to show you. So you had the courage to draw your blade. How does it feel to expose the fact that you are a subhuman being in front of the girl you have feelings for? Shut up. So you feign composure even though you're really burning with wrath? I see. They say that truly hot flames burn a cool blue. Is that how you are now? There's no way I can kill you with my powers. You are the moon. There's no way I can smash the moon by throwing a rock. However, in order to manifest yourself, you had to reflect your image on the surface of the water. If you throw a rock at the surface of the water, you might be able to disturb the moon for some time, but that doesn't mean the moon has been smashed. So, until this life of mine is over, I'll keep on striking your reflection. I like it, Kanon. Begin, furniture. Okay, so this is weird. This is another total departure of where I thought this was going. Okay, we got a little 1v1. Oh shit, okay. One sec, I wanna... Okay. A beautiful trail. The witch's words of admiration broke the silence, and for just an instant broke Jessica's paralysis. Am I dreaming? Come, furniture of the witch. I'll beat you down to the hell you came from. The Goat Butler. Nice name. Apologies if you have epilepsy. Ooh. A strand of red remained on Kanon's cheek. The witch saw this and grinned broadly. You may mutter excuses about not being on your game if you wish. Kanon, stay strong. It's alright. I won't die yet. This is again not the twist that I thought was going to be happening, but now that sounded like a not good. Oh! Trail drawn by the goat attendant's blade drew a large arc in empty space. Kanon wasn't there. He was behind you. Aw. Omae wa mou shinderu. Nani? Back whither you came, and await your master. Die. Literally nothing personnel, kid. If this battle of drawing sparkling trails was chess, then Kanon coming from behind was check. and press and press and press and press and mate in 7. It's a pretty weird endgame. But the goat attendant not even been given the right to go into death throes. As its knees buckled and it fell over, it crumbled softly into a bunch of gold butterflies. Bro killed a goat, man, what the fuck? So there was no sound of it hitting the ground. Even those who couldn't understand this battle could definitely at least realize that Kanon had been magnificent. So he couldn't win against one handmaid. Seems that you aren't so pathetic. You're next, Beatrice. Kanon's blade sliced diagonally through the witch's form like a hot knife through butter, and in that instant she burst into gold and scattered. She scattered into several thousand gold butterflies, and for just an instant, the room was filled with the color of twilight. It was just as Kanon himself had said. Attempting to slice Beatrice was just the same as slicing the surface of water where the moon was reflected. The witch's form was there, with an ordinary expression on her face, though she had been there the whole time, behind Kanon. It was quite an interesting show. In deference to that, I was gonna let you get away, but now your rudeness has caused me to change my mind. Don't lie. I won't let you kill Milady. Even if that's impossible, I won't let you kill her before me. You can't even do that much. Speak not, furniture. Be silent, furniture. Know your place, furniture. Kanon isn't furniture. Oh? Then why do you say that? I don't need a reason. Kanon is Kanon. No, his real name is different, but a name doesn't make him furniture. Kanon has his own way of living. That's a very noble thing, and it's up to him to decide. Saying he can't have an opinion because he's furniture, or can't have his own life because he's furniture, that's all crap. Milady, you mustn't provoke her. No, I'm gonna say this clearly. Kanon isn't furniture. He's human. Why? Kanon rushed to save me of his own will, and he stood in the path of you, a fearsome witch. Even though he had many chances to just abandon me, he didn't. Self-sacrifice is part of the noble spirit that only humans have, so Kanon is human. So take it back. Don't ever call Kanon furniture again. Lady. She's gonna start fucking cackling, bro. Don't speak, human. Let us end this quickly after all. This is only the second twilight. Now I will sacrifice the two who are close, who accept each other's dignity. Come arise. Forgive the sin, one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, lust. The witch summoned her own furniture with a mixture of laughter and anger on her face. Whoa. Asmodeus the Lustful. Right here. What the fuck? I am so confused. Okay. I've had enough of this farce. Quickly, execute the second twilight. Do not permit me to blink thrice, as you command. Another weirdo's shown up. It took Kanon less than an instant to understand. That goat face from a second ago had been nothing more than a pawn to the witch. However, there was a marked difference in the value of this piece of the furniture that had been newly summoned. How lucky am I to be granted such gorgeous prey? You scared? How cute. Come, furniture of the witch. I won't be killed by you. You're acting pretty smart for a slowpoke who can't even follow my moves. Here I come. Hey, where do you want it? Where do you want me to pierce you? Answer me, cutie boy. Wherever you want it, I'll run you through hard. Don't call me cute. Here I come, slowpoke. Come on, try to follow me, you blind idiot. Yeah, I think they got his ass, probably. Yeah. Milady? I couldn't follow it with my eyes, but my guess was spot on. Serves you right. Kanon's back had been the target, but Jessica had predicted it. She had predicted that the sneering witch's target would be the complete opposite of fair and honest, his back. But she had no way to block it. She had no aspirations to martyrdom. She simply thought that there was no way other than this to protect Kanon's back. So she could do nothing but block it with her own back. The furniture of the witch, which had changed its form into a demon stake, was stuck deep into Jessica's back. It was an obviously fatal wound that reached as far as her lungs. When she saw this, the witch let out a loud, evil laugh, because it had hit where the witch had predicted. Everything was as the witch had predicted. What's wrong, Kanon? I thought my Lady Jessica wasn't going to be killed before you. Yes, that's it. That face, that look on your face is what I wanted to see. This has been fun. More than enough of it. Enough now. Die. Make me laugh. Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Wrath. Satan the Wrathful, okay. She later summoned Satan the Wrathful. Of note, all of these stakes that Beatrice is summoning, alright, this is in the notes, I should show this, are furniture, apparently? They are all in the form of women/girls. I don't know how old you would say they are, but... Right here. The prey is yours. Eat him right now and close the curtain on his stage. If you were a human, I'd say it's time for you to step down, but since you're furniture, maybe I should say it's time for the stage manager to carry you behind the stage. I am not furniture anymore. I won't doubt that again. Oh, you're gonna be killed by me again? Your chest, it's so warm and it feels so good to stick myself in there, you know? Okay, that's a very interesting thing, but we did get a confirmation there that I was correct. Bing, bing, bong. That... Stake of Wrath, Satan, confirms that she was the one to kill Kanon in the last loop. So, if we look... Yeah, I had Wrath as Kanon, Pride as Genji, Lust as Kinzo, although this one... hard to know. What I would want to check now is that Kinzo was stabbed in his forehead. These two were both stabbed in their forehead. I don't know if they necessarily always hit the same spot. They might not. Okay, sorry. Come on, let me have another taste. Make me feel real good with that hot, hot fresh blood in that warm chest of yours. Here comes the bing, 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 bing. Ow, my tummy, or my chest. There was no way to block it. The sound of a woodpecker filled the entire room, and before he could blink, it was already right in the center of his chest. When you take a piece in the chest, it's impossible by the rules for your opponent's piece to defend it. In chest, sorry, I said in the chest, I was like, huh? But this was an obvious result, and one even specified by the rules. Okay, this is interesting then. Sorry, I'm having a stroke about how guard spell. Sometimes when you just type words, you look at them and you're like, man, is that really how that word spell? And I just did that with guard. Okay, so the Oilers fucking lost. They got puked on. It was not close. At all. Like, at all. Holy fuck, they got shit on. Wow. Sorry, I have a bunch of friends that are Oilers fans, so I apologize for this break, but, Okay, sorry. But so... Kanon landed on his knees and he apologized, not to the witch, and not to Milady. He apologized to Jessica. Sorry, I couldn't protect you. Don't worry about it. You were really cool. Kanon finally fell over. He landed next to Jessica, and the two lay there like Gemini. You know, Kanon, you aren't furniture anymore. Yes, I was too late in realizing that. I wanted to ask you what your real name was. Yeah, I wanted to know this too because you didn't say it. My real name is... In his last moments, Kanon wanted to tell her his real name, but Jessica had already fallen into a sleep from which she would never wake. So Kanon's real name, which he had protected until today, in the end he couldn't tell it to Jessica. I became... Those were the last words Kanon left behind. Wow. Don't make me laugh, furniture. Even after 100 years, furniture is furniture. Have you ever heard of an idiot who will dig a grave for furniture when they throw it away? You smash furniture to pieces and make firewood, so that's all that's left is ashes. That's how it is. No tombstone can be carved for furniture. It seems you believe that when you die you cannot receive any more humiliation. But that's naive, you see. I'll teach you what it really means to disgrace the dead. After taking a puff from her pipe, the witch breathed the smoke at Kanon's corpse. Like twist it and destroy it, and when she did, Kanon's corpse softly floated up in the air and disappeared as though it had been eaten by a mouth in empty space. The witch played dirty until the very end. The two who had understood one another in their last moments, she would not even permit their corpses to be close. If someone had been watching, they would probably mourn that this was indeed a disgrace to the dead. However, Beatrice was far, far crueler. That would become immediately apparent. Interesting. Okay, so... Ooh, we went back in time there by, like, 20 minutes or so. It seemed, unless I misunderstood that, but... I need to think here. Oh, fuck, this is interesting. This opens up so much more. Oh my god, this is so different from Higurashi all of a sudden. I wonder if what we're going to start to see is that this game is like the opposite of Higurashi, where in Higurashi, when you play it, pretty much everything that happens, there is like a real life. This is chapter 11. We're actually making like okay progress. For like 3 hours, we've been through what? Like 3 or 4 chapters. We can probably finish this tonight. It'll be a while, like don't get me wrong, it's not going to be like quick, but when I say tonight, I mean I'll be up, but I don't know. I wonder if it's gonna be the inverse, where in Higurashi everything that was supernatural had a physical explanation, and now I wonder if it's gonna be the total inverse, where everything that could have a physical explanation is actually supernatural. I was interested in why, in the intro, like movie like AMV thing that they showed, that they play at the start of like every episode, after the prologue, why there was like these women that would show up, and it seems to make sense now that it's the stakes. It's also very interesting that at this point already they don't show these. Oh wait, because they're not dead at this point, because we went back in time. I see. So it has begun. Yes. Even though Kinzo had heard of the 6 deaths, his emotions did not waver. The expression on his face as he gazed out the window was a smile, as though his opponent in a chess game had just made a spectacular move. It was unimaginable that this expression could appear on a father who had lost many children at once. Under Rosa's orders, Goda and Kanon are calling the police. Also, she has ordered us to follow your orders, my lord. What shall we do? This island has already been cut off from the real world. Phones and the like will be useless. Okay, so this is our explanation. Okay. Well, actually, I'm gonna type this, and then he's gonna like say something right after where he'll go like, yes, we are in the realm of the evil, but, you know, should I have them stop? Until the roulette is finished, what they do to pass the time is up to them. Let them do as they like. Yes. What should I tell Rosa? I say again, what they do to pass the time is up to them. They can sing if they want, dance if they want. They're even free to hang themselves by the neck or jump into a boiling cauldron. Until 13 people die, they can spend their time as they like. If they are that bored, they can spend their time wondering why 6 times 9 is 42. That's the answer to the mystery of man in the universe. Yes, my apologies. Shannon cowered in fright at this sudden rage. Genji made a gesture as though telling her not to say too much. Shannon couldn't help but regret speaking out of turn. However, you are also free to do as you wish. Genji and Shannon, you have done well serving me until today. Your words are too good for me. But, we are furniture who have sworn to serve you, my lord. At any and all times we will be waiting by your side, until the very end. Huh. I want to tell the two of you about everything. Shannon, I shall be writing a will. Please copy what I say. Genji, please, my usual drink. Huh? Yes. Nanjo had often recommended that Kinzo write a will because of his health, but each time Kinzo had gone mad with rage. Since that time, will had been the word Kinzo took most exception at. Because that word had come out of his own mouth, Shannon couldn't help doubting her ears for an instant. Shannon hurriedly prepared the side table and some writing paper. Genji also began preparing his usual green devil, just as he was ordered. I am ready. Where should I start from? Suppose I could also speak of my life. It would be fun to leave a record of my memorable games. It truly is fun to read the records of old games from over a century ago, a journey searching for those players' thoughts. Then will the score sheet of my life also beckon those in the future to go on a journey searching for my thoughts? For a while, Kinzo considered where he should start speaking from, striding all around the room with his hands behind his back. My lord, here. Good. Thank you, my friend. Well then. If I am to speak of my life, I must begin writing from when I met that witch, sorry. Shannon, copy this. My meeting with Beatrice took place a long way back. What year of the Showa era was it? I think it was towards the end of the war. Okay, interesting. That's just what I wrote. We took enough time to regain our calm, and we each swore to our parents that we'd definitely catch the killer. It'd be a lie to say we weren't still bitter. Even now, if we gave in just a little, we'd feel like going on a rampage like Jessica and resorting to some kind of violence. According to what Goda said after he got back, right now Kanon was looking after Jessica. Apparently she was still very emotionally high-strung. I see. Thank you. Maybe a young kid would be better at understanding a young kid's feelings. It'd probably be better if we left them alone for now. Rosa, there's nothing more we can accomplish by remaining here. The telephones may not be working, but tomorrow the boat will come and we should be able to reach the police. We should leave this place as it is for the police's investigation. I agree with Dr. Nanjo. It is bad for your health to stay in a place like this for too long. Let us return and make some black tea. Man, that's all they fucking drink in this place. Yes, I'm all for that too. Battler, George, are you ready? Let's close this place up. We should leave this place as it is, for when the police came if nothing else, or come if nothing else. You're right. Battler, are you alright? Yeah, I've cried all I can. I'm fine now. The police would surely find some evidence from a thorough investigation, but we hadn't been adult enough to wait for that. I had investigated the chapel in my own way, trying to catch the culprit before the police got here. And what I figured out was, frustratingly, nothing. I hadn't been able to find a single hint. Come on, let's get out. Maria, we're going. Don't keep staring at it. Ugh. Come, Maria. Let us return. It is cold here. Mother, Father, thank you for everything. I will definitely become a man who doesn't betray your expectations. George spoke his last words of farewell to his parents. After seeing that, Battler followed suit. Dad, Kiri, taken on their own, their faces made it look like they were sleeping, which made it all the more bitter. Forgive me for leaving you in such a chilly place. I'll definitely get whoever did this. Definitely. What is this? What disgusting graffiti? Did the killer draw it? It is worse than vulgar. This is horrible. When the door to the chapel was closed, we learned about that creepy graffiti for the first time. It was like this when we first found it. No doubt it was drawn by the culprit. The culprit was a witch, so is this a magic circle to summon a demon or something? This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. You don't even know that, huh? Ouch! Hey, didn't I always tell you not to make that creepy laugh? Maria, go on. What does it mean? It's a magic circle to escape from physical or mental bonds. And the Hebrew written around the circumference says, "The Lord has freed me from my chains. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving and will call on the name of the Lord." Sacrifice of thanksgiving? Are you telling me that killing Father and the rest was so they could be sacrifices for this magic circle? Calm yourself, George. This is the killer trying to provoke us. It doesn't mean anything. Just thinking about it poisons the heart. And there's some English written. Happy Halloween for Maria? I see. And the key to open the door was handed over to Maria. Is that what this is? But this is the chapel. Maybe Maria doesn't mean Maria, but the Virgin Mary. That is true. In that case, you could read this as a blasphemy against God in the name of Halloween. They say that witches who make contracts with demons swear to always defile God's name. Okay, we're gonna write this down. I can't fucking type, my god. This means that Beatrice must be insanely powerful if she has contracts with, like, fucking Satan. Also, I find it a bit confusing, and this is just my, like, theology knowledge not being high enough, but, the fact that she has a contract with both Lucifer and Satan, like, my understanding is they were the same person. But this could also be like a Father, Son, Holy Spirit thing, where it's like they are the same but not the same, if that makes sense. But I will be honest, I don't have enough of a knowledge of theology to say one way or the other. Okay. In that sense, this really is a witch-like crime. You sure know a lot. Did you hear that from Maria? Something like that. To the chapel. They went to all the trouble of calling them out to the chapel before killing them. Auntie Rosa, does this chapel have some special meaning? What do you mean, special meaning? Well, they carried 6 human corpses all the way over here and made these elaborate decorations. We can't tell whether she called the 6 of them over here before killing them, or whether she killed them and then carried them over here. But either way, it would take a lot of effort. What reason did the culprit have? Well, it's obviously defiling God, but the more interesting thing is, what deal or what proof did she provide to all of the people before... And then why was Rosa not killed? I mean, obviously we know only 6 people die and whatnot, but I don't know, something's off here. Yes, that is something. In doing something that elaborate, there would be an extremely high chance that when the police came, some disadvantageous evidence would be found. There is no way the culprit failed to notice that. Then why did the culprit go to all the effort of doing this? Is the question we face. In that case, there's one question that comes out of this point. What meaning does this place where we found the 6 corpses have? This chapel was important to Father. I've been strictly told not to enter it since I was a kid. Ooh. I came here once too, got yelled at a lot. Ooh. An important chapel. Does it have some connection to the Ushirimiya main family? I don't know. Father viewed this chapel as very sacred and he treasured it so much that he redecorated it several times. I'm writing this down, there's no way this won't be important. But as you all know, nice voice crack, real voice reveal, Father simply has a love of black magic. It's not that he was a devout believer. I've never heard of him coming here to offer his prayers to God. Even to the best of my knowledge, the Master has never come here. We even called this the Forbidden Chapel, and thought of it as quite eerie, like a haunted house. Even though Father never proved it himself, for some reason he made the servants clean it several times a year. Felt like he kept it clean all the time so that it could be used at any time. And even so, it's called the Forbidden Chapel. Okay, that's another thing. Yeah. This may be indiscreet, but doesn't that have an interesting ring to it? Dr. Nanjo, you're an old friend of Grandfather's, right? Ever asked him anything about that? I asked about it a long time ago, but I forget what he said to evade the issue. That's right, didn't he say something like this? Someday he too might be able to receive a blessing there, but unless some miracle occurred, that day would never come. What does that mean? What goes on in a chapel? It couldn't mean his own funeral, right? I wouldn't believe that of Kinzo. He was a man much more focused on the now while he lives rather than things after death. However, it does seem that this was the root of all the complexity in the inheritance problem. What else is there you do in a chapel? Pray? You have communion, maybe? Assuming this is like a Christian read. You have mass. You have baptizing. A lot of things. Aren't confessions done? That's true, yeah, usually. Anyway, it sounds suspicious. I don't know the reason, but just as Dr. Nanjo said, it seems that in Grandfather's eyes, the fact that he wouldn't receive a blessing unless a miracle occurred was a fate set in stone from the time this chapel was constructed. How can you tell that? See, it's clearly written up there. Look, up there. George pointed to a relief with rusted gold letters on the arch above the door. It looked like some message was written there in English. The rust showed that the message had been there since the construction. I'm bad at English. What's it say? This door is opened only at probability of... Sorry, my English sucks. I gave up after I was unable to finish reading the first of the 2 lines. It looked like the others could read it properly. I think it went MBTQ, so... What? How big was that again? I think, In any case, this is incredible. You couldn't even count close to that with all the fingers on both hands. MBTQ. Million, billion, trillion, quintillion? That's gotta be what it is. Million, billion, trillion, quintillion. Wait a minute, now that I think about it. Shouldn't it be like quartillion? Unless I'm googling this. What comes after a trillion? Oh, it is quadrillion. See, I'm stupid. I was about to say it. It'd be quadrillion, then quintillion. I was about to say, because it shouldn't it be like a 4 prefix? Yeah, so quadrillion. So million, billion, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion. Okay. You couldn't even get that to that with all fingers on both hands. It really would be impossible unless a miracle occurred. Certainly. It is very much how Kinzo used to talk when he would tend to relate everything in terms of gambling. Whoa, you could all read it. Someone tell me what it means too. At least learn English. How did you get into high school without even being able to read this much? Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Mind your own damn business. So what's written there? Roughly it says, this door is open only when a miracle occurs. You will be blessed only when a miracle occurs. Grandfather's sorcery is based on astronomically low probabilities. In other words, the miracle that would open this door would probably require an incredibly vast magical power. Ouch. Nice, you can shut up now. Auntie Rosa, you were sending Maria to English classes? I guess it's true, you have to start learning English when you're young. The Forbidden Chapel. Whether or not the witch Beatrice really was a witch, she is whispered to have actually existed several decades ago, and been grandfather's mistress. This is just my imagination, but I imagine the master really did truly love Beatrice. However, he was already married, so they couldn't be united. I see. If the dead Beatrice could be revived with the magic of a miracle, then now the grandmother is dead, he could marry her with his head held high. And he'd marry her in this chapel. Could it be a fairy tale story like that? I don't think that sounds so preposterous. It is a well-known fact that father still loves Beatrice deeply. Although even though I said it was creepy, I get the feeling the interior of the chapel was quite magnificent. The thought that father built this chapel in the hopes of having a wedding with his dead mistress actually might not be that unlikely. By the time he built this chapel, grandfather probably knew that he would never use it as a church as long as he lived. But he prayed for the witch to be revived by some miracle, and he thought that if the miracle occurred, they could be married here. I don't know if I buy that. That seems like way too storybook and like cringe. I don't know. If you think of it that way, this would be a place of utmost significance to Beatrice as well, all the while knowing it was a chapel that would never be open. But isn't that her directly spitting in his face then? Because at the very least, if she's not the one that's committing the murder, she's at the very least behind this. And again, we don't know how much is her and how much is mixed in other things, although it definitely does seem like it's her. You know? I don't know. Something's funky here. All the while knowing, a story of sad love. Even though Gota's body was even bigger than mine, his words were touching. Everyone was silent, but it seemed that they agreed with that view. Even though he knew it was a chapel never to be opened, he still probably dreamed of the day that a miracle would occur. Kinzo was a great romantic in his younger days. I feel as though I understand him. I wonder. But you all came in 4 times a year to clean it, right? What do you mean never opened? Didn't we just go in ourselves? It might open in another way. That wasn't a miracle or anything. We brought the key, clunk, and we're in. That's all that happened. This is ridiculous. Obviously doesn't mean open in that way. Huh? What? Wait, what on earth? Wait, what do you mean, what on earth? I thought all I'd done was mess around because I didn't like the way the atmosphere had turned all sappy, but Auntie Rosa had suddenly jumped on me with a really serious face. Auntie Rosa's face grew increasingly pale. She looked at the magic circle on the door, then at her hand, back and forth, back and forth. What seems to be the matter, Rosa? Hey, Gota. The key to this chapel. Didn't Genji say it? He said there was only one. Huh? It took you all far too long to notice. They're gonna say like, oh, it's another locked door mystery. How the fuck did she get in? If the only key was sealed away in an envelope that Maria had. But when a kid pulls a prank, it sometimes goes unnoticed by the adults, and the kid who did it loses heart. If one of those pranks catches someone later on, it makes that kid really happy. Maria's celebration just now looked a lot like that. Yes, that's right. There is only one of those keys. It is the key to the Master Treasure Chapel, so there is only one with no duplicates. It is normally kept safe in the key box in the servant room, but that's right. And Genji said that it had gone missing. Someone stole it, put it in that envelope, and handed it to Maria. And that was yesterday. What? Wait, but then that makes no sense, doesn't it? That's absurd. This is getting strange. What do you all mean? I don't have a clue what you're talking about. Me neither. Would someone be so kind as to explain it for us? Goda and Nanja's failure to understand definitely wasn't because they were stupid. Also, this is very odd that we have like a very clear diversion from the topic of my guy bringing up like, hey, we just entered it, so is that supposed to be like special? And they're like, wait, how did we enter? Locked door? But like, obviously it means open in a different way. Why aren't we not drilling down on that? I don't give a fuck about this, man. I feel like there's a trillion explanations we could get behind this. Like apparently there's nobody that knows how to lockpick. Apparently. Like... They didn't know. They didn't know how long the only key to the chapel had been in Maria's hand. I'm positive. It was locked. I unlocked it. Definitely. Auntie Rosa kept closing the chapel door, locking it, pulling on it to check the lock and opening it again. Her face was becoming pale again. Until I took the key out of Maria's envelope and opened the door, it was definitely locked. But this key was in the envelope and in Maria's care. And that happened yesterday before noon. What did you say? But then that's strange. Yeah, it is. Excuse me. Maria received the only key from a woman calling herself a witch midday yesterday. In other words, from midday yesterday until this morning when Auntie Rose unlocked the door, the chapel was a locked room. How did they get those 6 in there? And how did they kill them? We'd been confused by the 6 deaths. We thought we had figured something out after hearing about that weird magic circle in the history of the chapel. It had all been a worthless problem. From midday yesterday until this morning, the chapel had been a locked room. But our parents had been with us until last night. How had the culprit opened this door? And how had they locked it? What are you trying to pull? Again? A locked room again? Are you trying to say that you unlocked it with the power of magic? I'm not that stupid. If you tell me to show you how I open locks with my power, then I can show you. But that will not make you surrender. These explanations with humans you talk about. The time I fully exhaust those theories of yours will be the time of my victory. Come now, how will you destroy it? If it was a human, what trick could they have used to defeat it? Oh yeah, they could have just lockpicked it. It's just like the locked room last time. Not enough info. It's impossible to reason like this. Any excuse could be made, any trick could work. Guessing is useless. True. Huh? That again? There's not enough information, so you'll wait and see. The information is uncertain, so it's impossible to reason. Huh. Those are always the excuses you humans use to stop thinking. What is this pretense, you lowly human? Are you saying that unless you're like Laplace's demon, you can't even think, you incompetent fool? And you speak as though a lack of information is disadvantageous to you, when it's actually the complete opposite, you see? The more information you're given, the more it will pain you. It will only cause the strength of the compressor squeezing you to increase. In that case, let me say this. It's impossible to verify that this is even a locked room in the first place. If we're talking about demons, I've got one for you as well. It's possible to prove that this isn't a locked room, you just have to show how someone could go in or out. But it's impossible to prove that it is a locked room. You can't deny the endless set of methods of getting in. In other words, this is one of those devil's proofs. The definition of a locked room is in fact impossible to prove. So after you stop thinking with a lack of information as an excuse, this is what comes next. Oh well. If that's your move, then I will accept. Continue. First off, it looks like you're trying to say that the chapel is a locked room. Just a short while ago, I spent some time looking around in there, and yeah, I really couldn't find any way in or out except for that door. But that just means I couldn't find one. It doesn't prove that it was a locked room. If there was a hidden door or something that I wasn't able to find, all your premises are completely blown away. In other words, whether I'm able to find a hidden door or not, you can never deny a method X by which the locked room could be entered. And this method X could be carried out without magic. After all, it's a hidden door. I'm sure that in this chapel there's some hidden door that's impossible to find, so I don't even need to start guessing, and I can say that magic is impossible. Oh ho, so you use that reasoning. How naive. An expected move. Let me make my move in response. I have always thought the locked rooms that feature in worthless human detective novels to be ridiculous. Why? Because they're used the wrong way. When a locked room appears in a detective novel, do you really think that it's a locked room? No, of course not. You think it's the total opposite because it's a detective novel, you know there has to be a solution to it, and so then you reason that, well, there must be an explanation behind it. You don't, do you? What trick did they use to make it look like a locked room? Yes, exactly. That's what you think. In other words, out of all the locked room murders humanity has built up over 100 years, not a single one has ever been made complete. Oh, that's some talk. Mystery fans are pretty scary, you know. Christie is probably grinding her teeth in her grave. Agatha? But I am different. I've given birth to a true locked room, and I can demonstrate that. Why? Because I am a witch. For the devil's proof, all you have to do is bring along a devil to prove it, yes? Well, that's convenient. As a witch, devils and demons are my good friends. I'll bring as many as you like. Sounds great. Dad and the rest entered the chapel using a hidden door or were carried through in one. Or in through one. How do you plan to beat this move? With this. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the six definitely entered through the door. Huh? Dumbass. The door was locked. How'd they do it? I opened it with magic and invited them inside. Like hell you did. I can't accept magic, so there's no way in hell I'll accept that. You're lying. That door can open with some trick. Or maybe there's a hidden door. I won't accept any other way. Okay. She just flashbanged. Perpetual. That's what we call an endless repetition of moves in chess. In our game, both sides denying the basis of each other's claims and failing to advance the discussion is the same as an endless repetition of moves. In most games, yep, it forces a draw. This would be decided as a draw, but that would terribly dampen the interest of this game. We will have no draws. In short, you will either accept me and submit to me, or not. At least I agree with you there. We'll settle this without fail, just as you wish. Aha, that disposition is good. So I had a thought. I think I'll add a new rule to this game between you and me. A new rule? I'll bet it's a rule that'll give you an advantage, right? Would I do that? I'll give you the thing that people like you never cease to demand. The reason you incompetent fools always stop thinking and then moan about it is lack of information. If you are then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by denying the basis. Aren't those convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence. I shall eliminate those convenient excuses. You should thank me. You said they entered through the door, and I denied it, saying that it couldn't happen. Are you saying that's an evasive answer? That's right. So from now on, when I speak the truth, I will use red. Okay, we're gonna write this down. What is this? Keep explaining. No matter what magic move I use, you can always keep running away by repeating lack of information and denying the basis. Even though I would still win in the end that way, it would be extremely boring. Because of that, I think I'll give you that information and basis that you desire. Okay, well thank you, because I'm not gonna lie to you. I was gonna be like, bro, if they're gonna do 4 fucking chapters of like locked rooms and shit, and just be like, oh yeah, by the way, we have no proof. I can't prove that. Oh, we can't prove it. It was magic. I can't prove it was magic. There could be some explanation I can't think of. And we're just like, oh my god, fucking shoot me in the head. So I'm glad they nipped this in the bud. However, you would probably doubt each word I say. That isn't bad in itself. I also will use every possible move to make you submit. I don't dislike our posture of searching out the best moves against each other. But that won't make a game, so I set up this rule. Everything I speak in red is the truth. There's absolutely no need to doubt it. Are you telling me to believe that? This is a game between you and me. In a game, the rules are sacred. Those who take them lightly are not qualified to play. Alright, I got it. I'll accept that rule. Even an elementary school kid can get into an endless argument and find fault with everything. That's true, the ultimate skeptic. Then let's restart right now and continue where we left off. I'll repeat it again. Dad and the rest entered the chapel using a hidden door or were carried in through one. And I shall repeat what I said. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the 6 definitely entered through the door. Okay. I don't know, this is a weird one. Oh, I didn't have my notes up, sorry. I put, statement of truth from Beatrice, regardless of whether they were alive or dead, the six definitely entered through the door. The regardless part seems to stick out to me. It feels like a weird qualifier that could be assumed without saying. Is it possible there could be some other state than alive or dead which would make the statement false? I don't know. Interesting. But I do like this. I'm glad this is an addition. Is there any proof? Stop. I will supplement the rule. When I speak the truth, I will use red. And when I do not bear the responsibility of establishing that by showing proof. It is simply a fact and the truth. The reason is simple. I carry out all the crimes with magic. So for any impossible crime, all I have to do is wave my magic staff before your eyes. But that wouldn't make a game. It would be like the barbarism of ignoring victory and defeat in a chess game and punching your opponent. Well, that is true. If you were a witch, there'd be no need for you to show proof, because you could do anything with magic. It's nasty. What an unfair game. So shall we resume once more? The six people definitely entered through the door. But see, now it's weird, like when she says I unlocked it with magic, that part's not in red. How will you defeat this magic, this locked room? The key. Genji and the others said there was only one key, but that's impossible to prove. The culprit secretly made a duplicate key. Only one key to the... Okay, wonderful. Sorry, I keep forgetting to put up my notes when I'm typing, but it's because I'm switching it on and off. Then what about this? The culprit used something other than a legitimate key to open it. I don't know what, but maybe a wire. Oh, hey, that's what I was saying, a tool for picking locks. Obviously, this is going to get shut down now. What is this naive move? It is impossible to unlock the lock to the chapel with anything but the chapel's key. Okay. I don't know how to, like, imply a true statement, so we're gonna do like this. We'll put little asterisks around it. Just for formatting in the future. If I was doing this on, like, docs or something, I could actually, like, change this to red. Which maybe when I'm done my notes entirely, I'll go back through and I'll reformat it because it's nice to look at, but, you know, for the time being, I'll do it like this. I really should do this through docs, it's just, like, more of a pain in the ass. Maybe I'll switch, we'll see. Okay. Although it can be opened with the power of magic, of course. Then what about this? There's something wrong with the door itself. Even while it was locked, there was some way to pass through it. As to what that is, I can think of a few ways. Maybe like on the big doors to a castle which have a smaller door on them, maybe there was another door. What? Oh, I see what he's saying. It's also possible that they removed the hinges and then removed the whole door before entering. Haha. Is this the intelligence of 100 years of humanity, Badler? Huh. Okay, once again. I apologize for the pause here, but this is going to be pretty important. As long as you can't use magic, of course. See, it's weird. Is it about time for checkmate? Not even close. You said the 6 people entered through the door, but you didn't say that it was this front door. They might have entered through another secret door. You talk too much, you incompetent fool, and let me advance more on my earlier move. The 6 definitely entered through this front door. Okay, once again. Okay. That's screwed up. The door was locked. It was impossible to unlock without using that single key, and yet 6 people entered through this door. How did they do it? Quantum tunneling, bro. Have we already exposed the human's limits? Then shout resign. It is customary for the surrendering player to shout that and topple their king. Come on, do you give up? Then proclaim your submission and kneel as if toppling your king. And then you shall kiss my shoes. There's no greater joy than forcing a man like you to lick my shoes. Damn it. It's no good, no good, no good. So I can't win against the witch? This isn't chess at all. I've just been made to take the losing side in a chess problem. Is quibbling about details and getting a draw the best I can do? Well, you should first, like if it was me, I would say like, did you use magic to enter? Did you use a form of magic to break the lock or to bypass the door? That definitely will not happen. Either I will surrender or you will surrender. There will be no resolution other than those. What happened to that bravery when you said this would be torture for us both? Wait. What a letdown. This is quite disappointing. Ushur me a battler? Damn it, what should I do? What? I can see it. I can see myself facing checkmate. Ah, it's no good. It's no good. All of my hard-fought moves are nothing more than desperately moving my king running away from check. No matter how many times I move, I can't escape from being checked. But even without waiting for the next several moves, I can see mate in my future. Until he goes ding! After a few more moves, I see myself being checkmated. Don't give up, Ushirimiya Battler. I can see myself getting closed in upon. And if I flip over the chessboard, I can anticipate the next move, right? Kiri told me. When considering something, the closer you get to the very, very end, the easier it becomes to anticipate. Flip it over. Okay. What's wrong? You've gone silent all of a sudden. Don't worry. Surrender is but a momentary shame. After that, there is only the pleasure of letting it all go. Come, cry out your resignation. I can't hear you. Speak clearly in a loud voice. You ought to wake up then. You just aren't listening. So I'll say it once more. I won't resign. We're continuing. I'm resuming the game. Oh, very well. It is your turn. I was making the mistake of thinking that this rule you made was your own weapon. However, I've realized that it can also become a weapon for me. Yeah, because you should corner her. You should force her. You should be able to reveal the method by which she got in. You might not be able to know the exact type, but for instance, let's say that like she killed somebody with a weapon. You could ask in such a way that you're playing like a Guess Who game and be like, well, did you use a melee weapon? Did you use a ranged weapon? And she's like, oh, I used a melee weapon. Is the weapon more than 3 inches in length or something? And she goes, yes, it is. Okay. And then, you know, you can like narrow down and whittle down, and so you can start to box her in into her having to give you an affirmative on how she did it. Try it. Spent the whole time focused on how they entered the locked room of the chapel. That way of thinking was no good. It's no good. It's no goddamn good at all. Flip over the chessboard. Maybe the real question isn't that we should be worried about how they got in. But what would the other question be? Like, how did you kill them? How did you get out? I mean, this is how I should think. How was the chapel, which wasn't a locked room in the first place, made to look like a locked room? Here it is, the thinking technique that humans gave birth to a century ago. Give it a try. Say this in red for me. If it's impossible, then decline. Here I go. This man, he thinks he has turned away from his defensive posture? Impudent. I understand that the only way to enter the chapel is through the door, and that there was only one key. Behold it right there. Was that key really handed over to Maria yesterday before noon? That's true, that could be a... Long-winded. Summarize it. It's something like this. We've been under the impression that since midday yesterday the key was unusable, therefore we've been under the impression that it was a locked room from midday until now, but if you disprove the fact that that was a key, or that, you know, something, I want you to clearly state that this isn't just an impression, but a fact. Interesting. So you reason not about the door, but the key. Yesterday Maria received an envelope from you. Maria didn't open it, but she might have felt it and learned there was a key inside. Also, how do we not know that at any point she could have swapped the envelope? Because Maria never opened it. And also, if it was a key, don't you think that you would have, like, felt that? Like, it would have been very obvious. If you have an envelope that has something inside, fuck, you can tell when envelopes and, like, cards have money inside them. And that's way more thin than what a fucking, like, ornate key like that would be. But it's not as if she could have checked it was definitely the key to the chapel. Also, we still know that there's 2 envelopes. Rosa had an envelope, too, that we didn't really get touched on at all. This is what I'm getting at. The envelope that was handed to Maria contained a fake. I waited all that time for that nonsense. This morning, Rosa definitely took an envelope out of Maria's handbag, and from that obtained the genuine key to the chapel. That doesn't answer the question at all. That's totally sidestepping it. I'm going to write this down, but this is totally sidestepping the question. The question isn't whether or not, at the time that she took it out, that doesn't mean anything. The question here is whether or not you swapped the envelope at any given time, and whether or not at the time you didn't tamper with that envelope from the moment that you handed it to her midday yesterday. But I'll still write this down. Because this doesn't mean anything. Like, this is a totally useless statement that kind of does nothing for us. Because the real question here that we're trying to know is, did she swap the envelope at any time? And was, I guess the next question, if you want to phrase it in such a way, was the envelope Did the envelope that Rosa took from Maria's handbag... Oh, how would you phrase this in like a succinct way to say this? You're basically trying to say, is that envelope, was it untampered with and did it remain in Maria's handbag from the time that it was given to her in the midday? It wasn't a fake, as you say. I know that much. I'll continue. So when Maria received the envelope inside it, was there definitely that same key to the chapel? You're still leaving her open too much. Oh. What I mean is basically this. Midday yesterday, you gave Maria an envelope with a key inside, and you told her that she mustn't open it. Maria probably realized that there was a key inside. And because later on Auntie Rosa used what was inside the envelope to open the door to the chapel, we thought that was the key to the chapel. This is the suspicious part. So this is what you were trying to say? Then when I entrusted Maria with a key, that key was a fake. And it doesn't even necessarily be that it had to be a key, but that it was a fake, but that you could have swapped out the envelope at any given time. And then by the time Rosa obtained it, it had been switched with the real thing. No, I don't think we even need to entertain the idea of a fake key. You could have a fake key, but I don't think that even matters. I don't think that's part of the equation here. The question is whether or not, at any given time, we know Maria would be willing to go along with Beatrice at any given time, right? We absolutely know that Maria is Beatrice's messenger. She's willing to go along with like anything that Beatrice wants her to do. If Beatrice approached her at some time during the day and said, here, swap your envelope real quick, I'm gonna go do this, bing bang bong, killed everybody in that 6-hour time frame when she was at night, and then when she was done, resealed another envelope, gave it back to her. Yeah, that's it. What's wrong, Beatrice? Looks like you haven't been feeling good for a while. Those close to me sometimes call me Beato. Beato is fine. I want to hear how they say this. This is interesting. Oops, I did not mean to right click. Because I fucking punched my thing of Aquaphor. Okay, damn young man, I hear you. Satan. Interesting. Beato. Turn of the Golden Witch. Show me how you defeat that. Very well. This doesn't... She's dancing around it. Like, you're not asking the right questions, man. This is so shit. Because now the question is, did you swap out the envelope at any time? What you should be asking next, this is where we have like the JoJo meme, and your next question will be, what your next question should be, is from the time you gave Maria that envelope, did it remain in her possession unmodified until Rosa grabbed it? That's what you should be asking next. Unmodified, unmoved, like not swapped, nothing. I'll chase you. Can you repeat it in red? That envelope was completely under Maria's supervision. Thank you. This is the correct question. If it's impossible, then state that you decline. Check. I decline. Now the one-turned advantage is flipped over. Okay, so once again. So, while it is true that Beatrice used the key to the chapel to enter, and I mean, yeah, this is like the basic thing that I was saying. That's why I wasn't asking the right question. Now it's time for your king to run, Beato. Beato? I have a reason for declining. That is regarding the definition of phrase under her supervision. In its purest meaning, Maria would need to have her eyes on it. Oh my god, bro. Respectfully, get this girl a job in the Trump administration. But Maria didn't go that far. It was probably completely under her supervision during the time she had it outside of her handbag, but after she put it into her handbag, it disappeared from her field of vision. That's what you would say in her possession the entire time, not under her supervision, because supervision's a really weird way to phrase that. It's just that the phrase under her supervision is inappropriate in the sense, so I couldn't use red. That was probably a painful move. That was a really desperate move, yeah. Your face tells me you've guessed the next one. Sorry. I'm gentle with women. I don't hurt women. I don't betray a woman's expectations. Repeat it for me in red. Say it if you can. No one was able to touch Maria's handbag until Auntie Rosa... Why are you asking such a stupid fuck... Again, these are such roundabout ways to say this. I will also decline this. I won't explain the reason. That's wrong. It's not that you won't explain. You can't. With that move, it's checkmate, isn't it? If you can't do it, then I'll explain it for you. The key to the chapel really was in the envelope that you handed to Maria. Then Maria put it in her handbag, and the next morning Auntie Rosa took it out and opened the lock. However, Maria didn't have the handbag under her complete supervision. There's no need for magic. It's a locked room trick that's possible for a human. The human culprit handed Maria the key, and by making Auntie Rosa use it the next morning, they created the illusion that there was a locked room during that time. You can't deny the possibility that during that time the culprit took the key from Maria's handbag, used it, and returned it to the handbag by morning. Can't you say it in red? Repetition requested. Say it if you can. It's check again. Hold on. I'll remove the check. The envelope with the key in it should have been sealed with wax. Rosa took it from an unopened envelope. That doesn't mean anything. You could make another envelope and reseal it with the key. That fucking means nothing. Really, let's hear it then. Repetition requested. The envelope handed over midday yesterday and the envelope that Auntie Rosa opened are the same thing. That I can repeat. The envelope I handed over to Maria and the one Rosa opened are the same thing. She resealed the fucking envelope. This doesn't... Again, you are asking the shittiest questions, bro. This guy's acting like he's fucking Phoenix Wright, bro. You're not. You're trolling. It's no good. It's no goddamn good at all. Who even cares about that anymore? I had expectations for you. If you had resigned here, I would have thought of you as someone pretty good at reading between the lines. So I'm disappointed. You betrayed my expectations. What? It isn't important whether the envelope are the same thing, because envelopes can be sealed with... Exactly. This doesn't mean anything, bro. Come on. The key inside should be the important thing. This time it's all over, Golden Witch. It's a real checkmate. I'll ask one more time. Repetition requested. Say it if you can. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Auntie Rosa opened the envelope. There you go. This is a question that is pointed, and you have cornered her in such a way that she has to answer. And this would be where if you really wanted to, like, 360 it, you would go, like... How... Could I... To a lowly human. I'll keep on saying it, Beatrice. Repetition requested. The key to the chapel inside the envelope Maria received wasn't used even once until Auntie Rosa opened the envelope. If you're gonna yell, then make it words. Resign, right? It's settled. This is the truth. Before Auntie Rosa obtained Maria's key this morning, at one point it passed into someone else's hands. Then they used it, resealed it, returned it to Maria's handbag, making it look like it hadn't been used. This is a trick with a cheap loophole, the assumption that the key wasn't used because the sealing wax wasn't broken. But yeah, exactly, like you just take the wax off and then you would put another new sealing wax on. There's no magic, it's nothing more than a trick that's possible for humans. In that case, who do you say stole the key? Well, that's not important, we just needed to know. This time you try repeating it. That's right, I'm making you repeat things all the time. I probably have to answer myself every once in a while, but I refuse. My condition for victory is denying the existence of wishes. Once I've proven that your impossible crimes by magic are possible by human hands, I'm done. I've smashed your locked room with something possible even for humans. However, I won't specifically investigate who the culprit is. And that is because I believe in humans, because I definitely won't accept that there's a person among us who would steal the key from Maria, use it, and do something so horrible. Now that part I think you're kind of smoking penis on. There's definitely a few people here that would definitely do that. I give up, I resign. With regard to this one board in particular, I'll give up for now. But you really are naive, Badler. Parting remarks are the loser's privilege. Enjoy them as much as you want. As long as you continue to deny my existence, you will eventually be cornered. After all, as long as you deny me, you will have to suspect those relatives that you have no end of love for. In the last moment, when you have to suspect one who is very beloved, when you have to suspect one who is beloved to you, then you will definitely accept my existence. Certainly, you have taken this board. However, that naive logic will definitely destroy you. You can't win against me, after all. Interesting. I mean, he probably could have got to that point if he would have just asked a few questions a lot fucking quicker instead of wasting so much damn time. I'm gonna take a little break here to eat real quick. So let me put this up on screen. It is still weird to me that these two aren't showing as dead, but I think it's because nobody has found them yet, even though we know they're dead, but that is where we're gonna get like some weird pop-up where it's like, oh yeah, by the way, actually aren't dead. Um, eating very quickly. Okay, I'm glad this chapter is picking up as well. Let me turn the audio down here real quick. I just have like a few things from dinner earlier that I didn't finish because I wasn't totally that hungry at the time. This one. I got some. There's like a bar and grill place that does like delivery that's like right around the corner from my house, or from my apartment, I should say, rather. And I got some boneless chicken, but I didn't finish it all. And if we're gonna be here for like potentially 10 plus hours, yeah, I'm gonna fucking eat. And yeah, I'll probably even end up getting another drink, but too fucking bad, man. Mm-mm-mm. I am glad this chapter's picking up though. What chapter are we on? Let me check real quick. Chapter 12, a suspect. Interesting. There's also a very weird dynamic that we have characters that kind of like exist in like purgatory. It's also weird because it seems like Beatrice tries to like restrict herself to playing with humans, but then like the question, or I should say playing with humans, playing like a human would. But then the next question becomes like, I just don't understand what the purpose of like the stakes actually being like these things are. It seems like they still have to like trip certain conditions for something to happen. I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to think about some of the bigger picture. Some of the bigger picture stuff, I would suppose. Um, God, the Oilers suck, man. I fucking burnt my mouth earlier. Before the stream, that is. Mm-mm-mm. I don't know why Sportsnet isn't updating. I want me to do that. Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. Let me see if the other YouTube upload, if it finally got finished. The exports from Twitch take so fucking long. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, it did. Awesome. I don't know why the Umineko stuff is getting so many views out of nowhere. I mean, it's like the VOD channel's dead. It's not like it's supposed to be like an actual channel. But it's interesting nonetheless. Mm-mm-mm. Excuse me. Mm-mm-mm. do wonder what the Oilers are going to do down 2-0. Giving up 5 penalties and 3 power play goals is pretty bad. I saw people saying apparently the new Oblivion remaster has it's a fucking anti-cheat built into it, which is hilarious. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. It's funny news. I will not read it because it's political, but it is funny. Actually, fuck it, I'll read it because I'm going to cut this out of the VOD anyways whenever I put it to YouTube. I see a thing that on Fox News they read that in a latest poll that the only president to have a lower approval rating than Trump's first term at the 100-day mark is Trump himself in his second term. Pretty impressive. Mm-mm-mm. What the fuck happened with Jordan Romano? Oh my god, he's sucking dick. Horrendous start in Philadelphia as he lost his job as the main closer a couple weeks ago. Jesus. .2 inning pitched, so he has 2 outs, 6 hits, 6 ERs, 2 home runs. Holy fuck, what is he doing? Oh my god, what happened, Jordan Romano? What happened? Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Food. Done. I'm going to go grab, what do you call it? A Diet Pepsi. And we will continue. So give me 1 sec, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, and now we get to redo fucking blanket gate here. Try to get my blanket into a position where it is covering me properly. Ugh. I kind of wish this game had like an auto read mode, because then I could like sit back and chill, you know? Although, to be fair, the auto read modes are always like really fucking slow. So even if there was one, I probably wouldn't use it. Okay. Hide this. Yeah, let's turn the game back up because I think I turned it down. Yes, I did. Ouch. I got a little thing, but it might be old. Let's see. Well, it doesn't taste very good, so I don't know. I have an old little tiramisu thing, but I don't think there's ladyfingers in this thing. How can you even call it tiramisu? Regardless, enough stalling. Honestly, man, I'm allowed to stall for a little bit if I'm gonna stream for like 12 hours. Okay, we're back, and I'm wrapped in my blanket. Rosa and the rest returned from the chapel to the parlor in the mansion. Such a horrific thing that had happened so early in the morning. Of course they were high-strung. I feel like high-strung is not in the way that they're using it. Battler and George, who had cried, raged, and let their emotions explode after seeing their parents' tragic bodies, returned to the parlor, sat on the sofas, and let their minds go blank, as though everything up until then had been a lie. Only Maria was completely unchanged and looked just like normal. When she wasn't being mischievous, I know mischievous is probably, you know what, we're actually settling this debate right now. I'm pretty sure the actual pronunciation is mischievous. I know some people say mischievous, but I feel like mischievous is just like a different pronunciation of the same word, you know? Let's see. You can't hear this because it's in the wrong audio channel, but get ready, this is going to be very... Actually, no, my audio is turned down.
Mischievous. Mischievous.
Still, fuck that, man. Mischievous. Mischievous. Mischievous sounds better. She was basically a kid who played wordlessly by herself, so even if her mind was blank, she would probably look as she did. As she turned on the TV and flipped through the channels, it looked as though nothing about her had changed from normal. Perhaps Rosa had some opinions about this attitude, which was clearly different from normal people. She stared at Maria's back with a gaze that wasn't quite pleasant. Let me throw my glasses on here, too. If I can fucking grab them, Jesus. Eventually, Kumasawa came to say good morning. God, every time I put my glasses on, I realize how fucking blind I am. Her cheerful manner was clearly out of place, and she couldn't help but be bewildered at the strange atmosphere in the room. You ever notice how Kumasawa is never around any of the things? Then she heard the details from Goda and expressed her shock in a truly noisy manner. Of course, my fucking blanket will not wrap around my right leg here for some reason. Because it just doesn't want to, and now the gas... Oh my god, I'm gonna do it. Blanket gate is starting again, man. It's starting. Blanket gate is starting again. I almost need like 2 blankets. Like one for my legs, and then... I just don't understand. I'm gonna start sneaking up, and I'm gonna start turning up the heat in this fucking place, because it's unbelievable how cold it is down here. I kind of just wish this was on like a separate circuit that I can control. Regardless, enough complaining. Of course you've contacted the police, right? What should we do in a time like this? Oh, what should we do? Please listen calmly. It seems that some kind of apparatus was done in by lightning last night. Because of that, we have become unable to use the telephones. So then until the typhoon passes, we can't even contact the police? Maybe Kumasawa's exaggerated surprise was a little comical. Rosa giggled in spite of the situation. Because of that, the fog of confusion that had covered her head cleared up a little. I've got to stay strong. It's not just Maria. I'm acting as a parent for George and Battler too now, so I have to stay strong. Also, we're going to start giving MVP awards at the end of every chapter. Or episode, rather. MVP of episode 1 was Natsuhi for sure. And currently, front runner is Rosa. Rosa had been the youngest sibling with a large difference in age between her and the others. She was always treated as a child. Every time she learned something new, it was something obvious to her brothers and sister, and she had grown a complex thinking that she must be incompetent. Also, again, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna look. I am fucking positive, like, positive, that they said there was 5 siblings. I feel like I'm getting fucking Mandela affected by this. In fact, you know what? I'm checking the VOD right fucking now. One moment. We're confirming this. Because I am, like, convinced of this. You will not hear this. Because I'm going to do this quite quickly. Because it would have been in the very first stream. Sibling. By far the youngest. I wonder what the age difference is. I was positive. Okay, I'm getting tilted that fucking popped up and switched where I was looking. Open the transcript. I have, like, some weird memory. What if I do 5? Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know why. I feel like I remember there being... Okay, well, I don't want to waste too much time. I won't waste too much time stalling on this, but I'm telling you right fucking now, man. I could have sworn at some point they said there was 5 siblings, but maybe I'm just making this up in my mind. So she had formed a passive attitude, asking her brothers and sisters for advice every time something had happened. But she no longer had any brother or sisters. Now Rosa was the only one of the 4 Ushiromiya siblings left. Furthermore, if Kinzo continued to shut himself away even in this extraordinary situation, Rosa would have to surpass this crisis as the representative of the head. I'm not a child anymore. Not a child. Rosa slapped her knees lightly and stood up. She must not wait for orders now. She had to start moving herself. She picked up the receiver to the extension phone on the side table, then she immediately remembered that the telephones were out of order. Genji and Shannon, who she had sent to see Kinzo, hadn't returned yet. She had a general guess. He was probably yelling about something nonsensical again and they were unable to calm him. His important chapel had been defiled with blood. That was easy to imagine. She had planned on using the extension phone to call the study, but with the telephone line dead, there was nothing else for it. See, the weird thing is, they were able to call each other inside the buildings at some point, though. I wonder if it was because at the end of the first chapter, like, if the world is technically cut off, if it started to... Because this is the thing that's weird, right? Is, like, whatever the telephone apparatus is, you would imagine that there's, like, it's using some different apparatus to contact outside and internally, so you would imagine that still the lines that would work in between, like, the house would still be fine, right? But evidently not. Rosa decided to go to the study directly with her own 2 feet. Her old self would have been so frightened that she wouldn't have been able to go see Kinzo, and in fact, if she did meet him, she would probably be blamed for something and abused. But now wasn't the time to be frightened, as his true daughter, she had to make him aware of their current situation. Umasawa, I'm going to see father. Take special care of George and Battler. I'm sure they're on edge right now. Yes, I'm quite sure they must be. It is truly pitiable. I shall make them something warm to drink. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know why my sinuses are acting like crazy right now. I'm gonna start muting if I have to keep sniffling. I apologize for that one. Rosa went out into the hallway and headed towards Kinzo's study. The atmosphere in this mansion, which she had spent her younger days in, and should have been full of memories, seemed somehow different. And she began to climb the stairs in the entrance hall. Just then, in the gloom down the stairs behind Rosa, something glowed. Typical. It was a single, fluttering gold butterfly. It fluttered around and sparkled. The butterfly quietly danced without a sound. Obviously. No one can hear the sound of a butterfly's wings beating. And then it stopped on Rosa's back as she slowly climbed the stairs. Rosa didn't notice, and to an ignorant observer, it would probably have looked just as though a single sheet of gold leaf in the shape of a butterfly had gotten stuck there. Without noticing, Rosa continued heading to Kinzo's study. Dude, she is so bad. I say this all the time. My god. Well then, in what way should I entertain myself next? There are still many, many pieces left. I wonder if we're gonna get one of these chapters like it was in the first one that was like an insanely short one. In the parlor, which had returned to silence, the only sound was that of the TV, which Maria was watching alone. If there was anything audible other than that, it was the sound of the rain which had continued on and on since last night. Every one of those people who had viewed that unearthly and horrible scene stayed silent, as though praying that the events of this morning were all a dream. Only Kumasawa hadn't seen it, and so acted slightly differently. She instead found the silence difficult to bear and was fidgety with the desire to cheer everyone up. However, I didn't mean to tap that twice. However, unable to say more than she should, it seemed that she was racking her brains as to how she could be of some use. Normally it would be time for breakfast. However, maybe because something like that had happened, Goda seemed to have forgotten about preparing a meal. No, maybe everyone was so beaten up that they had forgotten their hunger. Kumasawa wanted to bring up the subject of what they would like for breakfast, or what they would do for breakfast, but it didn't seem like the right atmosphere, so she really couldn't. But it was difficult being hungry, so she casually made a proposal. I imagine you must all be tired, or you all must be tired after all that has happened. In times like this, I think the best thing oh my god, fucking black tea again, bro. That is a good plan. I agree as well. Oh ho ho. How about some delicious black tea with biscuits and jam? Oh yes, it seems that it's near Halloween. There were some delicious looking pumpkin-shaped cookies on the shelf. Ah, Kumasawa, that's... Ooh, probably yeah. Of course she had said the wrong thing, because she had reminded Battler and the rest about that horrible and tragic Halloween party in the chapel. Nanjo hurriedly whispered into Kumasawa's ear. Yeah, see, the better question here is too, there has to be some significance in the manner which they were killed and why they were placed in such a way. It seems sort of odd to just like reference Halloween and it just be like, oh, LOL, Halloween, LOL, Halloween. And then in the first thing, like, did they purposely destroy the faces and then leave the faces this time for like that interaction between Battler and Beatrice in Purgatory? Part of me thinks there's another reason behind it. Maybe it's a different person that's doing the murders in each of them, because they have a different way that they're killing. But I'm gonna say right now, I have like heavy sus on Maria, just in general. I mean, it's very easy to suspect her with how much she's in concert with Beatrice, but Battler, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean anything bad. Gracious, no. No, don't worry about it. I'll definitely turn this boiling anger back on the culprit. I wonder if the culprit is still on this island. Probably. After all, there's not going to be a boat coming until the typhoon passes. Yes, my goodness. Because the boats don't come even if there was a little wind. They certainly wouldn't be able to ride one during a typhoon, good gracious no. It creeps me out. You think so too, Aniki? Me too. Regardless of whether the culprit was that mystery guest or not. That's right. We are naturally suspecting the mysterious guest who calls herself Beatrice, but we still cannot be sure that she is the culprit. There is still the possibility she's a victim whose corpse still hasn't been found. That would be the most Beatrice thing of all time, to fake a thing, but we still don't know if this Beatrice that's showing up is the exact same as the witch. That we are not sure yet of. It probably is, but the fact they keep showing like a separate portrait and then doing the talking point about like, oh, maybe it's a daughter, it's like, When I think of it that way, there's something I just can't understand. What do you mean by that? It's simple. It's just like Kumasawa said a short while ago. Right now the island is in the midst of a typhoon, and escape is impossible. The same thing goes for the culprit. In that case, having the crime come to light should have been the thing the culprit most wanted to avoid. That's right. There was no need to draw that creepy magic circle on the entrance to the chapel and show off the fact that the corpses were there. Right, exactly that. Furthermore, if they were able to take the time and effort to do something so horrible to those 6, it should have been equally possible for them to hide the 6 corpses, since where they would be impossible to find. Which is once again, you find out that there has to be some extra meaning. I agree. That brutal Halloween party probably wasn't directed at those who died. It was directed at the people who would eventually discover it. Us. You could probably claim that the magic circle was there to show it to us. The culprit knew that they wouldn't be able to get away from this island for a while, and yet they acted as though they wanted to make us find the corpses in the middle of this typhoon. What does this mean? It seems like it's just misdirection. If I was the culprit, I definitely wouldn't play around and make us find the corpses. Beatrice was not in her room. The room did not seem particularly disturbed. Ah, no. Milady did disturb it quite a lot, though. Come to think of it, what happened to Jessica? Kanon is looking after her. They're probably in Milady's room. That isn't good. The culprit is definitely still on the island. In this situation, I don't believe it's a very good idea to isolate ourselves in small numbers. What do you mean by that? You don't mean to say that the culprit plans to kill all of us? Let us remain calm. That is not yet certain, but we can't deny the possibility, much to my chagrin. This letter was in the chapel. According to this, the culprit is the witch, and if we don't solve the riddle of grandfather's epitaph and find the gold, she'll massacre the whole family, or something like that. Is that true? Would you allow me to read it as well? As they read the witch's letter, Goto, Kumasawa, and Nanjo's faces grew even paler than they had been. Kumasawa could no longer hide her shaking. If you don't want to die, try finding grandfather's hidden gold, huh? Screwing around with us. I'll bet you can't solve the riddle, so you're trying to make us solve it. However, I wonder what the truth is. Madame always insisted that the legend of the gold was nothing more than a fantasy created by the master. It is doubtful whether that actually existed. True. Supposedly they thought it would be nice if it existed, but only somewhat believed it. The relatives only all started believing in the legend of the gold after Kinzo's health worsened and the inheritance problem came up. I would think that there were very few people who believed it before then. Really? I wonder if that's why. Do you remember? On the table in the chapel, there were 3 gold ingots. That alone is worth quite a lot. Couldn't that truly prove that the legend of the gold was real? Excuse me, please wait. Just now, did you say 3 gold bars? Yeah, there were definitely 3 of them piled up. So what? Well, I happened to hear Kraus talking about it once. Yes, I just heard it, you understand? It's not like I was trying to listen to his okay. Don't worry about that now. So then what? Is there something wrong with there being 3 of those gold bars? Yes. According to Kraus, there was only one bar ever found to support the legend of the gold. This is true, yep. We knew this. That is correct. I do believe the story goes that Kinzo showed the president of Maruso a mountain of gold and let him take 1 bar back with him. And that came to be in Kraus's possession, and he said this as well. That there was no gold which supported the master's legend besides that one. You're talking about my uncle here, right? So, what do we got here? No, wait, 3. Wait, where did they come from? That's too many of them. Might we not think of it this way? Maybe the other person in the family each found one, and they each brought one of them there. No, I cannot believe that. When all the relatives came to the mansion, I was entrusted with their luggage. I did not feel any suspicious weight back then. I think they weighed about 10 kilograms. If that much weight was in their bags, even I would notice. But it didn't seem that way. Same here. At the most, there were some changes of clothes, medicine, Kiri's makeup. That's about it, I think. Auntie Rose's luggage also looked pretty light. In that case, those 3 piled up gold bars were being shown to them, or maybe us, telling us that the legend of the gold is definitely real. So I think there's 2 things that we can learn from this, right? Let me do a quick save as well, again, just to prevent in case of a power outage. Number 1. I shouldn't say this also, I should say this likely. One is that two okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm. So the only reason why I say this is that the reason behind 2 is that unless the culprit just so happened to bring an extra 20 kilogram worth of gold, they must have access to the entire 10 tons of gold, since 1 bar was the only one that was known to exist. In that case, there's no way they would have been able to transport the entirety of the gold, so we are stuck with 1 of 2, I should say the reasoning behind 2 plus 3. We're stuck with 1 of 2 scenarios. Scenario 2, which I think is more likely, that the gold is on the island somewhere, and the culprit has access to it, and produced the 2 gold bars from the 1,000 in storage, because again, we did the math, we know that it's in 10 kilogram denominations, there's 10 tons, so you can do the math there. So they produced 2 of the 1,000 gold bars in storage to prove that they have access to the gold somewhere. Okay. I just realized my mic has been muted this entire fucking time. I don't know how long it's been muted. I don't think it's been very long. I think I accidentally pressed it. Sorry, I'll go over this. I was just typing this, so apologies there. I don't know how long I muted myself. What I was saying is that we have like a mix of a scenario here where okay, so this is the thing. Whoever the culprit is, Beatrice or otherwise, they know where the legend of the gold is stored. This has to be true for this scenario. The defeater for this argument is that for whatever reason the culprit has access to some / not all of the gold, maybe only the 2 extra bars that they produced. We know that Kraus had 1 in storage. Maybe more, but not the whole. It seems unlikely that the gold would be separated given how the riddle is written. It doesn't seem to make sense. So we're going to assume, under one of our assumptions here, is that the gold is all stored in one place, and this person took the gold from wherever it's stored. So now we have 2 things. One, the gold is on the island. They showed the gold bars as proof. And we should say they took it from this storage site on the island. And then we have the other one. The gold is not on the island. They brought only 2 gold bars, maybe more, as proof of their access. The reason why it has to be one of these 2 things is we know that it's just not feasible for them to transport the entirety of the gold. So there's 2 options. It's either that it's on the island to begin with, and they took a certain amount of it as proof, or it wasn't on the island, and they took some from the storage as proof that they had, right? Which, that's what the reasoning here is, that the reason behind 2-3 being that unless the culprit just so happened to bring an extra 20 kilograms to show off after the first killings, they must have access to the entire this is sort of a stupid statement. I should say the reason behind 2-3 being that only 1 bar was known to exist from the whole. Thus, this person must have... We'll just do it. The reason behind this, only 1 bar was known to exist from the whole. Thus, this person must have access to the 10 tons to be able to produce the 2 extra bars. 1, we are under the assumption that it is impossible for them to transport the entirety of the gold. Plus, they want to keep it a secret to some degree. For whatever reason, I don't know why they would even reveal they're in possession of it, because that would also imply that they had solved the riddle already. So we're stuck with 1 of 2 scenarios. Scenario 2, most likely the culprit has access to 10 tons of gold. And I don't know why I said this. I mean, this is more likely. Under the assumption it's impossible for them to transport the entirety of the gold, plus they want to keep it a secret to some degree. It is more likely that the gold is on the island somewhere, given, or I should say at least with our current understanding. Fuck, I'm worried about how long I have my mic muted. I don't think it was super long, but under the assumption it's impossible for them to transport the entirety of the gold, plus they want to keep it a secret to some degree. I'm just going to remove this because it's sort of a needless statement. It is more likely that the gold is on the island somewhere, with our current understanding, as none of the siblings brought it in their luggage. I should just say that no one is believed, has been known or suspected to have brought it with them. Plus, Natsuhi and Kraus operate off the island, so that wouldn't really mean much to them. So, the defeater for this, as I said, is that for whatever reason the culprit doesn't have access to all the gold. They only have like 2 of them. But then the bigger part of this that's confusing, the more confusing part of this revelation, is that whoever revealed the gold already solved the riddle. This is going to be under the assumption that the solution to the riddle is where the gold is stockpiled. If it's not, then this is bunk reasoning. It doesn't mean anything. But if we assume that the solution to the riddle is the location where the gold is stored, the more confusing part of this revelation is that whoever revealed the gold already solved the riddle, so the ritual has no need to proceed. There is no reason for this person, assuming they are not Beatrice. Which again, I'm still not 100% locking in that Beatrice is the one doing this. I can see Beatrice moving pieces, but I don't know if Beatrice is acting so much as a piece herself in the game. But there's no reason for this person, assuming they are not Beatrice, to not just end the riddle, to end the ritual, unless for some reason they want everyone else to die. Maybe hate the family, / want others out of the picture, / serve Beatrice. Jesus. / insane. Like, so this is the more confusing part of the whole revelation. Sorry for pausing on this for so long, and again, I'm sorry if I was muted for a long time, I didn't notice, but the most confusing part of this revelation is that whoever revealed the gold, they already solved the riddle, under the assumption that the solution to the riddle is where the gold's stockpiled. The ritual has no need to proceed. There's no reason for this person, assuming they are not Beatrice, to not just end the ritual. Or, I don't know if the ritual... maybe the ritual doesn't necessarily end when the gold is found? I don't really know. Unless for some reason they want everyone else to die. So this is just the current operation we're running on. Okay, continue. It's definitely real, that it isn't a fantasy and challenging us to uncover it. Could there be a scheme to have us solve the epitaph, which points to the hidden location, and then to try to snatch it away? So then the other question here is, too, does this prove that Beatrice is not a witch, but rather a person? Or that Beatrice is also feigning as a player in the game, and not in the sense of herself showing up? And then for the reasons above. Still confused right now. Why, if anyone other than Beatrice Okay. That does fit best, but there are a few parts that don't make sense. First, our parents, who should have been the most likely to be able to solve the epitaph, were killed first. I think that creates an immediate contradiction. And something else makes even less sense. They're trying to say the legend of the gold is actually true, but how could they prepare that gold? It's almost like the culprit... Thank you! That's what I'm saying. They've already found it. And it's telling us to try and find it too. Maybe the culprit obtained those three like Uncle Kraus, and thereby became certain about the legend of the gold, and is trying to make us search for the rest. I think that way is most convincing. The pieces on the chessboard aren't lining up at all. We don't have a clue what the culprit is planning, what they want to make us do. Is it pointless? Think about anything at this point in time. It was written down, what she wants you to do. Can't any of you read? Maria suddenly laughed in a creepy voice. I thought she'd been concentrating on the TV, but she'd been listening in too, apparently. As she remained facing the TV, she very simply told us what we were forgetting. Beatrice hasn't said one word about wanting the gold. She's not asked anything except whether you can solve the epitaph's riddle or not. Although I bet she thinks it's impossible for you anyway. So you're saying you can solve it, Maria? Don't care. She's gonna take me to the Golden Land, so I won't get in Beatrice's way. Ouch. Looks like if we want to understand further, we're gonna have to ask Maria. Maria, tell us, who is this Beatrice? What is she planning? Well, you see, Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her wondrous powers. Anything can be done with the power of magic. You can create gold, you can create bread, and of course you can even create sweets. You saw it, didn't you? At that time, everyone jumped at the sound of a door being closed forcefully. We turned around to find that at some point Rosa had returned bringing Genji and Shannon. Then she rapidly approached Maria, her heels clacking, and hit her sharply on the cheek. Jesus. Stop talking about that. Battler and the rest will take it badly. Ugh. Without waiting for a response, she slapped Maria's cheek once more. Everyone could only stand there, shocked. I don't know what means. What about yes? Ugh. She mercilessly slapped Maria's cheek again. Maybe she didn't feel like resisting after being hit twice. Maria weakly said yes. But Rosa, there was no reason to do something so harsh. This is my daughter's education. I'd greatly appreciate it if you didn't interject. The atmosphere around Rosa, with Genji and Shannon in tow, was somehow cold and yet dignified, completely different from how she seemed before she left. We saw that Auntie Rose was holding something that looked like a gun. I couldn't imagine that she would have brought back a toy in this situation. Auntie Rosa, what is... Oh, damn, okay. This is Father's. Because of the current situation, I borrowed it specially. I'm sure you all realize as well as I do, the culprit is still nearby. We don't know what could happen. I agree. Rather than trying to figure out what the culprit is planning, it might be better first to think about our safety, our own safety. Father was alright, but he was slightly agitated by these sudden events. Fortunately, he said that he won't leave his room, so he's probably safe. Now we should do all we can to gather in the same place. I agree. We don't even know what the culprit is hiding, and anyway, there's no proof that there's only one of them. That's also true. I shivered at the words that had come out of my own mouth. That's right. Could a single person kill 6 people and create such a horrible scene all alone? Isn't it natural to assume that the crime was carried out by multiple culprits? See, my whole thinking behind this entire time is that there's people that are, like, being approached by Beatrice, and are being aided in some way to make the game interesting, and that there's, like... It could be like Higurashi, where there's, like, a different person that goes insane every time, but to be fair, in Higurashi, despite a different person going insane every time, there was still the same through line by the end of it. I agree with Rosa. It is probably good for us to gather in one place. My goodness, yes. I also think that is good. Yes, yes. Maybe it would be good to call Milady and Kanon here already. Good idea. Let's have them come down. George made to grab the extension phone, but Goda shook his head. Alright, we can't use the phones right now. I'll go with a couple people. If George and Goda come as well, that should be enough. No. Let's all go together. It's a wolves and sheep puzzle. If we're all gathered together here in equilibrium, the situation is the most safe. Wolves and sheep puzzle? Ugh, I have it. Show you. Maria, turn off the television. Genji, please tell me where Jessica's room is. Let's all go together. Yes, I will guide you. Come on, everyone. We'll move together. Follow my instructions. We stood up. Maria alone looked like she had some lingering attachment to the TV, but she went along with everyone for now and got up. Shannon, thank goodness. I was a little worried when you took so long to get back. I'm sorry to have worried you. The master ordered me to copy down something. Copy down? Shannon. I am sorry. Excuse me. We headed for Jessica's room, led by Genji and Auntie Rosa holding the gun. Jessica and Kanon are a girl and a boy of about the same age. That sure would be a shame if we walked in on them at a bad time, is what I'd have joked about normally, I'm sure. However, Auntie Rosa was on edge, constantly exuding tension, so it really wasn't the kind of atmosphere where I could joke like that. Hey, don't fall behind. Everyone move together. We don't know when or where the culprit might leap at us, you know? No, maybe Auntie Rosa's attitude was more appropriate. Since grandfather hadn't come down, Auntie Rosa was a leader. This wasn't a situation where she could smile like she always did. And Auntie Rosa was herself a mother. She was mother. She liked Brat. Her favorite song was Everything is Romantic. She probably also thought that if she didn't get a hold of herself, some harm might befall her beloved daughter. The culprit had killed 6 of our parents at once. The method they had used was unknown, but there was a good chance that this opponent could take down a large number of people in an instant. Was that with weapons or with numbers? I mean, the one thing that we've learned so far is whenever they're killing these people, they're killing them before they're, like, defacing their bodies in some way. So there's still something that we have to figure out, whether it be by poisoning them with food. That's, like, the one thing that I was thinking, is that it's interesting that they would, like, cut their stomachs open, because in that case, then you're kind of, like, hiding the, Oh, wait, I actually have to check something. When I ordered my food today, they gave me a time period that if somebody scored a goal between 4 minutes and 3 minutes in the hockey game, in the Oilers game, that I would get a prize. Did something happen? Did I get one? Nope, I didn't. I got fucked. Never mind. But so the question is, like, how did they kill this person? Wrong gas leak? Like, are we gonna do a methane check? Like, are they dying of, like, monoxide poisoning or something? Because we know both times the people had died. They had died in ways that was relatively simple and then either covered up in some way, or they died in the same way that wouldn't be obvious without autopsy. So, like, a poisoning, like suffocation, and I mean actual suffocation, not like, you know, you like crushed someone's neck or something and they suffocated. So there's an interesting dynamic that's going on there that... I'm gonna put this in the notes, actually. That... Okay, sorry. Just wanted to write that. Was that with weapons or with numbers? Or was it with the magic of a witch? In any case, it definitely didn't look like there were any factors indicating we could get careless. The rest of us should take much, much greater care like Auntie Rosa. Everyone stopped. Auntie Rosa spoke in a sharp voice. When we peered forwards, wondering what was up, we immediately noticed the reason. What is this? Everyone get back. Goda and Genji approached the door. Jessica's room was probably on the other side of that door. This seems to be the same paint that was scribbled on the door to the chapel. It appears so. It appears that not much time has passed since it was drawn. Okay, so this is another interesting thing again, is that... For the first 6 people, the victims are dying in some way, then their bodies are being defaced afterwards. In the first chapter, they had their faces smashed, in the second, they were cut from their stomach to their chest. There had to be some reason why the killer is defacing the bodies after they die. I'm wondering if it's somehow to cover the method by which the people were killed. Whatever way they are dying, at least initially it is not an obviously gruesome one, like the stakes later on. And then for this, for the second Twilight's killer, once again we find the gate that was drawn was made relatively recently. The gate that was drawn was made relatively recently to the discovery. Once again... It is the same drawing as well. The doorway. Also, there's another thing to note as well, that in this murder, once again, it was a bedroom in the mansion where it happened, and it belonged to one of the victims. This is good to note. This is good info, because it happened in Jessica's room, and we know in the last one it was the room, technically it didn't belong to them, but it was made for them. What is that? Another magic circle? It's the first magic circle of the moon. It has the power to open unopenable doors. The door to Jessica's room had that creepy graffiti on it which had been drawn on the door on the chapel. That strange shape definitely had some meaning related to the occult, but it didn't matter what the meaning was. We were more worried about whether those two were alright. But that doesn't matter. Are Jessica and Kanon alright? I have a bad premonition. We should quickly take those two downstairs. Milady, are you there? Please answer. Goda knocked violently and yelled, but there was no answer. He twisted the doorknob with a clatter, but the lock just resisted him. Rosa, it seems to be locked. There are no other options. Please open it. Genji nodded and Goda quickly unlocked the door with the master key. Now the real question is she going to have repositioned Kanon's body? Or will he be missing? In the back of my mind, horrible images floated up and disappeared one after another. A magic circle had been drawn on the door to the chapel, and 6 corpses had been behind that. So there was a magic circle drawn on the door to Jessica's room, then beyond it. Jessica! What happened? Is she there? Jessica, what happened? It was truly heartless. The expressions on Goda's face, and what he said when he opened the door, prepared us for the brutal fate that Jessica might have met even without seeing her. Everyone tumbled into Jessica's room at once. The scene told everyone that their worst fears were right on the mark. Oh my lord, bro. Again, this is what I'm saying. They're actually showing gore this time around. Look at her fucking eyes, too. That's kind of creepy. Oh my. Dr. Nanjo. The room seemed elegant for Jessica's age, and there she was inside it lying on the ground. There was a large pool of blood on the floor. There was a knife or something sticking deep into her back. Now, this is something else that I want to notice, too. I'm trying to think. Has there ever been a time now, so far, where a child... I guess this might be the first time that it's popped up. I'm trying to think. Has there been a time where a child of one of the siblings was killed first? So, for instance, like Jessica was killed... I don't think so. I'm going to note this down. It might not be important. It could just be coincidence, but... so far, there has never been a child of one of... I should say a grandchild. Killed before their parent. For example, to this point, we have never had, say, George die before Ava plus Hideyoshi, or any other combination. Makes me wonder if, for whatever reason, parent has to die first. I'm gonna keep note of that. There's a design on the handle that had to have been done in a devil motif. There was no doubt that this weapon carried some kind of occult meaning. This is horrible. She's passed away. This probably reaches her lungs. Not much time has passed since she died. Jessica... Damn it. But Battler... I was naive. I knew it. Since they couldn't escape the island, the culprit was definitely close by. Then why wasn't I on my guard straight away? I was naive. I just assumed that culprits sneak away after they commit a crime. We were stunned then. We thought we just had to accept it when Jessica gave in to rage and ran off, but we were naive. We should have stopped her. This is the other thing too that we're noticing, okay? Which we kind of knew already. The killer so far has only attacked people when they are isolated. I think we have only proof of at most 3 at a time. Although 6 people have turned up, we don't necessarily know if they were all killed at the same time. Goda, why did you leave those 2 alone? If only you had been with them, something like this would never... No, you see, I said it was dangerous, so we should return. So that Milady said that she wanted to be alone. Kanon told me to leave it to him, and speaking of which, where is Kanon? That's right. What in the world happened to Kanon? Kanon? Where? Kanon should have been with Milady. What in the world? You don't think they got him? Quiet. Someone might be hiding in this room. Search under the bed and in the closet. Is the body gonna be under the bed? There's also a chance that Kanon's corpse had been pushed away somewhere. At Rose's orders, everyone searched the room together, but there wasn't a single human hiding anywhere. Well, he wasn't a human, right? He was furniture. He's nowhere. Could the culprit have taken him out of the room? Then we have to search for him quickly and save him. If we're slow, something awful might happen. Auntie Rose, let's search all over the mansion. Let's search for the culprit. Let's save Kanon. Quiet. Auntie Rosa yelled at us loudly, and we fell instantly silent. She yelled so loud she fucking turned the music off. It's crazy. She was probably contemplating something, but what in the world could that be? Auntie Rosa walked around the room as though looking for something, or as though she was collecting her thoughts. Then she found something on the side table by the bed and picked it up. If anyone knows, tell me. What key is this? Auntie Rosa showed everyone a key with a cute mascot attached to it. Judging from its cute appearance, I didn't doubt that it was Jessica's key, but I had no way of knowing what key it was. It was probably the key to this, to Milady's room. After hearing that, Auntie Rosa made a point of going outside the door and checking. Without a doubt, it was the key to this room. I wonder why it was set in a place like this. And also, if the door was locked, right? Normally, don't you keep important keys in your pocket? Milady wasn't in the habit of locking her room, except for when she went to school. It seems she would do it then because she didn't want crows to look inside her room. Okay, again, another interesting topic here. To show this again. I see. She wasn't in school, so it's natural that Jessica would set the key down here. How many keys can open this door? Just the one Milady had. Can't it be opened with your master keys? They can open it. How many master keys are there? Do all the servants have one? Are there extras? Yes, we all have one. As for extras, I wonder. There used to be several, and Madam strongly scolded us that this was careless, so I believe they've been dealt with. Okay, so this is the thing. Every servant has a master key, which we knew already. And there are an unknown amount of extra master keys, which we do not know the number nor location of, because we can't prove that they were destroyed. That is correct. There is only one held by each servant. There are no more. Wait a second. In the last game I thought we said there were extra master keys. Yes, regarding that, I've noticed that having several master keys whose locations are unknown is quite disadvantageous for me. Well, yeah. Since you want to make me believe in magic by using locked rooms, it must be really disadvantageous for you to have master keys unaccounted for. In fact, every time a trick related to locks shows up, I was planning to resist by arguing that the culprit possessed a master key that someone had lost in the past or duplicated. Yes, exactly, so I've decided to make a move to defeat that. I'll alter the setup. The only master keys are the ones held by the servants, one key each. Okay. Okay. Messing with me. More importantly, what is this move? What's Auntie Rose saying? Who knows? You should try listening in. Thank you. I have the situation sorted out. And I managed to identify the culprit who assaulted Jessica, or maybe one of their accomplices. What did you say? Who is that? Auntie Rosa, you can't be talking about Kanon. Huh? But why Kanon? This room was locked, and the only keys that can unlock this room are the master keys that each servant is holding, as well as the key Jessica had. But Jessica's key was closed up in here, which means the only keys that could have locked it are the master keys. It is as you say. In that case, someone killed Jessica, then locked the door. That person was holding a master key, and there are only 5 people who were holding master keys. Oh my! It wasn't me, not me. Gracious, no, I couldn't do something like that. Kumasawa, you got up late. After we returned from the chapel to the parlor, we did meet you there, but it's impossible to prove where you were and what you were doing until that time. You watched us from the shadows, chased after Jessica and Kanon when they were isolated, and stealthily attacked them. Are you saying that I visited Milady's room? ... And did something so horrible? I did no such thing. Gracious, no such thing. Also, what chapter is it? 12. Okay. What about you, Goda? You said that you left Jessica in Kanon's care in return. But I wonder if that's true. I wonder if you didn't really kill the 2 of them, hide Kanon's corpse, and then come back with an innocent look on your face. Nothing of the sort happened. I swear on my name that I did not do anything like that. It wasn't us either. We were following the master's orders, and yes, at least you and Genji are alright. That is backed up by what I heard from Father. The 2 of you were in Father's room the whole time, one copying and one standing witness. Father and I can guarantee that. Thank you very much. In that case, I think the argument becomes who is more suspicious, Goda or Kumasawa. That's how I thought too, at least in the first moments after entering this room, but then I thought it was strange. Look at the state of Jessica's body. Don't you all think it's strange she got hit in the back? Strange, you say? Jessica was stabbed in the back. Come on, it's often generally said, right? That in crimes where the victim is stabbed in the back, there's a high likelihood that the culprit was someone whose face was known to the victim. She definitely wouldn't invite a person that she doesn't trust into her room and defenselessly expose her back. Rosa, you couldn't mean to say that it was Kanon. Yes. We know well what state Jessica was in right before she was killed. Jessica was very panicked after seeing her parents' tragic bodies, and it's easy to imagine that after she regained her composure, she'd have been in a horrible slump. I can really understand it if Jessica's frame of mind led her to shut herself up alone in her room, and those particularly also fit with Goda's story. Jessica said to leave her alone, then Kanon, who is of a similar age and may have had some adolescent relationship with her, said to leave it to him. I can really understand why he'd feel that way. And I think that is the very reason why Jessica welcomed Kanon into her room. But what if it had been Goda or Kumasawa? Would she have let them into her room? I believe that I have gained my lady's trust, but even so, then you are another suspect after all, right, Goda? I thought that you probably weren't liked by Jessica, so I believe she wouldn't have let you into her room. So I thought it was impossible that you were the culprit, but... No, I'm afraid to say that I may not have been accepted by my lady. Wow, that's a nice pivot. Kumasawa, what about you? Oh, a senior like me is far too separated by age to understand the feelings of a young person like Milady very well, and perhaps Milady did not open her heart up to me. Right, Goda? Yes, that's right. She probably did not open her heart to us to a great degree. It would be inconceivable that Milady would let us into her room when she was heartbroken. Goda and Kumasawa each clasped their hands together, affirming each other with forced smiles on their faces. I mean, they're kind of just like back-to-back Charlie's Angeling each other, but it's okay. It was a really unpleasant routine. No kidding. Someone who'd be permitted to enter Jessica's room when she was heartbroken. Who would have been given access to her defenseless back? And that person had a master key that only points to one person. It was impossible for anyone except Kanon. But please, wait. Kanon definitely wouldn't do something like... Oh, then is there someone else? Is Goda or Kumasawa suspicious after all? Which of the two do you think is more suspicious, Shannon? Ugh, come on, sorry, I'm blanket gating again. I'm trying to get this blanket to cover my legs. My legs get so cold, man. I don't... It wasn't me, Shannon. Gracious, no, it was not me. Of course it wasn't me either. It was Kanon who had a close relationship with Milady and you, Shannon, if anyone. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Jessica might also have let Shannon into her room, but you should have been with Father. But in reality... Are you the culprit? Shannon can't be the culprit. You only just said that she was doing some important work with Grandfather. Yes, I know that. Neither Shannon nor Genji is the culprit. Even Father acknowledges that they were together the whole time. Well then, what do you think, everyone? Asked that, no one could respond, because even if someone did argue back, they would have they'd have to offer the name of a different suspicious person, and no matter whose name that person was here. No one could do something like that. Auntie Rosa glanced at everyone in turn, fingering the gun like it was a toy. Damn, does the gun like it? She seems so different from the normal kind, Auntie Rosa. It's probably because I still don't feel how much danger we're in. Maybe Auntie Rosa's attitude seemed natural to me. Maybe until her attitude seemed natural to me, I wasn't fully appreciating the danger. There is no danger, Rosa. I am the danger. You... A man knocks on my door, and you think I let him in and stab me in the back? You think that of me? No. I am the one who stabs people in the back. Looks like no one has an opinion. Then I will say mine. Of course, I can't deny the possibility that Kanon is a victim without a corpse, but until we find his corpse, I definitely can't deny the possibility that Kanon is a suspect. There's a chance that Kanon may claim to have been attacked by the culprit, sorry I have to lift my mic a bit, and confined somewhere. He may appear unexpectedly with that excuse. But take care. Sorry, I gotta get my cable out from under my blanket because I keep doing it and it's like pulling shit around. I actually need to buy a new headphone cable, probably do that for my birthday. But take care. Maybe, probably, no, definitely. Kanon killed Jessica. No way. I can't believe it. For Kanon to do that, to Milady, that's too much to accept. I feel the same as Shannon. I oppose labeling Kanon as the culprit. And is the culprit Goda, or is it Kumasawa? Okay, how much longer are we gonna do this fucking circle, man? Just go find Kanon's body. Tell me who's more suspicious. It wasn't us. If it wasn't Kanon, then who could have locked this door? Shannon? George? Well? Well. Auntie Rosa closed in on Shannon and George, laughing unpleasantly. Of course they couldn't say anything back. They wanted to believe in Kanon, but if they did, they would have to suspect the other servants. The simplest culprit was the mystery guest, Beatrice. But she was nothing more than a guest and didn't have a master key. Then if Beatrice was the culprit without a master key, do we have to accept the argument that she really is a witch and lock the door with the power of magic? That's a filthy argument. Filthy. We still, mind you, don't know what was in the envelope that Rosa had. We still only have access to what the fuck happened. So, I don't know, man. I'm a little bit sussed right now. What's so difficult? Make it my fault. You can just make it the fault of the 19th person, the mystery guest, can you not? If you do, you won't have to watch this ugly battle of humans pressing each other. So then what? The culprit is the 19th person, the guest Beatrice. She's a witch, so she could lock the door without a key using magic. Are you telling me to accept that? No goddamn way. No way. No goddamn way. In the last game, I learned all of your weak points. So what now? What now? You said you're never going to accept me, did you not? In that case, you can use Kanon as a perfect sacrifice. Kanon killed Jessica. If you support Rosa's theory, everything is settled here, you know? Kanon is already dead. There should be no need to show concern for the dead, and you won't have to doubt anyone here. Damn it! I won't accept you. But Kanon being the culprit, that's impossible. It's not really, but... I don't want to suspect anyone. However, it is sometimes the case that the suspicious are the guilty. In any case, there's probably nothing better than caution. Dr. Nanjo, what do you mean by that? Please do not misunderstand. I do not wish to label Kanon as the culprit. However, until we understand the situation, there is the possibility that Kanon is the culprit, and I believe keeping that in mind is safer. Yes, that's right. You cannot be too cautious. It didn't seem as though anyone blamed Nanjo. In reality, no one thought that Kanon was a culprit. But if they didn't suspect him, they would have to suspect one of the servants here. We didn't want to do that. We didn't want to suspect. We didn't want to be suspected. That is the correct way to think. We cannot be too vigilant. Is there anyone who objects to that? Listen, there is a very high likelihood that this murder case is related to the legend of Father's Gold. In that case, it's certainly the crime of someone plotting to keep a vast amount of gold worth tens of billions of yen all for themselves. With that amount of money, you could play around for the rest of your life in any country. It may be possible that they would massacre us for this reason. For the simple reason that our guest wasn't holding a master key, for the murder of Jessica, and this murder alone, we remove our 19th person, Beatrice, from suspicion. But we can't say that she is unrelated to the crime. After all, it's a vast amount of gold we're talking about. We can't deny the possibility that there are multiple culprits. Right now, one of the people here among us might have been bought by the culprit. Dun 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 dun. Boom boom. As Auntie Rosa yelled, she looked all around, her gun still raised. Don't believe anyone, suspect the person next to you. That's what she was saying. But no one wanted to suspect. They didn't want to suspect anyone here. That weakness in their hearts demanded an answer for those not here. There are only two groups of people you can be sure aren't suspects. Yourself and those who are already corpses. The same goes for Kanon. That's actually not true because we couldn't guarantee that they're not, like, body doubles, but yeah, they're probably dead. Until we catch sight of his corpse, he's the most likely suspect in Jessica's murder, so take care. Even if he's still alive, even if you smooth things over with some explanation, you absolutely must not trust him, alright? I do want to check. We know Jessica's dead now. However, those who met Auntie Rosa's eyes had to nod their heads. Humans are social beings. In other words, from the time they are born, trusting each other is imprinted in their genes. It is unpleasant to go against that. They definitely don't want to suspect anyone, but if they had to suspect someone, they thought that choosing one of the people not here right now would be the most acceptable. For just the reason of acceptability, they had passively chosen to sacrifice Kanon. This is ridiculous. I definitely don't want to believe that Kanon is the culprit. I'd only just heard it from George, but not only were those two close in age, they also had that adolescent relationship Auntie Rosa had mentioned. It may be a little late now, but yes, they really did have that kind of air about them. After seeing her parents' tragic bodies, Jessica, bearing deep wounds in her heart, would only have trusted Kanon. It's a very conceivable story, so I don't like it. Kanon was the only one she trusted, so she wouldn't have let anyone but Kanon in. But he was the only one who could have killed Jessica. I just can't accept that line of argument. Understand? Even if Kanon appears, don't get careless. As long as we can't prove Kanon's innocence, we will suppose that Kanon is the culprit who killed Jessica. Auntie Rosa made that claim. By using the ever so slightly vague word suppose, ultimately she gave everyone that last little push they needed. Everyone nodded weakly, and under the excuse that they were just temporarily supporting it, they concluded that Kanon was the culprit who had killed Jessica. I wondered what the dead Jessica and Kanon would think if they could hear this exchange. Jessica was crying. She was crying in the chest of the person who had put his life on the line to fight for her. It was frustrating. So frustrating that it felt like her chest would explode. She grieved and resented how far the dignity of the dead had been trampled. Those guys, why are they treating you like the culprit? Because there's no corpse. Why are they treating you like the culprit? Because there's no corpse. You risked your life to fight for me. Then the witch erased your corpse for fun. To call you the culprit because of that, it's horrible. It's too horrible. It's alright. Excuse me. Jesus. In the end, I couldn't completely protect you, but I was able to be of use to you, my lady. So why doesn't everyone understand that? Stop it, Auntie Rosa. Don't call Kanon the culprit with that messed up reasoning. She isn't saying that I'm the culprit. She's just saying I'm suspicious. No. She's saying to be careful. She is saying it. These people are saying you're the culprit, Kanon, so they can stop thinking. They aren't going to think about who the culprit who killed me is anymore. They aren't going to think of the possibility that you aren't the culprit. And after this, every time something happens, they'll repeat the excuse that it was the work of Kanon who's gone missing. I can't stand that. It's alright. At least you know the truth, milady. Only I know the truth. That's pointless. I found out by dying. Truth belongs to living humans. If the truth doesn't remain, the dead won't be rewarded. They won't know why you risked your life. Truly a splendid sight. It is a rare honey that is sweeter than the laments of the dead. Laments of the dead. Lament, lament. No matter how much you lament, the voices of the dead never reach the living. Damn it. Damn it. It doesn't matter who. Hear my voice. Kanon isn't the culprit. Kanon's corpse was just erased. Why? Why don't you understand that? Milady. I can't take this. It's so sad. It's so frustrating. If it's like this, you died for nothing. The dead have no honor unless the living acknowledge it. It doesn't matter who. Realize. Realize, please. Kanon isn't the culprit. Don't go. Don't go, guys. Please don't end it like this. Don't go. Don't go. Rosa proclaimed that this room should be sealed until the police came. The rest didn't want to suspect each other, so they happily accepted that. They accepted Kanon as the tentative culprit. Without even imagining how much disgrace they gave to the dead, or that gave to the dead, they accepted it. Milady, it's all right now. Thank you. Don't go. Don't go, guys. I beg you, come back. Don't leave us like this. Don't leave Kanon treated as the culprit. Blah. It won't reach. The laments of the dead never reach. You make me laugh. Yes, that face of yours makes me laugh. You're thinking it will reach, aren't you? It won't reach, Jessica. Okay. That's no goddamn good. Huh? Battler, did you say something? Yeah, this is no good. It's no goddamn good at all. At the time everyone made to leave the room, only Battler had his back to them, and he was still looking down at Jessica's body. What do you mean it's no good at all? Do you have some objection? I'll at least agree that we have to be vigilant. But this talk about having Kanon be the culprit, sorry, but allow me to refuse. Oh, I see you're biting into this part. If Kanon wasn't the culprit, and it wasn't my doing either, then how do you explain this locked room that Jessica's room has become? Honestly, I've got to throw my hands up there. Seriously, why'd I say it's no goddamn good? I've got to take responsibility for my own actions. I'm empty-handed with zero weapons to argue with, but you know, I won't stand here twiddling my thumbs anymore, Beatrice. Battler, is there some proof that Kanon isn't the culprit? The expression that rose to those two's faces was Jesus. The expression that rose to those two faces was definitely expectant. They didn't want to believe that Kanon was the culprit. In truth, they believed in Kanon, so this expectation was because they wanted to be made to believe in him even more strongly. And Battler, which of the other servants do you suspect? Goda? Or is it Kumasawa? Quit it, Auntie Rosa. I know the person called Kumasawa well. She'll sometimes slack off from work, but she'll always try to make things fun for people. She's not a person who would kill, even if her eyes were dazzled by money. But Battler. And I just met Goda yesterday. Honestly, I still don't really understand him. But there is one thing I understand. I've never seen someone look so happy to be making food. You're the same. The same as Kumasawa. Goda likes to make people happy. As if a person like that could kill those who praised his own food as delicious, even if money was piled up in front of him. And who do you think killed Jessica, Battler? Who do you think shut Jessica up in a room that could only be locked by a master key? Wait, before I argue about that, there's something I want to make clear. I don't want to talk about if so and so is not the culprit, then so and so is the culprit. I just want to talk about how it's completely impossible for Kanon to be the culprit. Say that you can establish that Kanon isn't the culprit. How? Really simple. It's something I came dangerously close to overlooking. Beato. Beato. Repetition requested. Say it if you can. Kanon was holding a master key. Oh. Kanon wasn't holding a master key. How can you tell that? I heard what Goda said before. Just before he split up with Kanon. The part about when Jessica went to raid the VIP room. Goda, you did a good job remembering it. You protected Kanon's honor. I did? I heard him talk about the same thing, but I don't really understand. Could you explain it, Battler? Let me think back. Kanon was the one that unlocked the VIP room for Jessica, right? When Jessica unlocked the VIP room, she borrowed the key from Kanon but didn't give it back, so Kanon wasn't holding a master key. Or was he? Certainly Goda has no recollection of the master key being returned to Kanon, however she might have returned it when Goda wasn't looking. How can you prove that it definitely didn't happen? If you could just search the pocket of Kanon's corpse, you could probably establish that, but you can't. It's impossible to prove. You're no goddamn good at all. It's truly simple to prove, isn't it? I mean, if she never gave it back, you'd check Jessica's corpse, right? No way. So you're saying that Kanon wasn't holding the key? Yeah. And to prove it, all you have to do is search Jessica, yeah. Kanon's master key should be in Jessica's pocket. Dr. Nanjo, would you check for us? Yes. Nanjo dashed up to Jessica and searched in her jacket pocket. Everyone hoped for it. Please, be there. Here it is. Is this it? Yes, that is a master key, without a doubt. At Genji's statement, there was a small "oh" of joyful voices. That is Kanon's master key. I'll say it again. Kanon isn't holding a master key, therefore there's no way he could have locked the door. Certainly does appear that way, but Kanon was the last person to meet Jessica. The fact that he's suspicious hasn't changed. Let's give that a rest. Huh? Humans were originally supposed to be creatures that trust each other, but in order to live in a tough world, we learn to be wary. We'll doubt anything. We are sad creatures. I won't deny that's our nature, but I won't permit you to come to a conclusion without proof. The suspicious are not the guilty, they are the innocent. Of course the world is full of wolves. I won't tell you to carelessly believe everyone. I want to see, does Kanon currently show us missing right now? He does. The witch races corpse for fun, that alone threw them into chaos. If the human world is what it is, then what is not is undoubtedly fantasy. Fantasy depicts what they themselves fear. But if you're gonna say someone's guilty, prepare some perfect evidence. Unless you can do that, never say someone is guilty because of speculation. I was the one who said the suspicious were the guilty. That was thoughtless. I apologize. Badler. Wonderful reasoning, Badler. Thank you too, Goda. Because of what you remembered, Kanon is cleared from suspicion. No, Clap, clap, clap. It was the dry sound of the witch's applause, so it was probably more like... Well done, well done. Not a bad job. Shit. Did I just fall for a blatant bait piece? You wonderfully proved that at least Kanon couldn't lock the door to this room. The servants should all be holding master keys. With that as a basis, Kanon was treated as the culprit, so you did a wonderful job of at least clearing away that suspicion. In that case, how did the culprit who killed Jessica lock the door? They had a duplicate of the master key. We already know this. They already said that they ordered to get rid of them, but there was no guarantee they were destroyed. Right? Although to be fair, Beatrice did say the only master keys are the ones held by the servants, one key each. Only the ones held by the servants, one key each. Interesting. How did the culprit who killed Jessica lock the door? That's the problem I have now. I've been drawn into a development that went exactly like you wanted. Right into my trap, yes? Furthermore, you said something outrageous about not doubting any of the other servants. Well then, it'll be worth seeing how you gloss this over. Shut your face. Let's get this started. I'm sure I'll be denied from all angles, but first I'll verify the definition of what it means for this room to be a locked room. Again, I want to know about Rose's envelope. Very well. First, there are absolutely no types of hidden doors. This door is the only way in or out. The only way to lock this door is with just a single key or the master keys. Okay. So let's write this in the notes. The only way that I could see as being the breaker for this is that the single key or the master keys, one of which is held by each servant, is it possible that one of the master key loops has a duplicate key? Like there's two of one key on the same loop? It is on the second floor, but it is probably possible to enter or leave through the window. However, the window is locked from the inside. Okay. Let me flip over the chessboard right away. If I start by arguing about the door and the lock, I probably won't leave the palm of your hand. Do as you like. Well then, what should I repeat? Repetition requested. Kanon was killed in this room. Kanon was killed in this room, which we already knew. There's no corpse, but he is dead. The witch declared it in red, so even without a corpse, his death is incontrovertible. Although I erased his corpse with magic, of course. And again, repetition requested. Kanon's corpse is in this room. I decline. I cannot repeat it, because I erased the corpse with magic. Of course you wouldn't. There's gotta be a secret hidden in there somewhere. Is she saying that Kanon's corpse... Sorry, I had the notes up there. She's saying that Kanon's corpse is not in this room. Kanon's corpse is in this room. She wouldn't agree to it. I'm trying to think here about how you could find the fault in this. So if I look at my things right now, these are what we're working with. We have the only master keys are the ones held by the servants, 1 key each. Meaning there's 1 set of master keys per each. I should say 1 set each, but there are absolutely no types of hidden doors. I spelled doors wrong because I was probably typing too fast. The door, main door, is the only way in or out. The only way to lock this door is with Jessica's single key or the master keys, only one of which is held by each servant. Window is locked from the inside. I'm still thinking that it could be that there's duplicates of a singular key on a master key. The other thing is Rose's envelope, which we still have no answer to. We don't know what was in it. But it's not a master key, that's for sure. Or is it how they managed to kill 2 people who were inside a room with the door locked? Or is it how they managed to escape after killing them both? I hate to say it, but I'll have to tackle this one step at a time. Repetition requested. The last time it was locked was by a master key. I also declined that. Interesting. Okay. So... Okay. I don't know if you're declining because it's impossible to repeat, or whether you can repeat it and you're declining on that purpose. Back when discussing the lock to the chapel, you completely turned the tables on me. While I have an advantage, there's no need to go out of my way to speak using the red, which carries risk. That's all it is. I guess so. At its heart, the red is something you use when you want to stop my strange theories. It is natural that I would use it to my advantage. So she's using the fact that we don't know if she's declining on like a technicality, like a semantic ground, or if she's denying because of, yeah. I won't use it uselessly. What move will you come at with me next? A move that puts Goto or Kumasawa under suspicion would probably be the easiest to use, right? So this is the thing. She wouldn't agree that it was last locked with the master key. I mean, that kind of only gives it that it had to have been Jessica's single key that locked it. Or that it was just locked from the inside as well. It's like you're leading me down a path goddamn annoying. Stay quiet a while, I'm thinking. Of course, this door is the same as a chapel. When locked, it does not permit any form of entry or exit. Okay. So. Okay. And then no trick could have the effect of locking the door from the outside without using a key. Think. Right here, I'm not even so much trying to solve a mystery, but more so like poke holes in her statements. Shh. Damn you for always using red when I don't ask for it. Let's back up. Let me just think. I'll lay out everything I know. There are 2 victims. Jessica and Kanon. Kanon's corpse isn't here, but Beatrice admitted in red that Kanon was killed. Without a corpse, he's included as a victim. There are a few questionable points, and depending on which I focus on, my line of thought changes a lot. First, after the culprit committed the murders in this room, how did they lock it? We assume the culprit was one of those holding a master key. It's extremely simple, but I want to avoid that if I can, because I would have to suspect Goto or Kumasawa, no in the worst case even Shannon and Genji. At this point I notice something. I'm contradicting myself. I'm cutting my own throat. I want to deny Beatrice no matter what. I want to erase the existence of that brutal, fickle, ridiculous witch. In order to do that, I have to explain everything with humans, not magic, but that also means suspecting some humans. I don't want to suspect someone. Of course, if there were some clear proof, I would have to believe that person was the culprit. But as long as that didn't happen, I didn't want to cast any suspicions. Am I just green? Am I just a kid who doesn't want to have my feelings, which tell me that at least this person or that person couldn't be a murderer betrayed? I want to deny that it was a witch. I also want to deny that it was a human. Now I don't know what is what anymore. In the first place, the only victory condition in our game regarded whether or not you could deny my existence. Even though that alone was a game that put you at a disadvantage, you've increased the number of victory conditions all by yourself and made your own victory difficult. Just as she says, if I started arguing that someone holding a master key was the culprit, this locked room could be easily broken. However, since the number of keys that could open the door are limited, and furthermore it's clearly known who holds them, saying that would mean that I was suspecting somebody I knew well. I've just been averting my eyes. In that locked room trick with the chapel, which had been exhilarating to destroy, I had proposed that someone stole the key from Maria's handbag and returned it. If that theory was right, then the question becomes who could have stolen the key from her handbag? Is he going to say who could have stolen the key from one of the people? Maria's handbag had probably been at its most unguarded when she was sleeping. In that case, in addition to me, George and Jessica are also suspects. George or Jessica was the culprit, or maybe an accomplice. All of our parents had been killed, right? And yet one of us consented to that and assisted with the crime. We had lamented, mourned, and shed tears in the chapel, and yet one among us had been lying. That theory of yours about taking the key out of the handbag and putting it back cast a pronounced suspicion on the cousins, did it not? Because we were the ones that fell asleep in the room with Maria. Quite impressive in spite of that, you managed to act like you didn't notice, and spoke your theory with such gusto. Damn it, that doesn't guarantee that one of the family or the servants is the culprit. If you snuck up on us hiding in a cardboard box, for example, there's a good chance you could have slunk into our room when we were fast asleep and stolen the key. That would also be acceptable in that instance. But suspecting me as the guest, the 19th person, you won't have to suspect them, or bye. But then, what will you do about the lock to Jessica's room? It's no trouble at all for me to open the lock with magic, but of course, I don't have a master key. If you deny my magic, you have to deny that I'm a suspect, you realize? And what that entails is suspecting one of you 18. The other thing that I wonder is I don't know why he doesn't just challenge her instantly and be like, did you use magic to open this? I guess you just decline it. I've been able to sort things out a bit. My goal is to pursue how the 19th person, the human guest Beatrice, committed the crimes. If I do that, I want it to suspect anyone. Human guest Beatrice, not the witch. Foolish man. A room like this never needed to be a locked room at all. After all, there are a total of 6 keys that can open it. And there were several who possessed those keys. You can suspect any of them. She said 6 there. There's only 5 servants. Suspect as much as you like, but you went to all the trouble of denying all of those and made it a locked room yourself. Understand? It's a locked room born from your mental contradiction. There's no one else. You closed that door yourself. So accept that a witch opened it with magic, or accept that someone I know is the culprit. Those are my only 2 options, you're saying. Damn, are you trying to fork the road? I really wanted to show you that this move also exists. So what will you do, Ushinomiya Battler? Isn't it a truly simple problem? You just have to make sacrifices of that overly self-confident cook and that hag who should have died years ago. Damn it. If I suspect Goto and Kumasawa, everything's fine. That's no good. I can't think of Goto as the culprit. I can't think of Kumasawa as the culprit. But I won't accept you. Ever. In that case, they would have to enter the room without using magic or a master key, kill Jessica and Kanon, and even erase Kanon's corpse without using magic. How could it be done? Erase a corpse so you could throw it in the incinerator. How could it be done so that you can deny me and not suspect anyone at the same time? Resign. Huh? Badler, what did you say? I give up. I was able to prove that Kanon couldn't have locked this door, but that doesn't mean I was able to figure out who killed Jessica. No, that's more than enough. For doing all that for Kanon. Thank you very much. I don't want thanks. After all, that means that you're under suspicion too. And sorry, Auntie Rosa. It's not like I wanted to be defiant towards you. I don't want to die either, and I want to find Dad and the rest's true killer. Sorry for saying something that wasn't cooperative. Well, once again, we need to know what was in Rosa's envelope. It's alright. I was also a little rash. Let's make up. As auntie and nephew, we have to be friendly with each other, right? Auntie Rosa shifted the gun to one hand and held out her other hand. I reached out and for the time being we shook hands. Auntie's gaze was sharp. In order to deny the witch, she would make anyone a sacrifice. That's what her eyes told me. And me? I denied the witch, but I wasn't prepared to lose anything. I was probably the one who thought himself most ready to fight, and the one standing the furthest from the truth. Interesting end to that chapter. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Bro! What in the just like 5-hour advance? With Jessica's death, it became certain that the culprit was hiding somewhere nearby, and that they would come after our lives if they had a chance. According to Genji, when tomorrow morning comes, the boat should arrive. So what's the chapter here? 13. Wolf and Sheep Puzzle. Yeah, I guess we didn't learn what that was. Because the only thing was that I was thinking when I was looking at the notes is I was like, well, the only master keys, the ones held by the servants. 1 key each. No hidden doors. Doors the only way in or out. To lock the doors with her single key or the master keys. Only one of which is held by each servant. The window is locked from the inside. When locked, it does not permit any form of entry or exit. No trick could have the effect of locking the door from the outside without using a key. Regardless, I'll just continue for the time being. I don't know if we have enough info to really poke a hole in that right now. According to Genji, when tomorrow's morning comes, the boat should arrive. The boat has a radio too. Probably able to contact the police immediately with that. We all gathered in the parlor and decided to wait quietly until tomorrow. I proposed that we should search throughout the mansion for clues about the culprit, but Auntie Rosa rejected that, saying that if we put pressure on the culprit or provoke them, it might lead to a third murder. That was probably the right thing to do. Even if a bunch of amateurs like us investigated, there's no way we'd find anything. It would be wisest to focus on protecting ourselves without doing anything unnecessary, and leave it to the police after tomorrow. We had been tense in the beginning, but other than Auntie Rosa, most of us had spent all morning watching TV, and were getting bored, so our sense of danger had grown much less intense. When we thought about it, even though there certainly had been 6 adults at once in the first murder, killed at once, that made us imagine that some backhanded method like poison had been used. And in the second murder, it was thought that those 2 had become sacrifices because they were unfortunately isolated from the rest of us. From this we imagined that there weren't a great number of culprits, and they didn't have the ability to kill this large group gathered in the parlor all at once. Right now in this parlor, there was George and me, Maria, Auntie Rosa, Genji, Goda, Shan, and Kumasawa, and finally Dr. Nanjo. A total of 9 people were here. Furthermore, Auntie Rosa was even armed with a gun. Surely with this many people staying in this room, they wouldn't be able to touch us easily. That feeling of security, along with the passage of time, allowed us to recover from the shock of that morning bit by bit. Incidentally, lunchtime had just ended for us. However, it had been a canned food lunch, a far cry from last night's dinner, which Goda had skillfully made for us. Auntie Rosa too had suspected that poison had been used in the murder of those 6 people, so we probably couldn't deny the possibility that the culprit had snuck into the kitchen during all that confusion in the morning and mixed poison in with the ingredients there. Auntie Rosa had ordered all of us not to put anything into our mouths except for safe foods like canned foods until the police came. As a cook, Goda must have felt very let down. As though he wanted to display his skill anyway, he said that he at least wanted to bring plates and pile them up with canned food. At first, Auntie Rosa had been reluctant, examining each one of the plates that were brought, but she hadn't been able to find anything to complain about. And Goda's chef-pick canned food combo lunch had become a reality. Goda had said something about taste being savored not just with the tongue, but with the eyes too. I found myself agreeing. It had been the same canned food we ate for breakfast, but it felt like something completely different. Interesting. Ooh, bat there. Look. Here, wolves and sheep puzzle. Ugh. As I was sitting lazily on a sofa with no desire to watch TV, Maria came over, pulled the picture book out of her handbag, and held it out to me as she said that. What is that book? Wolves and sheep puzzle? Let's have a look-see. Wolves and sheep puzzle. It was a phrase that Auntie Rosa had said this morning when we had gone to call on Jessica. At that time I hadn't known what it meant, and then after that there was the uproar when Jessica's body was found, so I'd forgotten about it completely. The book that Maria held out to me looked like a foreign picture book or something that had been translated. Opening it, I could tell that the book contained an assortment of puzzles. Ugh, so there's several wolves and sheep, okay? And the puzzle is to take them to the other side using one boat. I've heard of a game with rules like this, so this is that but with wolves and sheep. It was a very simple puzzle passed on from long ago. Let's try one of the problems. On the right bank, there are 2 wolves and 2 sheep, okay? There is a boat that as many as 2 animals can ride on, and using it, you have to move all 4 of them to the opposite left bank. There are 2 rules. The first is regarding the boat. It can be paddled by wolves or sheep, and even just by 1 animal on its own. Okay. But it can only hold up to 2. The second is regarding the wolves. When they are greater in number than the sheep in that location, they attack the sheep and it's game over. Okay. For example, at the start of the game, both sheep ride the boat and go to the other side. Then one sheep gets off and the other goes back to the first bank. When it does, there are 2 wolves on the first bank and a single sheep returns there. When that happens, there are more wolves, the sheep is attacked and it's game over. I see. On either bank or even the boat, there must not be more wolves than sheep. Okay, fuck, I gotta write down these rules. I'm gonna, lose the rules very quickly. I think I understand it. So, wolves and sheep puzzle. 1. Okay. The puzzle about how to shuttle them across in the boat under these conditions. Let's go. It can be paddled by wolves or sheep, and even just by 1 animal on its own, but it can only hold up to 2. When they are in greater number than the sheep in that location, they attack the sheep and it's game over. For example, at the start of the game, both sheep ride the boat, go to the other side, then one sheep gets off and the other goes back to the first bank. When it does, there are 2 wolves on the first bank. I see, and so you would have to have at least 1 person to bring the boat back. So, wouldn't the situation be, you send wolf and sheep over, you take the sheep off, the wolf paddles back, picks up the other sheep, drops the other sheep off, picks up the other wolf, last time they both get off. 3 trips total. I would imagine that's how you would do it, because then at any given time you have 2 sheep. They're not in equal numbers, right? And as long as you start with 1 wolf in the boat, so the first wolf gets in, takes 1 sheep. Yeah, no, that works. By the way, the right answer is on the first turn, move both wolves to the opposite bank, then 1 wolf comes back. On the second turn, move 2 sheep to the opposite bank, then 1 wolf comes back. Wait, what? Is it to do it in the fewest number of moves, I'm guessing? The right answer is on the first turn, move both wolves. Okay, so you take both wolves in the boat, you drop 1 wolf off. I mean, I think this is the exact same thing as I did, it's just listed in a more confusing way. Because I think what it's saying is you bring both wolves, you drop 1 wolf off, the other wolf paddles it back, you put both sheep on, you drop 1 sheep on, the sheep paddles it back, picks up the wolf, and then they both leave. I just don't understand, if you can have them in equal numbers. I'm either not understanding this game, or this is way easier than they make it sound. Can be paddled by wolves or sheep, and even by 1 animal on its own. It can only hold up to 2. When they are greater in number than the sheep in that location, they attack the sheep and it's game over. Yeah, so if they're equivalent, they don't. So if they're equivalent, then this is easy. You're making this way harder. You can put a wolf and a sheep in the first set. You drop the wolf off. You send the sheep back. You pick up the other wolf. You drop him off. No, you can't do that because when you drop the 1 thing off, he'll kill the sheep. So you have to do wolf and sheep, wolf gets off. Sheep goes back. Pick up the wolf. Sheep gets off. Wolf goes back. Picks up the sheep. Sheep gets off. Wolf gets off. What he's saying, on the first turn, move both wolves to the opposite bank. One wolf comes back. On the second turn, move 2 sheep to the opposite bank. And then he's saying send the wolf back. It doesn't matter, though, if you send a wolf or a sheep back. Partway, there may be the same number of wolves and sheep in the boat or on the other side without any problem. You only lose... Okay, yeah, so then the same way that I did it is also correct. So it's weird that they said that as one solution. The book symbolizes it using wolves and sheep, but there are probably lots of people who know the same game with a different symbolism. It looked like Maria wanted to test whether I too could solve the puzzle she knew how to solve, so she kept showing me different pages saying solve this one and this one's hard. What had been happening when Auntie Rosa had said the name of this puzzle? That's right. When we decided to go call Jessica, we had been talking about how many men should go, and Auntie Rosa mentioned the wolves and sheep puzzle, and said that we should all go together. Wait a sec. This can only mean one thing. Does that mean that she had expected that there was more than one person working in concert? Because the idea would be that if Kanon was a wolf, and I don't know, we'll see. There are wolves among us. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the sequel to that. When a situation comes up where that isn't the case, the wolves will bear its fangs. Is that what she's thinking? I think this is I'm sorry, maybe I'm really misunderstanding this, but again, saying this here where you go, oh, it's an equal amount. You only lose when the number is greater. So it's not equal than or greater, it's just greater than, which means I don't really understand this puzzle, because by this puzzle, the way that she's phrasing it, it means that there had to have been more than one actor, because at any given time you would have to have 2 wolves in one location with 1 sheep for it to happen. When the number of wolves and sheep is balanced, we're safe, but when a situation comes up where that isn't the case, the wolves will bear their fangs. Is that what she's thinking? Yeah, but in this case, this analogy doesn't really work, because in a one-on-one situation, you would never have somebody have the ability to get murdered. I don't really get that. At the time we had found our parents' corpses, Auntie Rosa was already suspecting that the servants might be wolves. Well, she didn't know whether it was all of them or just some. She had sniffed out the possibility that wolves were hiding among them. So I think what she's trying to get at is if the Kanon was a wolf and he was missing, assuming that he was with Jessica, that if you had sent out another servant and they were a wolf, it would outnumber. Well, yeah. The murder scene was pretty damn elaborate. It's easy to imagine that there were multiple culprits, after considering that she had the idea already in mind when we went to Jessica's room. Where Jessica had been alone with the servant Kanon and had been killed, it isn't hard to imagine Auntie Rosa had suspected the servant so persistently. The problem is this doesn't really work, because the way that it's described is, in that situation, you're not even describing that like you need 2 people there. It's just saying that she's trying to expose the identity of the wolves. But again, with the analogy with the game, I don't know. I don't want to get too bogged down in the analogy of the game, but the analogy of the game seems really fucking stupid to me. It feels like it makes no sense at all. When you're sitting there and you're saying, okay, she suspected that there was wolves among us. She thought that some of us were wolves in sheep's clothing. Turn this down so I can talk for a second. The thing that I don't understand is if you say, in the wolf and sheep puzzle, you have to have a greater number of wolves. So this implies multiple culprits. Okay, we follow so far. That's not too bad. What she was saying is that when the number becomes unbalanced, things get dangerous. So sending somebody off either puts the people that are present at danger, that makes more sense, or it puts the other person at danger. The only thing that feels like it breaks this analogy, though, is that by necessity with her idea of wolves and sheep puzzles, if we were to view it in the exact literal same sense as the game, if you were to send people off in pairs, there would never be any way, right? Let me think. Because in the worst case scenario, no, because pairs you could still get people killed, because if you were to send 2 sheeps away, you would fuck up the people that were left. Okay, I get it from that aspect. I just don't understand, because then I guess the only thing that I'm saying is I feel like the analogy fails when you're talking about the fact that we know Jessica turned up dead and we know that Kanon was the only person with her. If you were to assume that Kanon is a wolf, it breaks the rule of the game. Otherwise, I understand what she was saying as far as a wolf and sheep puzzle, as far as with the group, that you didn't want to send people away because okay, I think I understand what they're going for, but I think they could have worded this a little bit better. that the wolf and sheep's puzzle specifically refers to the group of people that were together, not the people that were already away from the group. The people that were already away from the group, I don't really think it makes too much sense. Jessica died, and she was at the very least killed by one person. Maybe there's multiple culprits, of course, but the only 2 people that were unaccounted for were 2. So, you know, again, if you were to assume that Kanon was the one that killed her, again, it doesn't really add up, because you have to have a greater number to put that one sheep at risk. I just, you know, I think everybody gets what I'm saying, but I don't want to belabor the point too much. Let's continue. All you servants, Gota's going to the kitchen to wash the dishes, just in case. Would you please all go with him? My apologies, everyone. Let us go as a group. But isn't this already breaking it apart? Because she's making a faulty assumption that all or a majority of the servants are wolves. So there's like 2 ways that this ends. One, if she's right, this means that one of the servants is going to die. Which is nice, because I guess you confirm your theory, but then you get somebody killed. And then alternately, the thing where she fails is if the culprits, or if multiple of the culprits include the people that remain, then you just killed your own group. I don't know. I'm not going to get hung up on this analogy. Shannon Kumasawa, let's go. Yes, coming. Well then, George, excuse me for now. Okay, take care. Auntie Rosa, can I go as well? I'm sorry, would you remain here, George? There's something I want to talk to you about. Is that so? Sorry, Shannon. Anyway, take care. Don't be alone. Yes. Excuse me, Dr. Nanjo. I wanted to consult with you about something. Yes, what might that be? The servants put the dishes and empty cans on the serving cart and started to head out into the corridor. Behind them, Auntie Rosa was talking to Dr. Nanjo about something in a small voice. Alright. I will go. Yes, if you wouldn't mind. Dr. Nanjo closed the book he had been reading, stood from the sofa, and followed after the servants. Auntie Rosa stuck her head out into the hallway, and after watching them leave completely, she closed the door and spoke. Listen, everyone. Now everyone here is an Ushiramiya. Yes, that is true. They're saying that you've chased out all the wolves, Auntie Rosa. With that one sentence, Auntie Rosa's gaze grew sharp. Apparently, she had picked up on my sardonic tone. Auntie Rosa laughed lightly. Your mind sure works fast, Battler. So she's trying to say that the wolves and the non-wolves, she's automatically trusting the Ushiramiyas, but this is like a super fail in logic. I like clever kids. It means there's less to explain. Ooh, Battler, smart. Can you solve this? Hard one on page 64. Ooh. Maria, sit there watching TV for a while. Mama wants to talk with Battler and George. Ugh. Auntie Rosa, I heard about the puzzle from Battler. I don't think it's bad to be very careful, but I think being too suspicious isn't good either. Whether the real culprit is Beatrice or not, I think there is reason for us to suspect that the servants are in league with her. In the first murder where Nissan and the others were killed, they'd been given a very brutal treatment, remember? Did that look like something that could be done alone? Maybe our mystery guest Beatrice worked all night and did it all. In the incident with the master keys involving the door to Jessica's room, isn't that proof that one of the servants was involved? Only a master key could have locked the door to Jessica's room. In that case, we can only suppose that one of the servants locked it. No, wait. Flip over the chessboard. That's strange, Auntie Rosa. After killing Jessica, why did the culprit go to all the trouble of locking the door? Because locking the door would automatically place suspicion on the people. It was inevitable that the owners of the master keys were going to be suspected if they did that. There was no need to deliberately lock the door. Unless you were trying to place suspicion on them. It's just as Battler says. They have no reason to deliberately go and do something that makes themselves suspicious. Yes, that's an interesting thought. Of course, I also thought that. If that's so, then the person who locked it wanted to cast suspicion on the servants and lock that door without a master key. But that's impossible, right? I still need to find out what's in Rose's envelope, bro. It's just like, it's an unknown variable right now, and it's sort of... I don't say that it miffs me, but it's just like, that's something that's a little sussy until we get an answer for it. That's right. If there was a trick that could lock the door without a master key, this would be a good disguise aimed at casting doubt on the servants. If the culprit wanted to isolate us and attack us one by one, this trick was a very effective one that could even give rise to paranoia. However, if we go back to the thing, we know that we don't know how the door was locked. That's the only thing that we were a little bit sus about. We know that with no trick from the outside could it have been locked without using a key. So either somebody was in possession of a key that they shouldn't have had, or the room was not locked with a master key. Or, we don't know. The room was locked somehow, potentially by a master key or not. It was locked by a key. So either the person used some trick to somehow lock the door from the inside, or they used a key that they probably shouldn't have had access to. And it makes even more sense that the person that did it was not a servant, because it would initially cast suspicion on them. So now I'm even more confused why you would trust the Ushiromiyas, because it seems like we would be the ones that should be responsible. However, there was no way to lock the door without using a master key. Assuming, how can you make the claim that there's no way to lock the door without using a master key? Isn't that a devil's proof like Rudolph was talking about? Maybe it was locked by a method we can't think of. Even if we can't think of it, that doesn't disprove that there was some unknown trick. Well, sure, but so is that it? The suspicious ones are guilty. I don't know the practical details of the trick, but I have a general idea. My apologies, but if we suppose that Kanon was the culprit, it can be explained extremely easily. Even as to why there was no corpse. Huh? But Kanon wasn't holding a master key, right? Putting aside the other servants, at least Kanon shouldn't have been able to lock the door. I see. That's why you told us to search in the closet and everywhere right after we entered Jessica's room. Auntie Rosa, your mind works faster than I could imagine, judging by your normal appearance. Wow. Let me turn this up. Move my mic up. The brain speed of a little sister is always the big sister's -1. I feel glad that there's no one I need to worry about now. George realized that she was referring to Auntie Ava, and seemed a little disturbed about how he should take that nasty remark. Wait, isn't that a compliment? Doesn't that just mean that she's happy? It's like a flattery to Ava because she knows she would be worse than her? What? I'm sorry. Could you explain it so that even I can understand? Kanon's master key was in Jessica's pocket, closed up inside a locked room. After the door was locked, it should have been impossible for him to pull a stunt of, like, putting it in her pocket from outside the room. That's not it, Aniki. If it was done in the way Auntie Rose imagines, this trick could only be used by Kanon, and the door could be locked without a key while the master key was still in Jessica's pocket. Again, locking it from the inside, like... And as a result, his corpse would also disappear. How? How would he lock the door without a key? It's simple. George, when you return home, you lock the door, right? Yeah, you lock it on the inside. You twist the knob. Click, right? Huh? Could it be... No, but... Kanon wasn't anywhere... It looks like you've got it, Aniki. That's what Auntie Rosa was searching inside the room for. She was searching for Kanon, who had locked the door from the inside, stuck the key in Jessica's pocket, and was hiding somewhere waiting for us to go away. The simplest locked room trick. In other words, to hide inside the locked room. Yeah, because then it is a true locked room, it's just that... The flip side of that problem would be that, hey man, you're in the room too. If he could get out after those who discovered the body left, it would create a perfect locked room murder. We searched that room but we couldn't find anything, but that doesn't mean we can rule out something like a secret hidden passage in that room that only the servants know about. However, we do know that from Beatrice, if I flash this real quick, there are no types of hidden doors. This door is the only way in or out. The only way to lock this door is with her single key or the master keys, only one of which is held by each servant. I don't know where that might be hidden, but if we assume that there was a hidden passage, we can say for certain that it was impossible for anyone except him. You know that line of reasoning? It was the first thing I thought of too. Yeah, it's not correct though. It's the reasoning I hate the most, so I wanted to destroy it in the very beginning. Kanon was killed in this room, yes? Because you seem to suspect Kanon is the culprit, you may repeat this to destroy the possibility right away. I understand. So this is what I thought of next, a theory that there were actually 3 people in that room. Jessica and Kanon were victims, and the culprit, the guest Beatrice, was also there with them. You wanted to make it the human me who committed the crime without using magic. I see. A strange theory that fits you perfectly. I guess that you killed those 2, then locked the door from the inside, and you carried Kanon's corpse using some secret method that normal people wouldn't notice. In other words, you used a secret door to escape. But you told me it in red. You said there are no types of hidden doors in that room. Okay. I hope this isn't going to be a stupid semantic thing like, yeah, but you never said no secret passage. Okay, well. She says it right there. No secret passage exists unknown to you all. Was it Knox, or was it Van Dyne? It seems that in mystery novels, there must never be hidden passages no matter what. I also follow that etiquette. In other words, even without having to thoroughly search a room, great detectives can state with confidence that there are no secret passages. Humans have it so easy with their little detective games. Damn you, talking so big. Thanks. Thanks to the witch's arrangement, I can say for sure that the room doesn't have a hidden door without searching the whole thing. Indeed. There are no hidden doors in this room, there's no way to get in or out other than the doors and the windows, which means that the theory Auntie Rose is so confident in is wrong. Yeah, we know it has to be wrong. The person didn't stay. The question is, was there a trick to lock it from the inside? Because it doesn't mean that the person stayed, but they could have had a trick of some kind that was able to lock the door. Because the reason why I say that is that the fact that she said that no trick could have had the effect of locking the door from the outside without using a key. This is like such a very specifically weird thing to stipulate outside. Because you could say no trick could have had the effect of locking the door without using a key, and if you didn't say outside, if you just cut this part, then the whole thing falls apart. Because then it means that there was no way that anybody could have done some trick, and you'd actually be truly fucked. It means there has to be some way that you could do a trick to lock it from the inside while not being inside. Like for instance, let's say you set up, I don't know how to describe it, let's say that the lock was like one of the ones, where you just twist it like 90 degrees. Like it's like a bar, and when it's locked, it's like flat, and then it's vertical when it's locked, or vice versa. Sorry, unlocked when it's straight up, and then locked when it's straight across like a bar. What if you had something that could fall and hit it while you weren't in the room, you know? Although to be fair, you'd probably look and be like, oh my god, like what is this on the floor by the entrance to the door, but... Plus, frustratingly, it's impossible to disprove that theory. If you, the witch, say in red, there are no hidden doors, then it's settled. However, no matter how much a human like me tries to argue against her, Auntie Rosa probably won't accept it. Humans can't prove there's no hidden door. It's the devil's proof. Damn. Sure is convenient being a witch. I'm getting a drink, one sec. And get ready for Blanket Gate fucking part 3 here in a second. One sec, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, let's continue. No way. You're calling Kanon the culprit because of a hidden door that we don't even know exists. I can't accept that. If you can't accept that, tell me some reasoning that's easier to accept then. There is none. I've been thinking the whole time. There's nothing but this. George, you had a good relationship with Shannon, right? So I think it would be hard for you to accept that all the servants are the culprits. I also don't want to believe that Shannon is one of the culprits. But whether it's all of them or not, the culprit, or maybe an accomplice, is definitely in that group. Huh. See, I disagree with that reasoning. I don't think you can tell for sure. Like... yeah, I don't know. I don't... sorry, I'm thinking. I just don't... I don't know about that. The only thing I guess you could say is that the servants were the only ones that were moving like in and out of the parlor when all that happened, so maybe. If you thought that there were more wolves in addition to Kanon, then causing that uproar by saying that Kanon was the culprit in Jessica's room was to see the servants' reactions. That's right. As a result, I began to suspect them even more. I'm certain there are wolves among the servants. Certain. And just like the wolves and sheep puzzle, while they are normally docile, they will surely attack if they get the chance. Jessica was a lone sheep on that boat. In that puzzle, they may not attack when there's a balance between wolves and sheep, but our puzzle is different. Depending on the opportunity and the number of people, they'll attack even if there is. Okay, thank you for at least addressing this, because I was about to say this is like the stupidest fucking thing to argue about. Just like when Jessica was killed. There's something I don't like. In that case, Shannon, who you sent to the kitchen, is in dangerous situation, isn't she? We should also go to the kitchen right now, no matter who might or might not be a wolf. If we can form a balance by gathering together, I think we should maintain that. Well, there's a relatively good chance that both of them are sheep, because if they would kill in equal numbers, you would expect that one of them would have killed the other. Shannon went to see father alongside with Genji. She was isolated then, but she wasn't killed. Because Genji wasn't a wolf either? No, because they were both wolves. I mean, those are the only two solutions, right? It's either they were both wolves, or it was any other combination. Both sheep. Actually, no, it would have to be they either were both wolves or both sheep, because in this situation, this modified version of the game, even in a balanced situation, you would kill, right? So it had to be a 1-on-1. It's either they were both wolves or they were both sheep. Jen isn't the kind of person who would take part in a crime. Even if it's you, Auntie Rose, I can't ignore that. I demand that you take back what you just said. I hate to say this in front of Aniki, but that argument feels just like something Auntie Ava would say. If we can't argue back, then you automatically assume that you're right. Looks like you can't fight your blood after all, Auntie. Even I don't think of myself as very praiseworthy right now. But you know what? I'm a mother. I would even become a demon to protect Maria's safety. Yeah, that's what Natsuki said in the last thing. Honestly speaking, I wish I could just shut myself away somewhere alone with Maria. But I also plan to act as a mother to you two. Right now, you are as good as my children. You may not be my own children, but I won't forsake you. Ever. Sure, thanks. I just wanted to warn you not to be careless as your mother. Always remain where I can see you. I will protect you. The crazy part is, like, how old is Rosa? They keep talking about how much she's, like, significantly younger than the rest of them. Problem in anime is, like, it's impossible to tell anybody's age until they're, like, old. So my guess would be that Rosa is probably, like, 25 to 30. Because if Maria is 9, right, I would imagine that she is at oldest, or at youngest, 27. Because I think they would probably not do an underage thing. Although, I guess they could. Doesn't, who knows? I don't fucking know. Okay, well, we can go 25. 25 makes sense, even if she was 16. We'll say that. Like, so 25 at the youngest. And I would say probably, like, 30 to, like, 32 at the oldest in this game. And then the others would be, like, late 30s to 40, probably. Or mid 30s to 40. Because even then, they could still be like 10, 15 years apart. But, and at the same time, you'll be observing us to make sure we aren't wolves. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Can you prove that you aren't a wolf yourself? Yeah, I can. A quick answer. How? With this. This is my proof. Auntie Rosa held the gun and pointed the barrel at me. But that was only for an instant. She immediately lowered the gun, laughing impishly. But to me, the time I spent staring down the barrel of a gun had felt like an eternity. How does that gun prove that you aren't the culprit, Auntie Rosa? Well, one, she's pretty small. It'd be really hard for her to just kill someone, unless she got the jump on them. And then, I think what she's also saying is that the only other way that she would have killed someone is by shooting them with a gun, because she was the only one in possession of the gun. One, you would know that it was her that killed them, because she was the only one in possession of it, and you would probably hear it. Think about it. What if I were the culprit? Do you think I would let this once-in-a-lifetime chance I got when the servants left? That's actually true. She would just kill you right now. I could just shoot you both, bang, and all that's left is to come out with a fitting excuse. Something like Beatrice appeared outside the window and shot at us with a gun. I would claim that I fired 2 shots back at her and throw the 2 shots worth of empty cartridges onto the floor. It's a crazy, wild argument, but it does make it really doesn't. It's pretty weak, but there's something Krauss often used to say: might makes right. I wonder if this proves that. I'm sorry, you two. I've lost a lot of my composure after all these crimes since morning. You know how I normally am, so right now I must seem on edge and a little short-tempered. But understand, I want to protect you from the malicious culprit. I will become a demon to do that. That's all there is to it. I'm sorry for saying something that's angered you. Battler, George. Let's make up. George has gotta, like, I'm sorry, this is like the nastiest fucking color combo. The outside jacket, not bad, but this fucking, like, mustard fucking baby shit puke fucking vest is so nasty. I like the black dress shirt and tie, but there's just like nothing matches here, man. You look like a booger, or like puke, or snot. You look like a sinus infection, man. You know how fucking sick he would look if it was black undershirt, white tie. He has like another white vest and like a black jacket or something, and it has like adornments of white. Like it has like white. Oh, dude, like it would be so fucking fire, just like a mashup of black and white. Instead, I get he's got green, so maybe you want to have like, you could even have a jacket or like a vest that's a different color. But like, man, this, I don't know. Get that dude on Twitter that's like the fit expert and comment on this. He probably couldn't forgive the damage done to Shannon's honor. What about me? My lip's bothering me. Several bits of circumstantial evidence hint strongly at the servant's participation. I don't want to believe that one of them is a culprit, or possibly colluding with the culprit, but in the current situation, that's nothing but wishful thinking. Who should I believe? In the first place, who is the culprit? Are there accomplices? I don't know. I'm just trying to think, like, I would wager that the only two servants I would not trust would be Goda and Kumasawa. Not just because of what happened, but I think that, like, the other three, they all wear the eagle. I think they're all, like, probably have that, like, energy sword shit. The problem is, I don't know if when they show me that info, if the game is lying to me. Because if there is humans, and there's no way that, like, a fucking demon came out of the ground and they were arguing, it's just that the demon would have been, like, you know, the form of something else. To me, it feels like it's Goda right now. He's the only guy whose body type is, like, similar enough to the goat, but the goat lost to Beatrice. Or, sorry, it lost to Kanon. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I'm constantly only suspecting the people connected to this. I find myself quickly forgetting about that 19th person, the guest Beatrice, who came yesterday and boldly called herself the Golden Witch. I haven't actually seen her face. I've heard that she's a double of the witch in the portrait, but because I haven't seen her directly no matter how hard I try, I can't really feel like there are 19 people on this island. But I easily slip into the illusion that the culprit is one of the 18. Damn it. Come out, Beatrice. If you're the bad guy, then act like the bad guy and show yourself, laughing in a high-pitched voice and looking down on us. Just like a bad guy in one of those dramas who, even once they're exposed as the culprit, aggressively says, "Is there any proof?" Is there any— I was about to say, is she gonna say, "Is there any proof?" Shut up, you keep your trap shut for a minute. Oh. Sorry, my lips are really bothering me. Even with chapstick, they're just— I don't know. I need to get like a lip scrub or something. Cause like— I don't know. It's like my worst habit is like picking at my lips. I don't know why. It's just like, I have to make them smooth. Okay. There were 5 humans in the kitchen, but it was very quiet, filled only with the sound of rain. Interesting that you call them humans. It was only accented by the sound of Shannon and Kumasawa washing the dishes. Goda was using the leftovers from breakfast and lunch as ingredients for the servant's soup. Rosa had suspected that poison might have been added to the food, so they had decided to eat canned food, but it hadn't really been filling. But Goda thought that she was being too careful. Kind of dangerous. But I wonder if it's like, he was spontaneously creating a soup to be served only to those that wanted to eat it. Shannon and Kumasawa were washing the dishes that the food had been arranged on. On the inside, they thought that maybe Goda should be the one to wash them since he had been the one who wanted the food on the plates in the first place, but they left their complaints unsaid for the time being. God, sorry, my lips drive me crazy. One sec, I'm gonna mute. I'll be right back. Give me like literally 2 minutes, not even. I can't even fucking pick my lips properly. I'm sorry, let's continue. Genji and Nons were facing each other across a crude chess set which had seen many years. It had still only just began, and because the opening game of the experienced players had been endlessly refined, it looked like a ritual where they were just moving, or they just moved specified pieces in a specified order. Nice aroma. You wouldn't get this from canned food. It was made only from sealed ingredients, so there won't be any poison mixed in. I made enough for everybody, so please eat. Of course, I will also taste for the poison. Please feel secure and eat. Really is a nice aroma. Go to your makeshift servant meals really are delicious. Naturally, you can create delicious food if you buy delicious ingredients. My teacher taught me that perfecting your ability to make delicious food from whatever is at hand is what makes you a true cook. That was a good teacher. Oh. Thanks to him, it looks like I shall be able to enjoy some truly delicious soup. Although it is a shame that it was made from ingredients intended for all the family members to eat. Sure, the Rose is also tired after everything that's happened this morning. It is only natural. Thanks to that, we get to eat some soup made from delicious ingredients. Ho ho ho. Rosa had fervently told everyone they didn't realize the danger they were in, and that they must suspect that poison was mixed in with the food. The atmosphere in that place had led to their agreement. But their hunger wouldn't be overcome by that momentary emotion. Ironically, it has become a soup that we normally wouldn't be able to savor. If possible, I would like to also serve it to everyone in the parlor, but seeing as that goes against Rosa's instructions, you'd better not. Those who want to eat it can do so. Oh ho ho ho. Skillfully taking a breather when no one is looking is one of the things you learn as a servant, after all. Kumasawa laughed loudly, and Shannon and Goda laughed with her. It seemed that in an area where only their fellow servants were gathered, they could be very relaxed. Shannon didn't like Goda's occasional dishonesty, but she knew that there was no falsehood in his childish smile when he cooked, nor his desire that people enjoy his food. So even though it was a little aggravating to be made to wash the dishes, she couldn't really hate him. However, they couldn't have dreamed that Rosa was calling them wolves in the parlor at exactly the same moment that they were spending their time peacefully like this. At that time, several of the servants heard a sound like something was being dragged and then a thump. When a servant was out carrying a mound of trash bags on a rainy day, or doing some work in a raincoat, they would create exactly this kind of noise and presence as they returned and hovered around the back door. After hearing that sound at first, none of them noticed anything out of the ordinary, but they quickly realized, in a situation where everyone was either in the kitchen or the parlor, who in the world was at the back door. As the servants all looked at each other, they checked to make sure that each one of them knew what that sound meant. Who could it be? The servants knew the mansion's layout well, so they understood how unimaginable it would be for someone from the parlor to actually go outside in this typhoon, go all the way around and come up to this back door. And was it Kinzo? They found it even more difficult to imagine that Kinzo, who never left his study even under normal conditions, would dash out into the middle of this typhoon for no apparent reason and come to the back of the house where only low-class people came in or out. That wasn't our imagination, was it? Ah, wah 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 wah. Shannon and Kumasawa drew close together, fearfully looking at the back door. Who is it? As Goda fearfully approached the back door, he called out, and he checked with his eyes the location of a butcher's knife set on a nearby sink. He didn't pick it up yet, because there was still a possibility that this was a member of the family. However, that possibility wasn't possible. There was no response from across the door to Goda's initial question. Maybe his voice had been so quiet that it hadn't reached through all the wind and rain outside. Genji? Yes. Stand back, Dr. Nanjo and the women. Who in the world could it be? Genji took a knife with a classical design from a stationery box placed near the chest set. It was something to be used instead of a paper knife to open envelopes for invoices and bills, but it was fundamentally a knife. Wow, thank you. I still want to know what was in Rosa's fucking note, man. The blade on it could injure someone. Genji hid it in his sleeve with a well-practiced manner. Okay, Ezio. Then he too approached the back door and signaled to Goda with a silent nod. Goda cautiously approached the back door and slowly started to open it. Waya! The figure of a person suddenly shuffled into sight, landed on its knees, and fell over. Goda fell backwards onto his backside in shock. Kanon? The figure was soaked with rain, smeared with mud, and drenched with blood. Kanon? Kanon! Kanon, are you alright? Dr. Nanjo. He survived his wound? It was Kanon. His breath was feeble, and the puddles of mud he'd left quickly became drenched bright red. When Nanjo held him and turned him face up, there was a deep, gruesome scar right in the center of his chest, as though he had been run through with a spear or something. Even now, deep red blood poured out from there. This is horrible. What should we do? First aid? First aid kit? Kanon, put your hands against the wound. Please push firmly. Let's carry him to the bed in the servant room. Everyone, please lend a hand. Come now, Kanon. Please, hang in there a little longer. Hang in there. It's all right now, so don't take your hand from the wound. Anyway, let's carry him to the servant room. Okay, now I'm really confused. Now let's carry him to the servant room. Kumasawa, inform Rosa that we have found Kanon. Wait, not... Rosa. Please wait. Kanon said not Rosa. What do you mean, Kanon? Not now. Let's carry him to the servant room quickly. Kumasawa, don't tell Rosa yet. We'll do it after we hear the situation from Kanon. Yes. Interesting. I'm starting to wonder. Interesting. Why not tell Rosa? It could only mean something very disquieting. An eerie sense of panic rose to their faces. Come now, everyone. Let's hurry and carry him. Quickly, quickly. Kanon's wound was unbelievably deep, and judging from Nanjo's pale face, it was almost a miracle that he was still conscious. This is horrible. It appears that he has been stabbed with something like a spear. If it hasn't reached the lungs, I might be able to do something. Anyway, stop the bleeding. No matter how much Nanjo tried to wipe off that gushing deep red blood, he couldn't wipe it. He couldn't wipe it. He couldn't wipe it all away. And each time the wound was aggravated, causing Kanon to cry in anguish. Kanon! 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 Hang in there. Hang in there. Dr. Nanjo. A new towel. How horrible. What is his condition? In all honesty, it is so severe that I cannot believe he is alive. Maybe the location of the stab was fortunate, but the blood loss is too horrible. A blood transfusion is necessary, but that's impossible until tomorrow. Rosa. She... No. Don't talk, Kanon. Your wound will open. Rosa came to Milady and... No! And... What did you say? Rosa-sama did... Oh, could that mean? Are you certain? Yes. I'm certain it was Rosa. Come now, don't speak anymore. Kumasawa, please grab another first aid kit. Genji, is it possible Rosa did such a thing? I don't know. Disregarding Nanjo and Kumasawa, who were struggling hard and stained with blood as they tried to stop the bleeding, Genji and Gota faced each other. Again, it is an interesting thing why she was the one that lived. Interesting. Curse you, Rosa. How could you do that to Milady? I'm gonna kill you. Kanon screamed even more hatefully. His hate-filled voice made it seem like he had seen Jessica being harmed right before his eyes. Certainly Rosa may have had a reason to kill Milady. If the Ushirimiya family was out, the inheritance would all go to Rosa. If so, Battler and George are in danger. Not only is Rosa holding a gun, but right now they are the only ones in the parlor. Genji, isn't that quite perilous? Kanon suddenly ran out into the corridor. Her expression was complex and tragic, as though she didn't know what to believe. Kanon ran to where? What is the wolf and sheep puzzle, okay? The inside of the mansion had been scrupulously clean, so they probably wouldn't be easy to find. She might find some if she searched the rose garden, but they would probably have all been lost in the wind and rain. In the rose garden. Well, it wouldn't be easy to find. Also, sorry if you hear the birds chirping. It is getting close to morning and I can hear them and I have my window open, so it's quite loud. It's funny, I actually thought it was part of the game, but it's not. It's actually the birds just outside chirping. That's right, the boiler room isn't cleaned very often. If she went there, she might be able to find some... I don't know what she's trying to find. Shannon ran down the stairs to search for those in the underground boiler room. What are those? What are those? What are those? Play the Keemstar meme. Had some medicine taken effect at the brink of death, or had Kanon finally stopped even feeling pain? For the time being, Kanon had at least gotten over his painful gasping. Nanjo apparently didn't think of this as that great of a trend, and didn't let his eyes off Kanon for a second. Kumasawa firmly gripped Kanon's hand and kept encouraging him so that his will to stay alive didn't fall asleep. Genji and Goto seemed bewildered at how to deal with the truth that Kanon had risked his life to deliver. I believe Rosa's gun had 4 or 5 shots loaded. That is no small number, but loading cartridges into that gun should require quite a lot of practice. We might unfortunately allow her to get one shot off, but if everyone attacks her at once, we should be able to take the gun from her before she shoots again. We might unfortunately allow her to get one shot off, but if everyone attacks her at once, we should be able to take the gun from her before she shoots again. On this island, we may have a doctor, but there's no medicine and no hospital. If you're shot in the wrong place, you're dead. I understand that, but more importantly, if we don't move quickly, there is also the possibility that another crime will occur. It's just like, what, The thing that I'm wondering is, what is Shannon looking for? I'm trying to think about that. Because we've been to the boiler room once before. It hadn't been cleaned. Because she said something about the rose garden, right? What the fuck would be in the underground boiler room? I get the feeling that Rosa skillfully chased us out. There's a possibility that George and Battler are being killed right about now. If the opponent is so dangerous, wouldn't it be better if we didn't provoke them too much? But there is still much time before tomorrow comes. We can't even imagine what strategy she will use. Genji, we should be the ones to make the first move. If we can at least take the gun from her under some pretext, things might work out. There are 4 or 5 cartridges, are there not? That means there aren't enough to kill us all. Kill all of us. If we don't carelessly provoke her, surely even Rosa wouldn't recklessly. Bang. No, she said it. She said she'll massacre all of us. Kanon, who they thought had been sleeping quietly, suddenly started talking brightly, almost like he had been awake the whole time and had suddenly opened his mouth. He looked firm and steady, and Nanjo was slightly relieved, but thinking of the deepness of that wound, he just couldn't wipe away a certain creepy feeling. I don't know if this is canon. He knew because he was a doctor. Kanon should have been expected to fall unconscious after losing so much blood, and yet somehow he had preserved his awareness so clearly. Youth? Or tenacity? Sometimes the power of human life did surpass common knowledge. When they had stopped the bleeding to make sure there was no foreign object inside the affected area, Nanjo had groped around a bit inside the bleeding hole with tweezers, and the great depth of the wound had surprised him. The wound had certainly reached as far as his lungs, and yet... No, on the other hand, the fact that he is alive is fortunate. But Kanon had spoken clearly. He had hatefully said the one named Rosa had created this wound, and was repeating curses and enraged words. Oh, they're showing him now, though. Whoa! She told me that clearly. Damn, what a person. Genji, what should we do? Do we also not need some kind of weapons? I can't believe it so suddenly. That Rosa would do something like... Genji, it isn't a question of whether you believe or not. She told me. I heard it. Why won't you believe me? Notice how the text is now in the witch text? He's possessed or something. Don't get up. You'll worsen your wound. Kanon sat up on the bed and spoke to Genji, who was making no effort to believe Kanon's story. He will definitely kill all of us. She's surely killed all of the people in the parlor by now. If we don't kill her first, it will absolutely be us who are killed first. Just like how I was killed first, everyone else will also be killed first. Kill or be killed. Kill or be killed, kill or be killed. Kanon, you... Does it really not hurt? Oh, this? It isn't a serious wound. What do you mean not a serious wound? It really isn't a big deal. It doesn't hurt at all anymore. It really isn't a serious wound. Kanon said that he began to untie his own bandages, which had been painstakingly wrapped. The gruesome hole in his chest was immediately exposed. Kanon, you mustn't do something like that. Quickly, lie down. I said it's fine. Look, see? It's not a serious wound, right? Kanon showed off his gaping wound, which was still slowly spitting out foamy blood. Everyone averted their eyes reflexively. See, I told you that it wasn't a serious wound at all. So stop that. You mustn't play with your wound. Look, see? It isn't a deep wound at all. Look. Look. Kanon held up 2 fingers, showed them to everyone, and slowly started to stick them into the gruesome wound right in the center of his chest. Plunging, slimy, squishy, wet. Are these like the new lyrics to the Sexy Red and like Bruno Mars' second song that's coming out? The fingers went in deep to the base. Oh, they did? Squitch. Gloop. Blorp. Kanon, stop it! Having stuck his fingers completely into his chest, up to their base, he slowly pulled them out in exactly the same way. The fingers he pulled out were stained a sticky, solid, deep red color, and there was even a thread hanging. The fingers were all the way to their base covered in deep red. What in the world? See? It is not a serious wound. At all, you see? Just then the door opened vigorously and Shannon appeared. Even after she saw Kanon stained with fresh blood, her impregnable expression didn't falter. Hey, Nei-san, where did you go? I'm on the verge of death here. Where'd you go? Well, I went to the boiler room, looking for something. More importantly, I want to check. Are you really Kanon? Huh? It was only natural. Everyone believed he was Kanon, so they couldn't understand the meaning of Shannon's question. When they looked, they noticed Shannon was holding a handkerchief in her hand. It was filthy and looked like she had wiped up some trash or dust. And while holding that, she approached Kanon and drew close to his legs. What is that? It's a handkerchief with a spider's web wiped onto it. Why something like that? If you're Kanon, you should be alright, but if spiders are your natural enemy, I thought you might hate it. Ooh. Haha. Oh no. Why would I hate spiders? Sorry, I'll try it. Shannon. When Shannon brought the handkerchief close to Kanon's thigh, something happened in an instant. It happened all at once. The human eye couldn't have followed it. Kanon jumped back like a wild goat, fleeing from the thing Shannon was holding. And his arm drew trails with some kind of afterglow that flashed purple. There were 3 beautiful purple trails drawn in an arc, and they were traced across the throats of Nanjo and Kumasawa, who had been tending to him. And Nanjo and Kumasawa's throats had opened like gaping mouths, and it was the very instant before the blood was about to start spewing out. The 3rd purple trail should have traced around Shannon's throat, but Shannon wasn't there, because Genji, who had been behind her, had wrapped his own arm around Shannon's neck and pulled her back. This all happened in an instant. In an instant, Gota tried to think fast in an attempt to understand this scene. The frozen moment in time shattered. Okay. Blood spewed forcefully from Nanjo and Kumasawa's necks, which had been torn open. Still mid-jump, Kanon wall-kicked off a picture frame that had been hanging from the wall behind him, springing forward just like a cat and aiming for Shannon's throat again. But Kanon's target once again disappeared from in front of him, because Genji had pulled Shannon again, and the 2 of them had fallen onto the ground, keeping flat to the floor. Nice reflexes, you senile old piece of furniture. Gota! Whoa! Gota wasn't an idiot either. Even if he couldn't fully understand what was going on, he at least realized that if this Kanon wasn't seized, his own life would also be in peril. He sprung at Kanon with his huge body, pushing him up against the wall with his weight and physical strength. Let me go, you fat ass. The tips of the fingers on Kanon's right hand began to trace out another purple trail. When he raised that blade hand up, aiming to strike at Gota's back, there was a loud thunk, because Kanon's raised blade hand had been pinned to the wall. He couldn't tear his palm away from the wall. Sticking out from it was the knife Genji had thrown. Ooh! Under normal circumstances, it should have been surprising to see someone as old as Genji handle a knife so skillfully. But in his abnormal space, no one paid it much mind. Genji, here. Yes. Genji took the handkerchief with the spider web stuck to it from Shannon, and he approached Kanon, who was pinned to the wall by Gota's massive body and the knife. So stop it. Don't come near me with that. Stop it. Interesting. When Genji pushed the handkerchief up against Kanon's face, there was a sound just like the one you hear when you see meat on a red-hot iron plate. Set meat. Of course, the smell was the same too, as he was burning in flame, festering in filthy red and black, and cried out in his death throes. Kanon's body burst open and scattered. It was almost as though a balloon filled with gold leaf had popped. The entire servant room was completely buried under a storm of gold leaf. No, a rabble of gold butterflies. Interesting, I don't really know what the fuck is happening. Those butterflies began to softly fade into nothingness, as though dissolving into water. No, into the air itself. And afterwards, all that was left was 3 of them sitting on their behinds, stained with blood. However, not everyone was just stained with blood. Some of them were lying on the ground vomiting blood themselves. Kumasawa, Dr. Nanjo. A slit so sharp that it looked like it could cut your fingers if you touched it was open wide, causing large amounts of blood to keep pouring out. What was that just now? Gota, have you been injured? I'm alright. But what did we see? What happened? Even though I definitely pushed that thing against the wall with this very hand, I can't understand what happened. Gota looked at his own hand. The bright red blood left from his scuffle with Kanon definitely still remained. And yet Kanon was nowhere to be seen. Because he had disappeared. He had turned into gold butterflies and scattered. Gota kept screaming alone that he had no clue what was going on. Okay, so they just fucking clapped. Dude, what the fuck? Oops, that's not what I meant to hit. Chenin sobbed in front of Nanjo and Kumasawa's remains, and Genji watched over her, silent as always. Dog, what the fuck did I just witness? The fact that it's showing this means like we're in the endgame. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa? What in the world is going on? Ah, Shannon, thank goodness you're safe. If something had happened to you, George, be quiet for a second. A murder occurred before your very eyes, right? Did you see the culprit? Or not? That is... how should I explain it? Genji, even we cannot explain what we saw very well. It certainly, happened right before our eyes. It was right in front of my eyes. But still, that, what was that? Even I do not understand. What chapter is this? 14, Devil's Proof. What are you saying? It's impossible for you to have met anyone other than the witch, Beatrice, whose location has been unknown since last night. Or Kanon, who's gone missing. Was it a man or a woman? You should be able to tell me at least that much, right? Auntie Rosa, calm down a bit. Anyone would be confused if two people were taken out right in front of them. Goda, Genji, there's no need to rush. Tell us what happened, one thing at a time. About that, how should I say it? Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa had been killed, we understood that much, and it seemed that it had occurred in front of their eyes, but even so they spoke awkwardly. They admitted that they had definitely seen the crime with their own two eyes, but when asked to explain what they had seen, their mouths went suddenly shut. I'm gonna turn my game volume down a little bit. I think I put it a little bit higher than I normally do. Put it about there. We can understand why Auntie Rosa was irritated and losing her patience. Shannon, did you see it? When Dr. Nanjo was attacked? Yes. Tell me. Just what you understand. What in the world happened? The back door. In through there. That's right. Someone came up to the back door. Then wondering who it was, I opened the door. Someone at the back door. Who was it? Let them finish. And after that... The person was stained with blood and had a large wound. We carried them to the servant room and Dr. Nanjo immediately began first aid. It was a very deep wound. For the last time, who are you talking about? I don't know. Certainly in the beginning I thought I knew. No, I still think it was. But what in the world was that? I don't know. In a manner that didn't match his large body, Goda held his head and scratched at it. I didn't have a clue whether he was confused because he couldn't remember, or whether he was confused because he had seen something terrifying and couldn't accept it. And Shannon looked the same way. She let her guard down. What she had seen just a short while ago would quickly melt away like a daydream. She wouldn't even be able to remember what she saw. That's what she looked like. Only Genji looked composed as usual, so the question were naturally directed at Genji. Questions. But even Genji had to take quite some time to gather his thoughts before he opened his mouth. Genji, you saw it, right? Who was the person that came in through the back door? Your mama. At first we believed that person was Kanon. You see? He was alive after all. My reasoning was correct. By at first you mean that your impression changed later, right? Yes. I cannot explain with words what happened after that. It killed Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa, then disappeared. At the time it was definitely not Kanon. Yes, that's right. It's just as Genji says. You really couldn't explain it with words. Do you have the same opinion? Yes. I can only say the same thing as well. If we interpreted what they were saying favorably, it meant that Auntie Rosa's conclusion had been correct from the beginning. Kanon had appeared from the back door in the kitchen with a serious injury, and he had been taken to the servant room and cared for. Then something terrifying had happened. Since the people couldn't imagine what Kanon could have pulled that off, since these people couldn't have imagined that Kanon could have pulled that off, they had started to suspect whether that had really been Kanon. Is that how things are? In other words, this meant Kanon had appeared. No matter how confused they were, no matter how they muddied their words, that's what it meant in the end. So had Kanon indeed used some trick to escape that room while it was locked? No, that doesn't matter anymore. The real problem is that Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa were killed. Auntie Rosa had claimed that Kanon was behind this from the very beginning. No matter how confused they became and no matter how much they tried to deny it, they were halfway saying that it was the truth. But even so, for some reason, I felt like their awkwardness couldn't be explained just by confusion. What had they seen? Like they said, had they really seen something unexplainable with words? Auntie Rosa, having decided that she wouldn't be able to get any more out of them, concluded her questioning, and said that she wanted to check the two bodies. I was also interested in that. Even if these people didn't have a clue what was going on in their confusion, if those of us who hadn't been to the scene calmly looked at their bodies, we might find something. But it was a little surprising that Auntie Rosa was also concerned about the bodies just like I was. Even at this point, I still wanted to expose the culprit and the truth myself if we could find any clues. But Auntie Rosa should have been different. Hadn't Auntie Rosa's plan given a higher priority to staying safe than to finding the culprit? I couldn't really see why Auntie Rosa wanted to check the bodies so badly that she would deliberately leave our fort in the parlor. We will all go to the servant room together. If we all move together, it'll be safe. Maria, stop that scribbling now. Ugh, not scribbling. Solving Beatrice's problem. Ugh. Beatrice's problem? What's that? Tell me too. Auntie Rosa, are you, bringing Maria too? It seemed that George had some resistance to bringing Maria to the bloody crime scene. But taking into consideration the fact that Maria would be left alone here, it would surely be much safer if we took Maria with us. In the end, it was just Aniki's irresponsible humanism. We decided that all of us, including Maria, would go to the servant room. Interesting. I don't know, this is all very odd right now. The bed in the servant room was stained with bright red blood. No, not just the bed. The whole room was covered with a gruesome paint from countless bloodstains. The dreadful scene alone was enough to give us an idea of the repulsive sight they had been trying to describe. Ooh, wanna look too? You wait here with me, Maria, okay? George was standing by the entrance, covering Maria's eyes with his back to the room. He probably didn't want to dirty an innocent girl's retinas with the repulsive red in this room. That was surely the correct decision. I was acting tough right now, so I didn't mind, but I would probably remember this room and start to vomit whenever I saw red paint scattered around for the rest of my life. My retinas already had this room burned into them. In other words, it was too late for me. Huh? Where did they... Right after they entered the servant room, Goda and Shannon appeared flustered. We shook, wondering what horrible new situation had arisen to fluster them for a second time. What happened? What is it? What is it? Ready to work. Auntie Rosa had also shuddered, raised her gun eye, and searched for wherever it was, or whatever it was that had them shaken. But she couldn't find it, which wasn't surprising. They were shaken because they couldn't find it. Hey, what in the world's going on? The two bodies aren't here. What do you mean? That can't be. Those two were definitely here. Wait. What the hell? Are you saying the corpses just walked off somewhere? How could that happen? I mean, wasn't the servant room locked? Didn't you unlock the door when you came in just now, Goda? So then what? Isn't this the same as Jessica's room? They've disappeared from inside a locked room again. It's ridiculous. I don't have a clue what happened either. When we left this room, we definitely locked it, and I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. There was a timid and pitiful smile on Goda's face that he definitely wouldn't have let show normally. Shannon was the same. Both their corpses disappeared, and furthermore, they disappeared while the door was locked. Even if the culprit was Kanon, he shouldn't be holding a master key anymore. That's wrong. Kanon is not the culprit. Shannon, I believe Shannon. Kanon is not the culprit. This must be the doing of someone who looks a lot like him. No. Kanon could have gotten a master key. After all, his master key was found in the pocket of Jessica's body. And who took that key? That's right. It was Dr. Nanjo. That's right. Back then, it definitely had been Dr. Nanjo who searched through Jessica's clothes and found the master key. So if someone had the opportunity to search Dr. Nanjo's corpse, it would have been easy for them to take the master key back. Auntie Rosa searched under the bed and in the locker. By now, I also understood what that meant. If you assume that there had been two culprits, it could be easily explained. The first person was Kanon, or maybe an imposter that looked like him. He had finished off Dr. Nanjo and ran off somewhere. The second person was probably the 19th person, Beatrice, whose location was unknown. She had hidden under the bed in the servant room beforehand, and with Dr. Nanjo's body still enshrined here, she had waited for Genji and the rest to leave. Then after that, she'd crawled out, taken the master key from Dr. Nanjo's pocket, and carried the two bodies away for some reason. If she had then locked the door with the master key, this locked room would be created. You constructed that one pretty fast with your reasoning from Jessica's room as a premise. With that method, you can indeed create a locked room even without magic. What I'm trying to figure out here, real quick. I'm trying to think back on this. I think these are the only people. But I give you passing marks. However, as truly fascinating as it was, there is something you must not forget. If the culprit had taken the master key back by the method you say, that culprit would still be in this room. This is also true, actually. Or sorry, they would have to have taken it from Jessica's body, and they would have to have known that Nanjo took it off Jessica's body, which means it would have had to be one of the people in the room. You don't have to tell me that. You're probably trying to say that it's information only people in that place at that time could know. Huh. The third locked room was crushed so fast that you can't do anything but gripe. There's no art in repeating the same content. Even though I was acting tough, that move of the witch's hurt bad. I could feel cracks forming in the thing I most wanted to deny. She's trying to close in on me from two directions. On the one hand, there's the frontal attack, where she tries to force me to believe in witches using locked room tricks that only a witch could do. And on the other hand, there's the rear attack, where she tries to lure me into thinking it could be better if there was a witch by strengthening my suspicions of those close to me. In the first locked room, the chapel, she had used the frontal attack, but it hadn't worked. That's undoubtedly why the second locked room, and now the third, she started to change the direction of her attack. However, the fact that she was changing the direction of her attack also proved that my resistance was working a little, and she had surely given up on the frontal attack because she couldn't just win directly with it. I tried to force myself to accept my own position by thinking that. But it seemed that the witch had seen through these thoughts of mine long ago. The frontal attack is indispensable. The rear attack only has meaning because it advances at the same time as the frontal. If I were to degenerate into only using the rear attack, it would be nothing more than a foolish plan occurring when my name or my means become my goal. Jesus, I butchered that. If I were to degenerate into only using the rear attack, it would be nothing more than a foolish plan occurring when my means became my goal. Really? Well then, won't you repeat no one was hiding in the servant room in that red you're so proud of? There is no need. The premise of your reasoning is about to get destroyed. Oh, you decline? So someone really is hiding. Rosa will destroy your premise right now. Well, try listening in. Please believe us, Rosa. The two bodies were certainly lying here. The bright red blood on the floor is theirs. Auntie Rosa began to search through various objects around the room, her back to Goda as he cried out in supplication. Eventually she found something, and for a while stopped moving. Rosa, we definitely aren't lying. The two bodies were definitely here. Quiet down. The person who hid the corpses has confessed that they took them to another place. With this. Rosa showed them a single sheet of paper over her shoulder. What on earth is that? It couldn't be. A letter in a sealed envelope with a crest just like in the chapel? Yes, that's right. It was set here, out in the open. I'll read it. People of the Ushiramiya family. Okay, so let's put this in the notes. Note found in the servants' quarters. It reads... Sorry, I'm just thinking at the same time. Also, we haven't seen Kinzo in a while. Solving the epitaph's riddle. For the gold are reaching a climax. Okay. Solving the riddle of the epitaph is a single method by which you can all stop me. It's just like, why would she consistently tell us this? You will not be able to stop me or the ritual by way of any other method of any kind. I ask all of you that you take care not to mistake your goal. Attempting to search for me is useless. Attempting to escape from me is useless. I'm just copying this into the notes, by the way. Attempting to deny me is also useless. Okay. Beatrice the Golden. P.S. I borrowed the 2 bodies for the ritual. I will return them later. Please accept my apologies. I will return them later. So please accept my apologies. Okay. Furthermore, since these keys belong to all of you, I shall return them. As Rosa read that aloud, the contents of the envelope lay exposed on the palm of her hand. There were 2 master keys. The master key that Nanjo had found in Jessica's pocket, which had originally been Kanon's, and Kumasawa's master key. Okay, in the note, we had Kanon and Kumasawa's master keys left behind. Okay. What the hell? So what does that mean? Damn you, again? You're saying I can only suspect the servants holding keys again? I haven't said it in red, you know. I haven't denied the possibility that the time they locked the door and left, someone was hiding in this room. If they were hiding under the bed, it wouldn't have been impossible for them to have carried the corpses away somewhere, but that way they couldn't lock the door. The master key they went to all that trouble to get their hands on was set down right here. That's right, I'd forgotten. What about the key specifically for this room? Excuse me. The servant room keys. Those are in the key box in the center of the room, okay? Okay. There are several servant room keys, but all of those are inside of them. Okay. Okay. I still want to know if there's like a skeleton key that just like opens everything. Never really figured that one out or not. I mean, the situation isn't any different from the time with the key to Jessica's room. Not like the servants would walk around with an unnecessary key when they have those convenient master keys. I can accept they were all still shut away in the key box, and nothing has changed in the other conditions. Yeah. Entry and exit are impossible except for the single door and the single window. Okay. I'll put that down in this too in the notes. Single window. Okay. And those were both locked. Okay. Let's see. The door and the window do not permit any kind of entry or exit when they are locked. Okay. So it won't work to remove the door and make a crack to slide in through or anything like that while the lock is maintained, and obviously it is impossible to unlock the door without the servant room key or master key. Okay. Okay. The pain having to read all these aloud every time. Sooner or later I should think of some word to abbreviate all this into a single phrase. But you can't repeat that no one was hiding in the room. However, that alone won't break open the door of a locked room, okay? So I'm gonna put that... She wouldn't repeat that no one was hiding in the room. Okay. Okay. It's no good, no goddamn good at all. What happened to that flipping over the chessboard thing you're so proud of? Please, announce your boastful strange theory. Flip over the chessboard. What would I do if I were the culprit? I carry the corpses off somewhere. I leave a letter. I lock the door from the inside. Then I just have to escape this room by some means. Damn it. Is that even possible? I was told in red that you can't get outside except by the door or window. Ah. At that moment I got it. That's right. Carry the corpses, leave the letter. And not rely on a hidden door. In other words, not even able to escape. That's it. This isn't a question, it's an answer. Beato, before my repetition request, I want to check the definition of these hidden doors that you're talking about. What have you thought of? Very well, I'll explain. A hidden door refers to an entrance or exit that cannot be recognized by those who do not know of it. That is such a vague definition. Okay. Even children know that. So in other words, if you can't get outside the room with it, it isn't a hidden door. That angle. I kept thinking that the culprit had escaped. Oh, he's saying, like, imagine it's like a spinning wall and you're like hiding on the other side of the wall. That's wrong. Even the culprit couldn't escape the locked room, so the culprit decided to hide until we passed by. It's like a false paneling or something. I had used this theory for the second locked room and reasoned that Kanon might have done this. But I had given up that reasoning when I was told Kanon was killed in red. Next, I had reasoned that if there had been a third person in the room, it would have been possible for them to escape through a hidden door. And that was when for the first time the claim had been made in red that no hidden doors exist. And what I'd just learned now, these hidden doors, the witch was talking about, referred to things that made it possible to get into or out of the room. I'm sorry, did I misunderstand what she said here? Definition of these hidden doors. A hidden door refers to an entrance or exit that cannot be recognized by those who do not know of it. This is like such a weird definition though, because by the way that you state this, a hidden door that cannot be recognized by those who do not know of it. Well then by definition, but I guess the breaker for this would be that you couldn't call it a hidden door if the people who approached it, because to the uninitiated, they would still be hidden. Okay. Okay. In other words, things that didn't permit entry or exit to the outside and also wouldn't be noticed by people who didn't know about them wouldn't fall under the definition of hidden door. There's one or two things that... Because if it would be noticed by them, then it wouldn't be hidden. So if it would be noticed by them, then that would break the hidden aspect. And if it was hidden, but gave a way to exit, then it would be a hidden door. So he's saying the one thing that satisfies is that it could be something that is hidden, but it doesn't give an escape out of the room. And then that wouldn't be called a hidden door because it doesn't It doesn't permit entry or exit to the outside. True. Because the only way is if it was in and out, right? If it accessed in and out and it was hidden, then it would be a hidden door. If everybody did know about it and it gave in and out, well then it wouldn't be hidden. Everybody would know about it. So the only way that you can make it such that it doesn't fall under the category but you could still hide somebody, it'd just be like a hidden room at that point, right? Is that if it's an in or out, didn't permit entry or exit, so you can't actually leave the area, you can't like escape out into the outside or away from that room, but people still didn't know about it. In other words, if there were, for an example, something like a hidden shelf or a secret closet, they wouldn't be defined as hidden doors. In other words, the third person in Jessica's room was hiding here, waiting for us to pass by. How pathetic. Just a little play, just a little playing around with words, so it's just like a semantic difference. With this method, it looks like I can even manage the third locked room, the servant room. If there's a hidden shelf under the bed or anything like that, that would be enough. The culprit's hiding somewhere, waiting for us to leave. The culprit is also trapped in the locked room even now, which means at this very moment, the culprit is still hiding in the servant room, holding their breath. And that means, what the hell? Even though we've been tortured with locked rooms 3 times, in this very moment, we've actually gotten the culprit in checkmate. I finally started to see it. Take this, Beato. Repetition requested. There is no one in the room other than us. By us, I mean me, George, Maria, Auntie Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon, alright? Well, you can't say it, can you? Oh. How about I hit you where it hurts? If you decline, then say you decline, damn it. Here comes the next one. Repetition requested. I don't know how they're hiding in this room, but if it's a fact, then this also resolves the second locked room, Jessica's room, at the same time. I finally caught her by the tail. With this, I can explain everything. Witches don't exist. I don't have to doubt anyone. Alright, starting now, I'll flip it over. The next thing I'll request you repeat is, until she cuts us off and says, okay, yeah. No one exists in this room except for your group. Your group refers to Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, and Shannon. Okay. So. Okay, but the problem is, again, now we're fucking around with the definition of a room, because if there was a secret thing that led to a secret room, would that count as the same room? Because we've obviously said that we're okay with doing, like, semantic memes. Okay. What? Let's go back to Jessica's room. At the time of Jessica's corpse discovery, only Battler, George... Yeah, see, this doesn't answer the thing, though. Because again, this is still... I still have the breaker for this, is that it depends if you... what your semantic distinction of room is. Corpse discovery? We're playing fucking Danganronpa. Okay. Whoops. Jessica is also included, of course. Therefore, both in the case of Jessica's room and the case of the servant room, no humans exist that you were not aware of. Okay. No one is hiding. Okay, that's an interesting thing, though. Let's see, she might break my argument here in a second. She already said this before. She already said this, though. I don't know why I'm recopying this, but... Okay. I'm not gonna copy the whole thing here, but... And while I'm at it, you are incompetent. It's funny. Son of a bitch. Then it really is a locked room, isn't it? It was so hard to think of, too. If you'd been hiding, that explanation would fit everything. Just when I thought I'd broken the trick. Damn it. Okay. For a second I thought I had it. It was no goddamn good at all. Beatrice, you bitch. I thought you were all smoke and mirrors playing word games that made clever use of red. I was certain you just cleverly deceived me. Just when I thought I'd seen a light in the darkness, it disappeared. It just disappeared. Swallowed up by a blood-red sea. Red. Red, 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 red. No one is hiding. And there's no hidden door, and no way to trick the doors to the windows while they're locked. Have you proven that it's all impossible? Has Devil's Proof been pulled off with a frontal attack? Impossible. This is impossible. Again, we still don't know what's inside Rose's letter, man. Why have I not got an answer to this yet? What's wrong, Ushiromiya Battler? Weren't you so confident you could deny witches? Why are you groveling and wringing out bitter tears in a place like that? Oh yes, that's a really wonderful method. Truly wonderful how you're trying to make me fall over laughing and drown in a sea of tears of my own laughter. That's what you're really trying to do, right? You're trying to make me laugh and laugh and laugh myself to death, right? Ushiro Miya Battler. Just spamming the emotes, man. She's Fortnite emoting on me. Screw that, I'll definitely deny witches exist. I'll never believe in you. You used the power of magic and bullied and killed everyone for fun. I'm never gonna accept that. Hey Battler, sorry for bullying you too much. I'll flip over the chessboard from my side. I'll teach your side the best move in your place. Wanna hear? Screw you, I don't wanna hear. I don't wanna hear. The case of Jessica's room, you really struck on a good spot, you know? Trying to hide and wait for you to pass by. That truly was a good observation. But why did you think that could only be Kanon or me, the 19th person? I see. The hide part of hide and wait for you to pass must have gotten in the way so you didn't think that far. Look, now do you understand? It's Jessica. Jessica! If Jessica were the culprit, a farce like this could be easily constructed. She killed Kanon and carried him off somewhere. Then she played dead and let us walk by. But that's ridiculous. Dr. Nanjo had definitely checked that she was dead, so is Dr. Nanjo an accomplice too? That's wrong. I had also made sure that Jessica was really dead. Sure, I'd never performed an examination of a corpse before, but she was definitely dead. I think she was dead. But she probably, surely, definitely, at least, I think so, but she has to be... No, she was dead. She was dead. Jessica was also an accomplice, and Nanjo, who examined her corpse, was also an accomplice. Then the third locked room was a farce. Yeah, then it's simple. Dr. Nanjo was an accomplice, so in other words, he was on the culprit's side, so in other words, he was never killed in the first place? We thought he had been killed and the body had disappeared, but he wasn't in the servant room in the first place? And is Kumasawa, who disappeared with him, also an accomplice? That's not all. That's not all. The servants who are going along with that story, Genji and Goda, and even Shannon are accomplices. Then the one who stole the key from Maria's handbag was Jessica. No, it was also possible that it was George. After all, if Shannon was on the culprit's side, then George would automatically be on the culprit's side as well. Wait a second, they're all wolves. They're all wolves. Not only am I drowning in an ocean of bright red blood, there are packs of wolves clamoring on the banks whose blazing eyes tell me that if I crawl out, they'll eat me. Which way should I die? Will I have everything denied and drown in a bright red sea? Will I know the truth and have my whole body chewed to bits by the wolves? It's either one hell or the other. I can't choose. That is why I am here. Come on, Ushiromiya Battler, kneel, then swear your eternal loyalty and lick my shoes. If you accept me, all the riddles will be resolved. With my power, any kind of locked room can be created or destroyed. Battler, don't you want to abandon yourself to the joy of surrendering to one with power? I'll make you my favorite piece of furniture. I'll love you so much and make you my toy until you turn to ashes. Okay, and she's just having a good ass time here. Interesting, but spamming her remotes again. Until all of a sudden it goes ding! Oh my god, it all makes sense, I get it. Now it's clear. There's no longer any reason to doubt. What do you mean by that? These two that you kept saying were dead aren't here, and now we have the letter from Beatrice where she was kind enough to confess that she carried the corpses off. That's what it is. I've had enough of this farce. As Auntie Rosa yelled this, she looked over at everyone with a harsh expression. Jesus. Farce? What do you mean? I said it in Jessica's room. I said it in Jessica's room. You can't trust anyone but yourself and those whose corpses have been found. And since we cannot find the corpses, there's no reason we should accept that those two were killed. But please wait, Auntie Rosa. What do you mean by that? Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa aren't dead. They're alive. They made it seem like they were killed and are hiding somewhere in this mansion. So that they can attack us. How could you know that? Are you saying that Goda and the rest are lying? Rosa, I swear, no, all the Ushirimiya family servants do. We all swear that we would never do nothing of the sort. You all say that those two were killed, but since there are no corpses, there's no reason to believe that. There's a chance that you worked out a story beforehand and that you're lying about that. There's a good way to prove your innocence, isn't there? For Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's bodies to be found. If we find them, then maybe I'll start listening to your story, but until we do, you can't deny that you are all wolves. You too. And you. You were probably bought by that witch, your eyes blinded with gold. Do you really want money that much? That's right, isn't it? You want to play around for the rest of your life? What is that kind of life worth? Rosa, we couldn't. Silence. And Shannon, don't get any closer. I can't believe that you would repay a 10-year-long debt of gratitude with betrayal. I'll pull the trigger without mercy. How could you? It's too cruel. Auntie Rosa, that's horrible. A murder occurred in this room. Then the culprit carried the corpses away. They are the only honestly reporting that to us. Shannon had finally broken down in tears. She had sacrificed 10 years to the Ushirimiya family. She had sacrificed 10 of the most brilliant years of her life, and she had believed that she had built up a friendly relationship with Rosa as well. And this was how she was treated? You could kill a person without using a knife. It wasn't just George. Even I could recognize that Shannon had been stabbed deep into her heart, as blood by the name of tears flowed out. Shannon, stay back. Rosa, is it true that I have not served for many years, and I understand that I have not earned your trust? It is true that I have not served for many years, and I understand that I have not earned your trust. However, could you not at least believe Shannon? She has dedicated a full 10 years of service to the Ushirimiya family. I'm not telling you to believe me. At the very least, would you at least believe Shannon? But I don't understand anymore. I don't understand. We can't seek an answer without suspecting them. That's it. Bit by bit, I'm starting to understand. It's because we seek an answer. That's why everything keeps getting stranger. We don't need an answer. These are all strange murders committed with bizarre magic by the 19th person, the witch Beatrice, as she follows a creepy ritual. Isn't that good enough? I don't want to suspect anyone anymore. Shannon and Goda were protesting their innocence half in tears. Genji quietly stopped that. Stop. What Rosa says is quite right. Until we find the corpses, we cannot prove that Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa are innocent. That's right. By Rosa's argument, if the corpses could be found, then the innocence of at least those people could be proved. But only the people who were corpses. Even if they searched around the mansion and found the corpses, in the end their own innocence would not be proved. They had abducted Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa, killed them in another place, and locked the room with their own master keys. Unless the locked room could be broken by a method other than that one, it would be impossible to prove their innocence. But that couldn't be done. They only have one chance to prove their innocence. That can only happen when they meet with the culprit, become corpses, and are reunited with Auntie Rosa. That's messed up. Innocent if they die, guilty as long as they live, almost like a witch's trial. Oh right, the enemy's a witch, so that makes it okay. Okay, so we're... Rosa, we are furniture working for the Ushirimiya family. Whether we are trusted by you or not, that is not our concern. No matter what assessment you give us, we will only continue to serve until our final hour. You really are a model servant. I truly understand why Father trusts you. It is truly heart-rending that I must suspect even you. Genji stuck his hand into his pocket and pulled out a master key. Then he set it on an adjacent table. I believe that I hold this as a proof of trust. If that has been lost, I think it is only natural that I return it. Because she still actually does trust them. That's good judgment. Those master keys are the greatest basis upon which you have been suspected several times today. Relinquishing them in order to clear away that suspicion may only be a first step, but, well, I think it isn't a bad start. You two. Genji looked at Goda and Shannon. The two of them nodded and set their own master keys onto the table. Auntie Rosa laid the two master keys that had come out of the envelope on top. With that, all 5 master keys were gathered in this place. In other words, this was proof that all of the servants' service until today had been negated, and even the final honor that they should have been permitted had been stripped away from them. Maria, give me that handbag. Ugh, give it back. Auntie Rosa snatched Maria's handbag, tossed all the master keys in there noisily, then lifted one out and held it up for all to see. She was announcing that she had all of the master keys. Are you satisfied now, Aunt Rosa? Now the only master keys are the ones you are holding yourself. I hope you're satisfied. I am satisfied. Even if I can't trust anyone, I can at least trust myself. I've been able to get the gun and all the master keys for myself. Now I don't have to suspect anyone. You're all happy too, right? Now you don't have to be suspected anymore. Ooh, that laugh. Then Maria, who had looked like a spectator off by herself, sneered at her mother. Auntie Rosa reacted nervously to that laugh and turned around. Keys don't matter. Beatrice can open doors with magic. She doesn't need keys. It doesn't matter who has or doesn't have something like that. Aren't I always telling you to stop laughing like that? What is it, Battler? I had just cut between the two of them. No, that's not it. I was on my knees and hugging Maria's head. I was crying. Just stop it already, Auntie Rosa. Maria was right. What are you talking about? Maria, I'm sorry for doubting. I'm sorry for not believing. Battler, it was all the witch's doing. The witch's doing. All that stuff about tricks and locked rooms never mattered. It's just that the witch Beatrice actually exists. And she really was a witch, because I didn't believe that. It was this painful, this sad. Battler, you believe in Beatrice? Yes, I believe. Beatrice exists, and she's a witch who uses strange magic. Battler. Maria let go of my hand, and then she was the one holding my head. That's the way, Battler. Beatrice existed. You just couldn't believe that easily, so couldn't see her. The witch exists. Exists. Will soon come. You believe in Beato, so I'm sure you'll be invited to the Golden Land. Very soon. It'll be very soon. Nothing to be afraid of anymore. Not afraid, okay? Always be with me holding hands, okay? Let's solve the epitaph's riddle together. Let's think about Beato's problem. Beato has been saying it from the beginning. She hasn't said anything other than let's play and solve the problem. Right, she did. Searching for the culprit was just a total waste of time. If only we had just believed in the witch. After softly brushing my cheeks as my tears kept dripping down, Maria kissed my forehead as soft as a feather. For just that instant, Maria's smile, which I had once thought was creepy, looked like an angel. We returned the master keys, but our loyalty to the Ushiramiya family will not change. From now on, we will not enter the parlor without permission. Rosa, please lock the parlor from the inside. You truly are an admirable person. When the typhoon passes, if the cries of the seagulls return to this island again, I wonder if we will be able to trust each other once more. If you were to grant us your trust once again, there would be no greater pleasure. You're right. We'll definitely be able to understand each other. When the seagulls cry. It would probably be better if we left this room as it is until the police come. Rosa, if you would please lock it. We will return to the kitchen. If you need anything, please command us at any time. Thank you. If you are a wolf, how shamelessly you speak. And if you are a sheep, I'm sorry for throwing you into the wolf cage. Furniture entrusts its fate to the family. Even if it comes to throwing away this life, if by that your trust could be regained, it would be a great honor. I hope that you can all remain healthy until the typhoon passes, if that is at all possible. This is a rhapsody of blowing winds and pouring rain performed by the typhoon. When the performance ends and the curtain closes, we will surely be able to grasp hands together again. When the seagulls cry. Auntie Rosa nodded in response. Sorry, I'm putting on fucking chapstick. Genji turned on his heels. He left the servant room. Goto's face was still streaked with tears. But As he had listened to Genji's words, maybe he had managed to sort out his heart. His face had been truly shameful, but it had returned to the face of the Goto we knew well. I will also be waiting in the kitchen. If you need anything, please command me at any time. If you wish for some warm food, I promise to have the very best prepared for you. Thank you. I'd like to ask you for breakfast tomorrow. And the boat will probably come by midday tomorrow. Thanks for everything up until now. Your cooking was my only pleasure on Rokenjima. Certainly. I promise you I'll prepare a supreme breakfast. Please look forward to tomorrow morning. Thank you. And Shannon, tomorrow morning let's make up while drinking some delicious coffee. George? I'm going with them too. It's alright, George. Please return to the parlor. There are no more master keys anymore. If you're with Rosa in the parlor, you won't be threatened by anyone. That's right. That's how things are. Objectively speaking, I think that being with me in the parlor would be the safest. But I won't force you to stay with us. George, you may stay in any place you feel is safe. You are already an adult. It's up to you where and with whom you spend the time until tomorrow's morning. Yes. I will decide by myself. Who I'll spend the night with. Aniki. Battler, stay with Auntie Rose in the parlor. I'm sure that's the safest. Compared to that, I think being outside the parlor isn't as safe, so I can't leave her in a place like that alone. It's not that I suspect Shannon and the other servants. No, anyone at all. I don't want to suspect anyone. The inheritance? The gold? That's just stupid. There's no way people are killing each other over that. Yeah, I know better than anyone how pure your heart is, Battler. No one will blame you. No one. Aniki. It's okay. I'll protect you. If you're with me, even Beatrice can't lay a hand on you. Because even though I'm small, I'm a witch. I'm gonna put that in my notes. I said this before that I think that Maria actually might be a witch, unironically. Yeah. Maria, I'm leaving Battler in your care. Alright, Shannon. Let's go. Sorry, I'm gonna extend my mic arm here so I can get it more in front of my face. Yes. Rosa, if you would excuse me. If you have an order, please call me at any time. I'm sorry for saying something so cruel just now. I don't expect you to have forgiven me by tomorrow morning, but when tomorrow morning comes, let me apologize again. Yes. Thank you very much. George and Shannon left the servant room together. Now only Maria, Auntie Rosa, and I were left in the disgusting, blood-stained room. Until Genji disappeared, until Goto disappeared, until George and Shannon disappeared, we stood there in a daze. And their presence and their footsteps had disappeared completely, after. Auntie Rosa giggled at them as though she had just remembered something pleasant. You can't trust them at all. Goddamn furniture. That one sentence made me choke. What? Why are you saying something like that? There are 5 master keys in all. Who would believe that? It's obvious that some duplicate keys exist, as if we could trust them just because they pulled keys out of their pockets. That's not fair. But by setting down those keys, they weren't just letting go of the keys. You've made all their hard work count for nothing, disgraced it, trampled it, and caused them to give up the keys at the end of it all. What's with that parting line? They've shown that they're willing to go this far, and you still can't trust them? Too much. That's just too much. It's a devil's proof. There are 5 master keys in all. It's impossible to prove something like that. You can show that there are 5 master keys by placing them here, but you can't prove that no more than 5 exist. Only a demon or a witch could prove something like that, you know? Well, I mean, now's your time to ask. Let's see if she denies it. I mean, they said earlier that there was more than one, or more than the amount that they had, just that, they didn't know what happened to them. Stop it already. Please, Beatrice, show yourself right now, and tell Auntie Rosa and Red that there are only 5 master keys. Please, I beg you. This can only be proved by devils, a witch like you could prove it. Please, Beato, show yourself here and tell Auntie Rosa that those are all the master keys, and that there's no need to suspect anyone anymore. There are only 5 master keys. There are only 5 master keys. Whatever could be wrong. It doesn't reach Rosa's ears no matter how often I say it. It seems there must still be someone who denies that I exist, isn't that right? Ushiramiya Battler? I accept it. I accept you exist. You exist. You definitely exist. So I beg of you, stop this already. Stop it already. Stop it already. Your words alone will not reach me. Show it with your actions. Swear from your heart that you will become my furniture. Can you do it? Take off your clothes, be naked, then put both your hands flat and crawl on the ground. Clothing is proof of one's humanity. From now on, you will become furniture, so you will lose that right. It's only natural. Then kneel, make your tongue crawl on my shoes. Can you do it? Can you do it? Or you can do it, right? Then I'll appear. Sure. I'll say it in red. Sure. I'll tell Rosa there are only 5 master keys. Oh, but I understand there's no way you could throw away your lordly pride. But that's alright. That's more than enough. You're starting to waver a bit, aren't you? For just an instant, you thought maybe it would be alright to lick my shoes, didn't you? And you immediately denied that and felt ashamed, right? Just looking at that expression makes me feel just wonderful. That face of yours is so pathetic. Go look in a mirror. See how low you are there, naked and licking my shoes. Can you see it, Ushiramiya Battler? I mean, he's still not doing it, so it's obviously not that simple. Oh my god, we're passing the whole fucking night. We're at 6 a.m. again. Bleeding resistance. Or sorry, we're not passing the night, it's dinner time. I thought that it was midnight for some reason, it's not. So it is 6 p.m. Chapter 15. Unbelievable. Are you saying that's the truth? Yes. We described everything as we saw it. George folded his arms and started humming again, and the kitchen was once again absorbed by a long silence. George, I understand well why you aren't able to believe it so suddenly. After all, even though I'm sure I saw it with my own eyes, I still don't know what it was I saw. I'm sure I saw it, and I'm sure I even got into a scuffle with it. And yet I almost feel like it was all an illusion. I see. That's why you couldn't go into details in front of Auntie Rosa. If you had actually told her what you just told me, then it would have created an even bigger problem. Or created even bigger problems. Yes, I now understand that Genji handled it all in a remarkably composed fashion. If only I had the power to explain it. George had not actually seen it, so even when pressed to believe, he just couldn't imagine it. It was only natural. Because even the people who had actually seen it had ended up questioning themselves as to what it was. Let me back up a bit. Shannon, you said that when you thought Kanon was an imposter, you went to pick up some spider webs, right? Why did you do that? That's right, I was thinking about that as well. Why spider webs? Because that's what you catch butterflies in, right? But you catch butterflies and other insects in. I heard it once from Kumasawa. A long time ago, evil spirits lived in Rokenjima, and they, feared spider webs. And they say there's a legend that people treasured spider webs as wards against magic. Okay. I'm gonna write this down. Apparently, to ward off the evil spirits, people used spider webs. I guess it was something spirits feared, so they began to be used as wards. Okay. So I just went with it. I think I was also a bit confused. Interesting story. Kumasawa was very knowledgeable about those kinds of tales. Spiders are useful after all. Certainly the existence of such a creed isn't strange at all. I'm sure that Tori Shrine was entrapping the power of those evil spirits, and since the spirit mirror was broken, that power revived. I have no doubt that it became the power to make Beatrice revive. If I, while I was in that weak-hearted state, hadn't done such an outrageous thing. Ugh. Shannon, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't blame you for that. Since long ago, Shannon had often hinted at a certain occult aspect regarding how she had met George. While he did lend an ear to her tales, George had always thought that this was typical of a girl, associating love with fate, chance, and miracles. George had thought that breaking the spirit mirror offered to the Tori Shrine was going a little too far, but he had forgiven her, laughing it off as just a little prank she had done because she had seriously desired a relationship with him. Because breaking a mirror in some musty shrine wouldn't change the fate of our meeting. And that would never cause any curse. I remember cheering her up, saying it was only a musty mirror covered in dust. After I started working on this island, many of my coworkers told me of the existence of a spirit called Beatrice. In the beginning, I thought it was ridiculous, but since it appeared indiscreet to comment on that, outwardly I conducted myself as if I also believed it. But it's astonishing, she really existed. Beatrice was in the mansion all along. But Beatrice had lost her powers and could not appear before us. She did exist all along, it's just that we couldn't see her. I'd like to hear Genji's opinion. I do not have any opinion. All that I would like to say is that when it happened, there were 5 of us here. And I thought that Kanon had returned through the back door. And we carried him to the servant room. Something happened and Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa passed on. That is all. We've already explained everything we saw. I understand that it would be very unreasonable to try to force you to believe it when you did not see it yourself. How could he believe it? I thought it was undoubtedly Kanon. Undoubtedly, sorry. But when that thing got up from the bed, and that's right, started to grope about that wound in its chest like this, I felt it wasn't Kanon but some different being. You probably can't understand, George. The terror of that moment when a person you thought you knew well exposes that he is in fact someone else. I can't explain. I can't explain it at all. I understand. I can tell just how dreadful a thing must have happened to cause you such shock. Thank you very much, George. Oh, George. And they all went silent again. No matter how many times she was consoled, Shannon kept on crying, weeping, that listening to the witch's sweet whispers and breaking the spirit mirror on that day had been where this had all gone wrong. The witch that whispered to you loses her powers if that mirror exists? I think she explained it to me a little, but I don't really remember. I think she said something about how she couldn't release her power if that mirror existed. What happened to this mirror that you broke? I don't remember. I suppose since I left it broken, it would just have been lying there the way I left it. So when, as they say, the reef was struck by lightning and disappeared, it would have gone to the bottom of the ocean. Well, I'll bet picking it up and taping it together wouldn't have made it effective again anyway. Truly, what have I done? Sorry. I shouldn't have said that. He didn't know whether Shannon breaking the mirror had really been what had started everything off. The servants didn't go so far as to blame Shannon, but it seemed that they believed that it had been the trigger. But even now, there was no way George could believe that much. I wonder if when I'm talking you could hear the birds chirping in the background. You definitely can't when I don't talk, but I wonder if they come through when I'm talking. It'd be kind of cool if they did. Even if he was told a story about witches and evil spirits, it just sounded fake to him. Even so, he listened seriously to Shannon's story, trying to find a hint that might relieve at least a little bit of the pain in her heart. Come to think of it, I think it is different from the one in that Tory. But I have heard, I was actually just about to say that. I was going to say that she had the ornate mirror that she was going to give to Thing. But that she never did. I was actually about to bring that up unironically a little bit before. I was going to say, like, well, I feel like this is going to come back later because they brought it up and they made such a big deal about it that when she gave her the scorpion charm that she was going to hand her the mirror back as well. But the fact that it never happened, and it was just like a piece of info that they left, but it's already coming back. I've heard that Madame keeps the spirit mirror as a charm. Oh? Aunt Natsuhi does? Yes. I believe she received it as one of the memories of her grandfather's, or mementos of her grandfather or something, and that it held a very strong magic repelling power, a historically rich, spirit mirror or something. I have also heard the same story, something about that mirror having the power to reflect that which is not good and send it back. Wow, I've hit a revelation. If we had that spirit mirror, could we resist the witch Beatrice? Huh? When George proposed this, the servants looked up. The shrine and the torii where it was enshrined are gone now, but the important thing is that there is still another spirit mirror. I heard that Aunt Natsuhi's family is descended from Shinto priests. Ooh, wait. You know, it's just, again, like, there's no coincidences in games like these, so... Maybe that isn't just a simple mirror. I believe I've heard Madame say that she keeps it safe in a treasure box. It might not be very large. I don't think its size is a problem. Even the mirror I broke looks small and insignificant at a glance. If our opponent is a cult, then we too must resist by using occult measures. If we just sit around here, nothing will be resolved. It's worth trying, if only for some peace of mind. Of course, this didn't mean that George had accepted the witch. However, he thought it would be necessary to have some kind of purification ceremony to heal the wound in Shannon's heart. So the story about Natsuhi's spirit mirror was just what the doctor ordered. Let's go. I won't suggest going to finish off the witch or something so outrageous. However, I think it would be nice if we had something that repels magic to protect us from the witch. Maria told me about this earlier, but the door to Grandfather's room is supposed to be able to repel magic, right? As expected of Grandfather, he had sufficient defense against the occult as well. Let's go. To Aunt Natsuhi's room. But I think Madam's room is locked. We returned the master keys to Rosa, and even the servant room which contains the key box has been locked up. In that case, Aunt Natsuhi should have been walking around with that key. Aunt Natsuhi's body should still be in the chapel. It would be bad to disturb ourselves before the police come, or disturb it, but we can fully explain that. However, the entrance to the chapel is also locked. Haha, God, are you not strong enough to break a single glass window? You could smash it with a rock from around there. Would it be okay to break the window of that important chapel? When Grandfather gets mad at us, I'll take responsibility. From the beginning, I was planning on fighting with the whole Ushirimiya family today, so that they would permit my engagement with you. So I'm already prepared. Let's break the glass. Then let's borrow the key from Aunt Natsuhi's body. It seemed that George's claim that he would take responsibility had given the servants a great amount of courage. Shannon and Goda glanced at each other and then looked at George's face again. Grandfather knows everything about the occult. I'm sure he'll understand if it's about the power of Aunt Natsuhi's spirit mirror. Don't worry, he won't get mad at you. Yeah, this is the other thing that I guess we didn't consider. Yeah. I wonder if Madame's mirror can really seal Beatrice once again. I don't know, but I think it's worth trying, so let's go. It's getting darker and darker outside. Let's hurry. Shannon, get a flashlight. Goda, find something that looks like it can break the glass. Genji, sorry, but could you get us some umbrellas? Yes. The servants who had been rejected by Rosa started to move once again, having gained a new master. George, who was normally calm and gentle, was now exuding a commanding presence. Shannon checked the emergency flashlight, just in case she changed the batteries. Goda was examining several heavy-looking cooking tools. Normally a self-respecting chef like himself wouldn't want to use them for anything other than their intended purpose, but now he was frantic to fulfill the orders of the one he accepted as his master. After some deliberation, he took a large, weighty frying pan. Genji removed several umbrellas from the umbrella stand set in the corner near the back door of the kitchen. He took 3 of them. Genji, I cannot go with you. It would be embarrassing for me as the head servant of the Ushirimiya family if we were all absent when an order has to be given. This is an interesting development. Genji willingly stays behind alone. What in the world, Genji? Even you should understand how dangerous it would be to be alone in this mansion now. I can't go. I must stay here so the master can call me at any time. Genji. Go and serve George. Don't make any blunders. Goda, I'm counting on you to be an example. Yes, leave it to me. I will surely fulfill my duty. Is this really alright, Genji? Yes. I am already at this age. All the days of my life until now have been in repayment for the master's favor. Whatever happens to a senile old man like myself will be decided by the roulette. I think I would like to sit here and see what the result will be with my own eyes. Sort of a death flag, so. As Genji said that, he sat down. As though saying that he didn't intend to discuss this anymore, his gaze fell to the chessboard that he had played on with Nanjo. When George saw this, he decided to leave Genji there. Let's go, everyone. It looks like the wind is a little softer right now. George took an umbrella and dashed out into the hallway, and Shannon and Goda chased after him, each holding a tool. And before Genji plays chess with the witch. Uh-oh. After they flew out of the room, Genji quietly extended his hand to the side of the chessboard. He softly pulled something that was there towards himself and hid it by covering it with his palm. Genji killed his breathing even more than before. As he did, something flashed gold. From inside an ice pail set on the counter, a small gold butterfly appeared softly and silently. It was almost as though it had watched George and the rest leave and was trying to secretly follow them. It happened in an instant. The gold butterfly, elegantly flapping its wings, was pinned against the wall by the knife Genji had thrown, just like a butterfly in a bug collection. After the gold butterfly beat its wings several times, looking like it was in pain, it accepted the fact that it couldn't break free, became fine gold powder and smoke, and disappeared as though dissolving into water. Genji's gaze was still lowered to the chessboard as though nothing had happened. What sin would he have committed here? Probably pride. That's kind of what we had him pegged for the last time. Maybe he would think of a brilliant move soon, but no matter what move he made, his opponent would not be able to respond for all eternity. Even though he knew that, Genji searched for a brilliant move. It must have been the perfect way to kill time during the short period before some fate would be given to him. He didn't know what the result the roulette would bring about. He didn't know what result the roulette would bring about, but that decision would be made very soon. No one could interfere with the tumbling roulette ball. In the parlor. The door to the parlor was not only locked, but blocked with a barricade made of sofas and the like, so Auntie Rosa seemed to suspect that if a suspicious person appeared, it would be by breaking the window. Sitting on a one-person sofa, her back to the door, she continued to hold on to her gun. I didn't know what was what anymore, and so, my body and mind worn out, I was just playing with Maria however she wanted. In Maria's words, Beatrice was testing us to see whether we could solve the epitaph of the gold, so we had to challenge this riddle. In the beginning I had been a little interested and had tried to solve it, but I didn't have a clue of what those weird paragraphs even meant in the first place. I didn't doubt that there was some riddle hidden there, but I couldn't imagine that I would solve it by chance. In the middle part of the epitaph, there were lines saying to journey to the Golden Land over the course of the 1st to the 10th twilight. On the first twilight, sacrifice the 6. I'm not reading this. It was obvious that this hinted at the first 6 murders that had already occurred in the chapel, and Jessica and Kanon's murders. If this was being followed, we would have to be prepared for yet 5 more people to be killed. On the 4th twilight, the head, the chest, stomach, knee, leg. The bodies of non-joined Kumasawa hadn't been found, however we reasonably assumed that they were the sacrifices of the 4th and 5th. They would surely be found in a pitiful state with their head and chest gouged. In which case, could we expect that 3 more would be gouged in the stomach, knee, and leg and be killed? Who would that be? I looked around the room, noticing that there were 3 people here. How should I say it? My emotions seemed paralyzed. Strangely, I didn't find it terrifying. Maria noticed me with my upper body entrusted to the sofa, gazing lazily up at the ceiling. Apparently she felt I was slacking off in my riddle solving. She got mad at me and told me I wasn't being serious enough. Hey Maria. Ooh? What was it again that Beatrice said she would do if we solved this? I was sure that the witch had written in her letter that she would give up on collecting the interest or something abstract like that. I was optimistically taking that to mean that she would give up on killing the whole family, but was it really written with that meaning? I didn't really feel that solving this riddle would actually save us. I thought that even if we did solve it, that would be doing just what the culprit wanted us to, and it would all be a wasted effort. No, that's not true. If you solve the epitaph, Beato's ritual will be over. There won't be any need for more people to die. Really. Isn't that rule just something she made up? If we solve this riddle, we'll probably know the location of Grandfather's hidden gold. She'll surely go after that and, won't. How can you be so sure? The gold is Beato's from the start. She won't go after something that's hers. Then why is Beato giving us all these big hints? Not just that, why did she even set up this game-like thing? Magic needs risk. Risk. I don't really get what you mean. For example, in a marathon, do you think that a medal that anyone can get by running the whole thing is worth the same as the medal given only to the person who gets first? No, I don't. What are you trying to say? That in the end she's just playing around? Purposefully giving us a chance? No, that's what magic is. No matter how great the magic is, there are always risks and weak points. No, there has to be. I don't get it when you call it magic, but if I think about it as a gamble, I can understand it a little. I mean, it's just probability, right? You're thinking about, like, imagine if you're on a roulette wheel, like they're talking about. The payoff for hitting an extremely low risk is higher and higher and higher and higher. So that's the reason why you would bet on something with a lower risk, is because the payout is bigger. That's basically what they're talking about. They're just calling extremely low probabilities happening magic. And if you think about Beatrice in the sense of, like, assuming she is a real witch with powers, that she has, like, this actually very insane magic, she only feeds it with insane risk. If you aren't prepared to lose big, then you can't win big. And the slimmer the chances of winning, the bigger the payoff. Hey man, famous quote, okay? Whenever you gamble, you can increase your money 10,000%, but at any time you can only lose 100%. So get out there, boys. That's it exactly. That's why Beato properly explained the risk of the ritual to everyone. That's why if this riddle is solved, the ritual will be interrupted as promised. After all, if she breaks her promises, then there wouldn't be any risk. If we solve this, will she really keep her promise? Why are flowers beautiful even though they wither? Why is it that an artificial flower isn't beautiful, even if it's so elaborate that you can't tell the difference by looking? Because there is beauty in the impermanence, Maria. When you have something that is like just an artificial makeup, it doesn't capture the essence of that which is life and living. Humans can bring about miracles by gambling their death. If there were an undying human, that person would have no way of bringing about a miracle. It's the same for us, for life, for witches, and for rituals. If we don't bear a risk, we can't achieve anything. What do we do if we solve the riddle? Do we press our answer buzzers and put a hand in the air, tell the witch our answer, and see what she says? I don't know about that. But if we solve it, the ritual will surely end automatically. You sure know a lot, Maria. Did you learn all of that from Beatrice? If you don't bear a risk, nothing can be gained. That is doubtlessly the way of the world, but the birds are so loud right now, like, it was in conflict with the chessboard theory style of thinking that I liked. A move in chess is always a search for the best play that minimizes the risk and promises an advantageous turn of events. You don't trust your plays to chance like in gambling. That's right, there's no room for gambling in an intellectual game. And yet, this person called Beatrice was carrying out such an outrageous crime, or maybe a ritual, while purposefully imposing conditions for her own loss and announcing them to us. In chess, you always play the best move. So by standing in your opponent's position, you can predict their next move. However, you couldn't say for sure that Beatrice's moves were always the best moves. I thought she was probably making us focus on the epitaph as a smokescreen to mislead us about something. But Maria said that of all things was impossible. She said that this was a genuine risk that the witch had taken, and therefore proof that this was a formal magic ritual. I can't understand this witch called Beatrice. She must be committing this chain of murders with some goal in mind. So why would she deliberately expose the conditions for her own defeat? No matter how I flip over the chessboard and think from my opponent's perspective, I can't understand why she would give up if this riddle was solved. Isn't it almost as though Beatrice doesn't care whether she wins or loses? That's kind of what I was thinking, that she wants to be entertained, yeah. I think I said that earlier, like, I don't really see her motive for doing this at all. She gets no benefit if this goes through. It's just to, like, break people, to entertain. And she has to have some level of confidence that through whatever, like, her tricks or her ability, she's not going to be beaten. The only other thing, too, is it seems like she can turn people into furniture by beating them. Right? Like, she keeps saying that she wants to turn Battler into furniture. So maybe she wants to have interesting collections of her furniture? I don't know. It's natural that chessboard reasoning wouldn't work if you played chess against an opponent like this. I don't understand. I don't understand. What is Beatrice after that's making her commit this crime? Entertainment. She just wants to massacre us all. She could just do it secretly without this whole crazy setup. There was no need for that scrupulous advance notice, dramatic suggestions of locked rooms, or anything. It's all over-dramatized. I don't get the point at all. As long as I continue to think of Beatrice as a greedy human culprit, will I be unable to understand anything? If I don't accept her as a witch, will I be unable to even set the pieces on the chessboard at all? Well, the thing is, she might not actually be a real witch, but it might be like Maria where she thinks she is, you know? If she really is a witch and everything Maria has said is true, then there's only one thing we should have been doing. We shouldn't have bothered with any of the reasoning or the discord or the searching for the culprit. We should have all gathered in the dining hall and pooled our knowledge to solve the riddle. If we had pooled the knowledge of that many people, maybe we would have been able to at least grasp a thread of the answer. We greedy humans, desiring to gain something more than one another, never pooled our knowledge and were being offered up as sacrifices one by one. In the end, were we humans getting what we deserved? We thought we were thinking, but we were actually thinking only of our greedy selves. In the end, the chessboard theory is a technique of thinking where you project yourself onto your opponent. So greedy people look inside their opponents and see their greedy selves. I looked vaguely at Auntie Rosa. She was probably tired from being under all this tension the whole time. She wasn't sleeping, but she was continually staring vaguely at some point off in space. Auntie Rosa had proclaimed that she couldn't trust anyone who had not been killed. Auntie Rosa's chessboard thinking saw herself inside the opponent. In other words, Auntie Rosa might be an isolated woman, unable to trust anyone, and unable to let her guard down. Long ago, I think I heard a bit about it from my dad. Auntie Rosa had originally been a very obedient child, but because her age was so far separated from her other siblings, and because her confrontational siblings had often made conflicting demands of her, she had been going through psychological hardships ever since she was young. Apparently, when she had taken the side of one sibling, often another gave her a hard time for it. Certainly, Auntie Rosa had said many things today that could be taken as abusive, but those were words that had been engraved into her vocabulary because they had been showered upon her as well. Sorry, I fucked up the initial reading and it fucked me up afterwards. Certainly, Auntie Rosa had said many things today that could be taken as abusive language, but those were words that had been engraved into her vocabulary because they had been showered upon her as well. The many abusive words that she had spoken of were also the same abuse that Auntie Rosa had been showered with in the past. Now that I think about it, I have the feeling that her style of speech today had occasional traces of Uncle Kraus and Auntie Ava in it. I just assumed the similarity came from being siblings, but maybe that wasn't the case. For the first time I was able to sympathize from my heart with Auntie Rosa, who I had come to think of as being only gentle. I don't know about that, she fucking slapped the fuck out of Maria. And what about Maria? Maria had been claiming something for a while. If we could solve the riddle that the witch had presented to us, the ritual would be halted and we would definitely be saved. And I think she also said that Beatrice would never break a promise she made. That describes Maria herself. She's the one with the most innocent heart who would never break a promise. I feel like this sort of fails a little bit at a certain point, but I'm just also going to say that Maria says that Beatrice would never break a promise. I'm just going to make sure I put that somewhere in here. So she believed that Beatrice wouldn't break a promise either. She could believe that. But wasn't that just an image of Beatrice that Maria imagined? There's no proof that the real Beatrice definitely keeps her promises, right? I keep my promises. If you solve the riddle of the epitaph, you shall be able to reach the Golden Land. Okay, so I'm going to put this literally as I'm talking about it. Okay. When that happens, the ritual will end. No more people will die. So you're saying a complete monster like you follows the rules? I won't deny that I am brutal and unjust, and a monster. However, I am a witch. I use magic. In order to use magic, there are some rules that must be followed. It is precisely because I am a witch that I cannot neglect those. You should believe at least that much. Even after pulling all this shit, you're still telling me to trust in at least the rules. I do play tricks. Of course, I also deceive people. That's no different from humans. But not once have I disregarded something that I have said as a promise. What about you humans? Do you always keep your promises? Given that we have catchphrases like keep your promises, that obviously indicates no. It's doubtful that we always follow them as we should. From my perspective, humans are much more selfish monsters. There's nothing as doubtful as a human's promise. Even I sometimes make contracts with humans, but I doubt you can even imagine how strict an agreement must be made just to grant a single foolish wish. If there's even a small loophole, they'll immediately say something like increase the number of wishes to 100 or try transforming into a tiny speck. That often tells me something. He said there's nothing as scary as contracts. He said it's only natural that people who agree without reading them thoroughly will be chewed to the bone. He made a killing through vice. Realize this. People do not know of fraud from birth. They suffer it somewhere, and so it is learned. Yes, the sins of the human world, which must be forced on one another. Now, who was the witch I heard that from? Oh well. I'm not as heartless as you think, see? Or you see? Liar. All these people, and it's not even the first time, and you did it in such a horrible way too. How could you not be heartless? You say you keep your promises. Don't say stuff like that. I won't accept you. Never. I believe that not giving that up is the only way I can resist you. I see. You're saying that this eternal torment will be the same for me. Maybe so. 1,000 years is a long time. Maybe a witch's true strength is decided not by their magical power, but by their endurance. Yes, it explains how terrifying Lady Byrne is. Damn you, babbling on and on about incomprehensible stuff. Hurry up and continue that eternal torment or whatever. I'm prepared to stick around for 1,000 years or even 10,000. Good, good. It looks like you've regained some of your will to fight. It'd be boring otherwise. Come now, don't you often see it in multiplayer games? You enter as a new challenger, but the opponent is so weak that it's a bit of an anticlimax, so you lose on purpose to extend the game until the last round, then get serious and beat them to a pulp, right? I don't get the analogy. It's the same as wine. If you don't let it age well, it won't sparkle. You are a wine that can withstand that process. I'll age you carefully. I'll raise you to be the best alcohol to color my elegant time. So, don't let this much break you. Keep on denying me. After all, as long as you don't accept me, I'm nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Basically, she just said, I'm trying to groom you into to be real tasty, low bro. That was my interpretation. So they're breaking into the chapel. Watch the bodies not be here. Ooh, flashbang. No matter how many times I see it, it's awful. I sympathize with all my heart. Shannon, please get the key. Even though she has passed away, Madam is a lady. I cannot touch her. Yes. Shannon nodded sharply, her expression filled with a sense of duty. Are you ready for like the big reveal that she had a master key or that there's something else or blah blah blah? Dude, they love these fucking chandeliers, man. It's always showing some kind of chandelier. George, Goda, and Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Since they really hadn't wanted to break one, they had searched for another way in just in case. But in the end, that only proved once again that there was nowhere that anyone could slip in through. God, those birds are so loud, man. They're like actually like, it's almost respectful. It's almost insane. Like, I respect their grind. And emphasize further how inscrutable was the chapel's locked room. Not really, because we already debunked the chapel's locked room, but inside the chapel, time had stopped since they had left it earlier. Of course, even George could not approach the horrible Halloween party again. It was only natural, because it made him remember again the sadness of losing both his parents at once. And Goda, thinking of the possibility that their bodies might have changed in some horrible way now that half a day had passed, didn't want to let George approach. Shannon followed Goda's instructions and approached the party table. Normally, Shannon might have resented having another dirty job forced on her, but now she could truly understand Goda's mental state. Despite Goda's prodigious skill, he had gotten into trouble, lost his job, and been left out in the streets, and then Natsuhi had given him a new life. Even though it had just been a casual employment for Natsuhi, Goda must have felt that it was the turning point in his fate. Those around Goda could see that he felt a special kind of loyalty to Natsuhi, so he probably didn't want to lose that feeling even though she was dead. Now that half a day had passed, the bodies of Natsuhi and the rest had changed completely. Small bugs that had sniffed out the smell of death had started to gather. It really wasn't something you could look at directly. Madam, excuse me. Because of her long experience as a servant, Shannon had an idea of which pocket Natsuhi had kept the key to her room in, probably in this pocket. Her guess didn't fail her. Just by touching the outside of the pocket, she was immediately able to feel it. It's here. The key to Madam's room. Shannon held the key up high, showing the others that it had been found. As George and Goda watched her, their eyes opened wide. That wasn't the expression Shannon was expecting, so it startled her. Oh god, we're gonna get another fucking fight? Because Shannon hadn't noticed. George and Goda, watching from afar, had been able to notice it first. Because when Shannon had held the key up high, a blizzard of gold leaf had billowed up from around the table. There were countless gold butterflies. Because it was the first time George had seen them, to him they might have looked fantastical. But Goda already knew. He knew those gold butterflies, far from being beautiful, held sway over something disastrous. And that gold swelled, trying to suck Shannon in. Shannon, run! Huh? Yeah! Shannon also realized that she was about to be swallowed up by gold butterflies. She ran unsteadily, her expression still shocked. As she did, the gold butterflies danced around Shannon in unison. That was a very... As she did the gold, it should be danced around her. It's very odd to say her name again in that sentence. They grouped together. They tried to swallow her up. Shannon, damn it, what is this? Are these the gold butterflies you guys were talking about? Outside, quickly, you bastards. Damn it, damn it. George and Goda rushed up to Shannon, driving off the group of butterflies, and while the butterflies were scattered, they ran towards the broken window. However, they needed good footing to get out of the window, which was surrounded with shards of broken glass. When they had entered, there had been enough time to prepare for that, but now there was none. Let's go out through the door. There's no time for the footing. It won't open. It's stuck yet, you guys locked it, you remember? Give it to me. Damn this ancient piece of crap. George, quickly. Damn it, you want a piece of me? Oh! Goda took off his jacket, swinging it around and scattering the group of butterflies, but he was vastly outnumbered. It was doubtful that it even bought them a short amount of time. George struggled with the virtually broken handle. Its age showed and it didn't turn well. Brute force alone won't do. It needs the right angle or some trick. Yeah, it's locked from the outside. You guys locked it. George, damn it. You monsters! Just then Goda saw it. He was seen by it. In other words, their eyes met. On top of the party table, no, floating above it, backed by a stained glass window, laughing, the figure of the witch. He saw the figure of the witch, laughing in the center of the golden whirlwind, allowing the gold butterflies to attend to her whims. But Beatrice. It should have been Goda's first meeting with her, but he knew her at a glance. Just like the other servants had said, this was certainly, the witch of the portrait herself. It's almost time for dinner, is it not? I am already the host of this mansion, so I must give you a warm reception with a wonderful dinner, and how perfectly ideal. There are 3 of you. My, how truly convenient. It opened. Goda, quickly. He's gonna sack himself. Beatrice. Huh? Are you sure you want to just stand there? If you think this place is suitable for your cemetery, then very well. I'll praise your spirit for wanting to stay by your former master's side, serving them even after death. The golden whirlwind enshrouding the witch burst. It was like an evil hand had literally spread its fingers and was trying to attack them. The group of gold butterflies attacked with a whoosh sound. Hurry! We can't stand here! George's voice brought Shannon and Goda back to themselves. Standing here now would be the same as a frog being stared down by a snake. They had to resist. Had to fight this incarnation of the new brutal and frightening order that had enveloped Rokkenjima. There was no time to take out their umbrellas. The three of them dashed out into the pouring rain. They never realized because they didn't turn around, but the gold butterflies apparently couldn't handle the rain too well, and this hampered their ability to chase after the three. The three people ran from their golden pursuers and flew into the mansion. How nice, how nice. If it wasn't like this, it wouldn't be interesting. They unlocked the door and flew into the room. A bit of the scent from Natsui's favorite gentle incense remained in the room. However, there was no time to let that calm them now. Where is it? You said it was in a treasure box, right? It's just something I heard. I never knew where it is, where it actually... I think it's probably in her dresser, or in the corner by the bed. Shannon claimed that because of her woman's sense, but in the corner by the bed there was only an incense burner, a half-read novel, and a pair of glasses. But the dresser was elegant and had many drawers, and it would be understandable if she had kept some of her valuables there. Auntie Natsuhi, I'm sorry. He began to violently open each of the drawers. He had to hurry. He couldn't actually hear footsteps, but he had the feeling that the witch was approaching. He had the feeling that her laugh was approaching. He pulled out the drawers one by one and examined their contents. Every small box for makeup looked like a treasure box, and the amount of effort it would take to inspect all of them made him feel a little dizzy. Maybe it's this box. It's locked and I can't open it. At a glance, it looked slightly larger than a music box. When shaken, it rustled as though very small objects were inside, but it was locked and wouldn't open. Normally you'd hide the key somewhere nearby, but maybe some people always take it with them. I don't know. There's no choice, let's break it. But if we can't do it recklessly, we might break the mirror inside. Isn't there some tool we could pry it open with? Damn it. Goda looked all over the room, trying to see if there was some tool that they could use, and he noticed the door, which had been left open ever since they entered. He approached the door to close it, and noticed the abominable shadow of people approaching from beyond the darkness in the hall. No, the phrase, shadows of people, wasn't right, because that referred to human shadows. You can't call the shadows of beings that aren't human shadows of people. George, hurry. Goda's voice trailed off. It was a shock from seeing a procession of those not of this world. He was a servant, so he knew all of the servants that worked for the Ushiromiya family, but he didn't know about these. However, they were definitely servants. They weren't servants working for Ushiromiya Kinzo or Ushiromiya Kraus. Ah. There were new servants who worked for the new master of the mansion, the Golden Witch Beatrice, and who had goats' heads and bright red boiled eyes of lava. As the new master laughed loudly and trimly directed 6 of the new servants, he saw her pierce the darkness as she came. Of course, she was clad in the gold butterflies that were her symbol. Goda hurriedly closed the door and locked it. However, the instant he locked it, it returned to normal, just as though it had been knocked back by a spring or something. It almost gave the illusion that some prankster on the other side of the door was opening it every time he closed it. Distance-wise, they shouldn't have reached the other side of the door yet. Then how? It felt just like playing with a broken toy. Click boing. Click boing. It won't close. It opens even if I close it. What's going on? Okay, so I'm gonna write this. Okay, let me save this real quick. I want to save my notes. She just had some weird fuckery with some of the locks. When Goda tried to lock out the Goatman and Beatrice, the lock would spring back into an open position. I wonder if you could tamper with the lock in the exact same way but in reverse, such that you could create an auto lock. Once again, this fits what I said earlier about being able to tamper with the lock from the inside, not the outside. So you would need keys. Did you think a lock would stop me? Did you think the door to the room would inhibit the room's new master? It was like the witch could see Goda's frantic effort through the door. Even as he struggled, their footsteps continued to approach. And when not just footsteps, but their breath too could be heard, Goda gave up on the lock and rammed the door with his shoulder, making the lock his own large body. George, quickly, quickly, quickly. George, what about this? A letter opener. That's better, let me have it. Fountain pen isn't working. George took it and once again dug into the crack under the lid of the treasure box. It looks like it's working. Quickly, quickly. Whoa! The pressure from across the door grew even stronger. Goda screamed. It wasn't a war cry for this test of strength. He was terrified. He was simply terrified that, except for a single wooden door, he would be touching something not of this world. But he was still lucky. He wasn't touching them directly, because they were on the other side of the door. So it was natural that if he did touch them directly, Goda's cry would turn from something brave into a shameful, and yet very real scream that would make glass shatter. Ooh, a stake. Goda couldn't believe what was right before his eyes. Going through the door, an arm almost as though it was sticking through the surface of water. Slipped through, as though it was perfectly natural, and stroked the back of Goda's hand as he tried desperately to hold the door closed. It traced slowly up his arm, to his chest, and then his chin. By now, Goda's scream was not even vocalized. He could hear a sweet whispering voice from across the door. It wasn't coming from the witch, but judging by the sound of the voice, it was a young woman. But there was no difference in the fact it was a voice from one not of this world. Isn't this the Lust Girl? Nope. Beelzebub, this is a new one. How cute. Hey, you see it, right? Your life's flashing before your eyes. Tell me, when it's over. Thanks. Over already, huh? Well, we got one. The obscene arm burst apart, and they heard the sound of something jumping around the room at an incredible speed. They didn't know what it was. Incredibly fast, small like steel or maybe a beetle. When it buried itself right in the center of Goda's chest and stopped, for the first time they realized that its true form was something like a stake with a strange design on it. Goda's large body shook, bent backwards, and fell over. As it did, the door opened softly, even though no one was pushing it, and the new master of this room were welcomed in. It looked almost as though the door itself had accepted them. Beelzebub. The goat attendants entered one after the other, 6 of them. Then, that witch entered, and the gold butterflies entered. Sorry, I'm yawning. We're struggling, but we're completing it tonight now at this point. We're too far in to just call it. The room was wrapped in a blizzard of gold leaf, which fell and piled up, turning into a world of gold. Ooh, and the other outfit. Shannon, the roulette has chosen you and George. Thank me for your day of release. I assume you have no regrets? None at all, right? Receiving an engagement ring from the man you fell for and then being killed before spending a night together? That isn't a regret at all, right? You wanted him to teach you the happiness of being a woman, didn't you? No, Shannon. It's hanging, your regret. From your mouth. I can see it dribbling from your mouth, Shannon. I want to hear what she sounds like in some of these scenes. Yeah, so it was a different girl. She looked very similar to the other one. They all look like kind of similar, though. Just like, you know, slightly changed.
Kanon, ダメダメ。垂れてるぜ。お前の口元から未練が。だらだら垂れてんのが見えるぜ。Kanon!
That's about as crazy as I expected it to sound. Okay. Crack. It was the sound of the lid to the treasure box breaking and opening. When George turned it over, out fell accessories, charms, very small objects that Natsuki had treasured when she was a girl. Mixed in with those was a pouch that stood out from the rest. He picked it up and checked it immediately. This was it. I found it. This is it. One move short. Die. Damn it. All at once, the gold butterflies attacked George, who was painfully slowly trying to remove the contents of the pouch. Whoa. He must have got it. Scorpion guts. Just then, it seemed like, for an instant, a bright red flash lit up the room. The red flash seemed to wipe out the gold butterflies that were raging around the room within a circle drawn with Shannon at its center. Therefore, it was a very divine scene, almost as though a single streak of light had cut through the clouds in the ceiling in this world of gold. George, who was curled in a ball trying to protect himself from the group of butterflies, didn't have a clue what had occurred. It wasn't the mirror, it was her. Whoa! Then he noticed that Shannon was blocking the way to him, shielding him. Okay, bro, what is that waste to, you know what, no comment. That's a crazy ratio, we'll leave it at that. With a serious face that she had never shown him before, she glared at the witch and the rest. I'd forgotten. You are also Kinzo's excellent furniture, and you've matured much more than Kanon. How dare you do that to Kanon? Not the fact that you killed him. How dare you erase his remains? And even try to disgrace his honor. Come now, Shannon. Is that what's making you mad? If you're lonely because you can't meet Kanon, just ask me. I'll bring you together anytime. Okay, where's Appenum? Oh hey, he's back. When the witch snapped her fingers, one of the 6 goat attendants glittered gold and changed into Kanon. It was definitely a sight to make one doubt their eyes. It was definitely Kanon's face, till he opens his eyes and they're red. Yeah. Over in those eyes, there was none of that sincere glint of Kanon's. They were only the clouded eyes of furniture that did nothing but obey the orders of the witch. George couldn't understand the scene before his eyes, and he finally understood why Goat and the rest had been unable to talk about what they had seen in the servant room. Is it fun? Oh yeah, it's fun. It's always fun to reunite two that have been torn apart by death, because I get to enjoy it thrice. Once tearing the two apart by death, once reuniting them, and once tearing them apart again. So Kanon, play with your sister. If she knocks you about, show her a face with as much anguish as you can manage. From the imposter Kanon's arm, a strangely shining trail extended. It planned to tear Shannon apart with that. Shannon, who still hadn't prepared her heart, apart with a single stroke. I won't forgive you. For dishonoring the dead not once, but twice. I won't forgive you. Stop babbling. Get killed by your brother, Shannon. I'm sure you'll be able to have a good dream. She dropped her barrier. Whoa. As the imposter Kanon drew several purple trails, he definitely had attacked Shannon, but when he flew at Shannon, it felt like some kind of invisible wall had been set up in front of her. A bright red ripple trail was left on the wall, and it repelled the imposter. No, it didn't repel him, it smashed him. It knocked him back, turning him into golden dust, into pieces, scattering him. The figure of that foolish furniture, who had mocked Kanon's form and even disgraced his honor after his death, broke into countless gold butterflies. And then those butterflies themselves broke into pieces, and those pieces were broken into pieces, until they were no longer butterflies but a spray of gold, and disappeared. Shannon! George, please don't move from there. I don't want to shift the central axis. This is a surprise. Even though you made a face like you wouldn't hurt a fly, you can display such power. I see, so the spirit mirror is lending you power. But you don't have the preparations or the time to draw out the true power of that spirit mirror. I won't give you either one. Spirit mirror George gripped was letting out a divine radiance and displaying its strength not to submit to wicked power. But that radiance was no match for the witch's sinister nature. Jesus, I'm tired. This is why furniture is frightening. That feeling like unexpectedly hitting the corner of a cabinet with your little toe. This is why furniture is frightening. You furniture! I am not furniture, and I think you are very pitiful right now. What? Oh? I wonder what did this furniture, who hasn't lived even 100 years, just say to a witch of 1,000? You are a very pitiful person. Of course there will be lingering regrets between two people who love each other. But there isn't even a scrap of the kind of regrets you're hoping for. You dare speak, furniture? When you say that, have you forgotten the days that you wanted to be tied to George so much that you licked my shoes? Living with love and crawling in muck is what humans do. For sneering at that and thinking you can look down on it, you are far inferior to them. Especially now, I think you are pitiful. How much does it mean for a loving couple to consummate their love? It does mean something. It definitely does. But it's completely different from what you're saying. It means something more sacred. So sacred that one such as you has no right to speak of it wickedly. So I no longer have any regrets. George and I have sworn our love to each other. As proof, I accepted the ring. With that, our eternal vows were completed. No matter how you torture us with your wicked magic and your malice, you cannot disgrace that for all eternity. Ah. Don't speak as a poet, like it's so neat and clean. Love is lust. It can't be talked about with only pretty words like in a shoujo manga. Men are flies and maggots that get caught in your scent and gather around you. You still not understand that at your age? You'll despair when you get even one glimpse of the black as tar lust of that glasses man behind you. You'll be devastated, speechless. No words, no reaction, no expression. No goddamn good at all, Shannon. So it seems like I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Sorry, I'm just typing here. Okay. That's not enough. Stop talking, furniture. You furniture. Who the hell do you think you are talking like that? Love is just a fraud. How to pretty up something that's ultimately filthy as all hell. Don't people become adults when they realize that? Die, you trash. Furniture, scrap. I'll turn you into a filthy maggot, then we'll see whether that glasses guy still loves you. I'll show you the goddamn filthy reality of his love. Die, you piece of crap. Don't you tell me about love. I mean, obviously she's really hitting it on the nose here. Okay. The invisible column of light, with Shannon at the center, started to have bright red ripples drawn all over it at once. The wall did its best to withstand the invisible malice that was trying to corrode it from all directions. What is this you call that? What is this? Dot dot dot. You call that resisting? You're insignificant. You're frail. Just like the pretty picture you try to paint. Just a frail pretense. You're just hiding what you don't want to see by covering it with a veil you do. Or a veil? Do you still not understand? That's why you're furniture, you furniture. See, it's chipping away. Crack, crack, crunch, smack, snap. How thin, how shameful. Compared to your frail resistance, Parmigiano Reggiano would take much more effort to shave. I know there's like some Italian that played this game and hit the full action one, like Parmigiano Reggiano. The golden windstorm that covered the room gradually shaved away the walls of the column that protected Shannon and George. The bright red ripples frantically drew a pattern of resistance, but the wall was beginning to envelop the two, becoming instead a red wall of despair. George, I'm sorry. It was impossible. For me. After all. Yes, thank you. You fought for my sake. That alone makes me happy. Aww. As the column that had once protected them was assaulted and covered with a trail of blood-curdling red ripples, it contracted and began to suck the two of them up instead. I'm really sorry if you have like epilepsy because you just fucking probably had a seizure and died, but... George, can I ask a favor? Shannon grasped George's hand behind her, so George hugged her shoulders just as strongly. What is it? Before the end, please let me hear you say you love me. Oh, this is like, dude, this is the type of shit that always gets me. It's not good when I'm already like this tired and it's late. Sure. Sayo, I will forever. He didn't say it though. Jesus Christ. See, if they would have dragged that out a lot more, you would have had me like in tears almost. It passed like an hour and a half, I think. Maybe an hour. It's kind of hard to tell when it's zoomed in. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I think we're coming up on like whatever the end of this is, so I'll grab a drink and we'll polish this off. I'll be back in like not even a minute. Wait, let's just see what's happening here. I'm not gonna walk away until... Okay, there we go. Ugh. Bump my recycling here. Okay. I got rid of my blanket as well, because... What chapter are we on? 22,000 clicks seem... Hey, that's a pretty crazy number to hit on the pause, you know? Throw my glasses back on. I hope we're approaching the end. I imagine we are. I just really can't see how much is left. I mean... I assume Shannon and George are dead. We don't have a confirmation, but I assume so. So these three are all gone. Which means once they're discovered, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, after Genji finished taking his late meal, he went out to do the nighttime rounds inside the mansion. He reheated the soup that Goda had started making and ate some random leftovers from the refrigerator. They were all things Goda had made himself and were of course delicious. He had half-heartedly gone to ask Rosa and the others what they would do for dinner, but he had been yelled at by a voice telling him they had canned food so they were fine and the door wasn't even open for him. So ironically, it was the servant Genji who was able to eat the more delicious meal. But even though all of those crimes had been committed and many people had already met a brutal end, why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds all by himself? Judging by his appearance as he carried out his normal tasks without a trace of fear, as though everything was normal, you might think that all of the horrible events that had happened today were just a dream or an illusion. Was he taking a philosophic view, or was it simply resignation? Genji must have considered it a virtue to systematically carry out his duty until the last moment, since the fate that awaited him was unavoidable. It would probably be eternally impossible to perceive the depths of his heart unless he told of it himself. Because he had given the master key back to Rosa, the places he could go to were extremely limited. All he could do was walk around the hallways, checking to make sure that the windows were closed. So he was able to go around that route far more quickly than usual. This is a new... Is this like the entrance down to the boiler? After the sound of a moderate knock, Auntie Rosa, who had been falling into a doze shortly before, jumped and woke up, pointing the barrel of the gun at the door. She yelled, "Who is it?" I was napping on a sofa, and the voice also brought me back to reality. "Rosa, it is Genji. You have some business. We'll be fine without opening the door. Tell us from there." "Yes." "Well then, forgive me for speaking in this fashion. I have found the bodies of Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa." What did you say?" "I see. Alright, let's go and check them. Until I see the corpses, I won't believe anybody." It's alright, Badler. If you're with me, it'll definitely be alright." Maybe my face was shadowed with anxiety. This is also not true at all. The other people that were with Maria the other time around still fucking died. Maria grasped my hand with her small hand and spoke softly, trying to give me courage. Since it was Auntie Rosa's job to ready the gun and stand guard, it fell to me to remove the barricade of sofas. When I finished, I took a backward glance at Auntie Rosa, who was pointing the barrel of the gun over my shoulder, and opened the door. "Genji, where are their corpses?" "In the courtyard. I shall guide you." "Badler, wait. Just in case, I'm gonna check the doors and windows of this room before we go." "Wait a second." Auntie Rosa called me to a halt to prevent me from going on ahead, and began to carefully check the locks on each of the windows. But those locks had already been checked once. It felt kind of unpleasant, as though she suspected that I might have secretly unlocked them when she wasn't looking. No, maybe she was right to be this cautious. Even though it was called a courtyard, it wasn't really a pretty place you could take a walk in like the Rose Garden. On the contrary, since it was surrounded by the mansion on all sides, it made you feel a little discomfort, as though it was telling you that you couldn't escape from the mansion even if you tried to escape to the outside. On the other hand, thanks to that, even though the violent winds could be heard, the wind itself was blocked. Genji held out an umbrella, but Auntie Rosa ignored him. She probably wanted to say that the gun took two hands, so taking the umbrella would be dangerous because she wouldn't be able to fire the gun. Even without Genji pointing his finger, we could tell immediately. Right in the center of the courtyard, we could see where Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa lay. Auntie Rosa entered the courtyard without even an umbrella, so Genji and I also entered the courtyard without opening one. Only Maria had one open like normal. "Maria, is this, it's the 7th twilight and the 8th twilight." I see. Certainly just as Genji and the others said, these are horrible wounds on their necks. Very sharp. Almost as though they've been sliced with a katana or something. That gaping wound on their neck definitely made me want to avert my eyes, but after seeing the Halloween party in the chapel, even though I thought it was horrible, it was no longer enough to make me feel sick. Instead, our gazes were directed to their legs, in Dr. Nanjo's knee, and Kumasawa's ankle. Driven into each of them was something like a knife or a stake with a demonic decoration. They would surely be the same as the one that had pierced Jessica's back. What is this? It's the same as Jessica. Is this supposed to be some kind of occult ritual, I wonder? I do not know. The last I saw their bodies, there was nothing like this. Maybe it was done after they were carried out of the servant room. The one that had been stuck in Dr. Nanjo's knee was still standing erect, but the one that had been thrust into Kumasawa's ankle might have been a little shallower. It had come out and fallen over. So it was only when I saw that one that had fallen over that for the first time I realized that it wasn't a knife, but something like a stake. Its full length was probably about 30 centimeters. Hey, you said 25 the last time. It was probably made out of bronze or iron or something of that sort. Even without touching it, I could tell that it had some weight to it. It was composed of a grip and a cone-shaped part, and it was obviously made to be a piercing weapon. Maybe you could describe it like a miniature version of those lances Western knights used on horseback. The grooves that had been carved in a spiral shape made it also look like a drill. However, the grip had an occult-like design of a demon or something. So instead of a weapon used in war, it felt like something that would be used in a ritual to offer up a sacrifice. There's no mistake. They're meant to be sacrifices. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. We're gonna check something real quick, too. Sorry, that's not what I meant to do. I just want to see if it updated their things. Okay. Not really. Wait. Then they've left out the 4th, 5th, and 6th twilights. Don't tell me. That's right. Why is Genji alone? If something like that had happened, why wouldn't George, Goto, or Shannon be here? Why was Genji alone? What is this? Where did George and the other two go? They told me they wanted to go to Madame Natsui's room to search for something and left. They have not returned yet. What did you say? You say they left? When was that? 2 or 3 hours ago, I believe. No way. Why didn't you say something that important? Wait, no. Why didn't you think that was suspicious? There must always be one servant awaiting orders. It was my duty to wait for orders until they returned. Was Genji really this much of a robot? This is bad. It's bad. It's really bad. The fact that Nanjo and Kumasawa had been killed in this way meant that 3 people had already been killed. We ran toward Aunt Natsui's room with a touch of anxiety and just as much resignation. Before we even saw the inside of Aunt Natsui's room, we were imprisoned by a certain resignation. Is it gonna be the... On the door was bizarre graffiti. No, filth? In any case, the door wasn't in a normal state, and we were able to imagine what was inside that room without opening it. On the face of the door, how should I say it, claw marks? Someone had heavily painted their hands with the same red paint that the magic circles from before had been drawn in, and had banged on the door, scratched it, dirtied it. It was dirtied like the aftermath of a kindergartner playing in the mud. I didn't know what it could mean. The bright red paint that had been slathered on was dripping down, and even though no one said it, it made us think of blood. Genji, please open it. Auntie Rosa held her gun up high and ordered Genji to open. He doesn't have a key. He approached the door without being particularly troubled by that stuff on it, and turned it up. To be fair, it shouldn't be able to lock because of that. But he immediately turned around, shaking his head. It was locked. Right now there was only one person in this mansion who could lock and unlock doors at will. Auntie Rosa. This time Genji asked Auntie Rosa to unlock the door instead of the other way around. After making a slightly disgruntled face, Auntie Rosa handed me a master key and told me to open the door. Badler, would you open it for me with this? Trusting Genji with something like that wouldn't... Auntie Rosa glared at me with an intense gaze. Getting into a fight here would only make the environment turn even more sour. Without talking back anymore, I approached that creepy door and tried the knob. It didn't open. It was definitely the resistance of the lock. I stuck the master key into the keyhole. Clunk. A light resistance. While listening to Auntie Rosa, she told me to be cautious. I opened the door without being particularly cautious at all. And there was the scene laid out before us, not betraying our expectations in the slightest. How horrible. As I thought, it was a reproduction of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilights. The inside of the room looked as though a robber had broken in. Drawers were flung open, pulled out, with their contents thrown all over the floor. The room devastated so that it looked nothing like the room of the methodical Aunt Natsui. But the thing that caught their eye before that, or their eye, was Goto's body lying face down right in front of the door. One of those demon stakes had been rammed right into the center of his chest, almost as though it had been stuck there to finish off a vampire. Exactly how far would it have reached after being stuck that deeply into his chest? My own chest hurt just imagining it. Gouge the chest. Was the 5th Twilight? Maria grabbed my hand. Her expression looked just like normal. But maybe she really was afraid of the aura in this room where the 3 bodies lay. Is it gonna show all of them dead already? It does, okay. And along the wall farthest into the room, George was dead. This time, one of those stakes had been rammed right in the center of his stomach. Gouging the stomach was the 6th Twilight, I think. Oh my god. Shannon's body was face down over the front of the dresser, lying in a sea of blood. In its horribly broken mirror, sprayed with blood, had she seen her final worldly expression? Because she was face down, I couldn't see her face, but I could imagine even without seeing it. Nearby in the sea of blood she lay in, a demon stake had fallen. Only the 4th Twilight was left, gouge the head and kill. Maybe my heart was completely tired out and dead. Even though I knew what I was doing was wrong, I lifted her head and checked, and confirmed that my guess was right on the mark. Sorry, I'm trying to see if the graphic is moving a little bit. I think it does shift up a little bit. There was a gaping hole in Shannon's forehead, and her insides were dripping out. Not only that, you could even see inside her. After seeing that, I finally noticed what I was doing was wrong. I immediately averted my eyes, but by now it was probably pointless. Hey, Battler, we have to leave everything alone until the police come. What do you think you're doing, touching it? What will you do if our precious evidence from the crime scene gets disturbed? Auntie Rosa yelled furiously at me and even yanked the back of my collar. I tottered limply and fell off my butt and gazed dimly up at the ceiling. Maria. Now even the 8th twilight is over. What was the 9th twilight again? On the 9th twilight the witch revives and none shall be left alive. I see. So now the golden witch Beatrice will be revived. What then? On the final 10th twilight? On the 10th twilight the journey ends and you shall reach the home of the gold. Very soon the door to the golden land will be opened. Very soon. The witch revives and none shall be left alive, you say? We're gonna die? Or is the sacrificial ritual over now, and our journey will end, and we can make it to the golden land? Our journey? Yeah, right. We spent the whole day trying to find the culprit, racking our brains as we tried to break out of this situation. And we haven't gotten anywhere. It's like they say, thinking stupid is no better than sleeping. That's right, we spent the whole day burning ourselves up with hatred and paranoia. We said we could only trust dead people. We came all the way here just to check out their dead faces. If we were like this, how can you say we made it to the Golden Land? That's right. If nothing could be solved, it would have been much better if we had locked ourselves up the whole time without thinking at all. Grandfather was the wisest of us. He'd been shut up in his room since yesterday without any contact with anyone. That would have been fine. Grandfather was the most correct. It'll be alright, Badly. If you're with me, it'll be alright. Witches are very fickle, and they're terrifying beings who maybe kill humans for fun sometimes. But if you're together with me, it'll definitely be alright. So don't be afraid. Thank you. Even if that's just to comfort me, it makes me happy. After Auntie Rosa finished investigating their deaths, she proclaimed that she would seal this room again, cleared the rest of us out, stole back the master key she had lent me, and locked the door again. It seemed that George had been holding the original key to Aunt Natsui's room. She also had collected that. Wait a second. She had all the master keys in her hand, and if the original key had been shut up inside that room, wasn't this another locked room? So this is a 4th locked room? I mean, not really, because we had that whole thing with the lock with Goda, so there's something going on with it. There might be some way to fuck with the locks. Now that we had been released from our suspicion of those 3, we once again returned to the parlor. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. If only the dead are safe and everyone alive is a wolf, then all that's left is me, Auntie Rosa, Maria, and Genji. Of those, Grandfather, and that 19th person, the guess who I hadn't even sensed, Beatrice. 13 people had died and 6 were left. With only 6 people, how would the wolves and sheep puzzle end? Even though the puzzle which had 19 people in it had been reduced to a mere 6, I couldn't find any answer. He couldn't find any answer, oh no. We returned to the parlor. I felt a little anxious that, while we were gone, a creepy magic circle or something might have been drawn on the door to the parlor, but thankfully there was none. Thank you, Genji. This is far enough. Please rest for the day. Certainly. And then if you will allow me to rest. Hey, Auntie Rosa, are you saying that you'll leave Genji all alone in a situation like this? You're right. I do think it's very dangerous, but in that case, why is he safe? After those 3 headed to Natsuhi's room, he was alone the whole time, and yet he's safe. It's the wolves and sheep puzzle. Why would an isolated sheep, a sheep in its weakest position, be safe? But probably because by coincidence there weren't any wolves. Wrong, because it wasn't a sheep. Are you saying Genji's a wolf? He said that he was alone in the kitchen, but that's impossible to prove. The only ones who could have carried Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's corpses, and who could have killed George and the rest, were him and Beatrice, right? Wait, with that argument, anyone... Badler, thank you for your concern. I believe that trust will be won not with 100 excuses, but with a single, unending faithfulness. Even if I am not able to gain your trust, I wish to be faithful until the end, dude. He's such a giga chat, it's not even funny. Genji. Then it's settled. If you are truly innocent, the police will prove that for us when they come tomorrow. So until then, we cannot remove you from suspicion. After your long years of service to the Ushirimiya family, I find it truly painful to treat you so poorly. But please understand for tonight. Then when tomorrow comes, please let me make up with you again. Genji gave his head a small shake. Whether today or tomorrow, I will continue to be a servant of the Ushirimiya family. If you have any business, please say so at any time. Then, if you'll excuse me. After hearing that, there was nothing left to say. Genji bowed deeply and left down the hall. As we entered the room, even though Auntie Rosa still held all the master keys herself, she began another thorough check of the inside of the parlor. She opened the curtains and checked again to make sure the windows were locked. As I watched, how should I say it? I felt like it didn't really matter anymore. If I said anything unnecessary, it would turn into another fight. For a while I gazed at her from the corridor, figured I had just waited about long enough, and entered the parlor behind her. If she can't trust anyone but the dead, she should just go around killing everyone with the gun she's got in her hand, and then in the end she'll realize that she herself was the wolf. And then she can blast through the head of the final wolf, and the curtain will close on this insane murder theater. As I thought that bitterly, I returned to the sofa where I had been encamped before, and rudely arrested both my feet on the table. Or was about to when I found something there and stopped my feet. Gonna be another letter. Again, bro, this entire time we never answered Rosa's letter. We realize this, right? Like, I'm not crazy. I'm gonna check my notes real quick. Letter. Give it to Maria. Okay, letter. Rosa was given a letter alongside Maria. Beatrice said this must have meant that Rosa was chosen by Kinzo's roulette. Beatrice said when Rosa reads her letter later that she will introduce herself properly later. Yeah, see, this is the weird thing, right? I remember this. So I don't know. We'll see. It was a Western envelope. It was the envelope from before with the seal of the one-winged eagle. And it was unopened. Wait. What is this? When? Who put it in a place like this? I'd been sitting here the whole time until I went with everyone to check the corpses. There hadn't been anything. And when I returned, it was here. It's alright. There's no problem with the locks on the windows. This room is safe. I heard Rosa muttering that. Wait. We had made sure this room was safe when we exited it. We had checked that the windows were all perfectly locked. And we had locked it, come back, and the windows were still locked. Then, wait, who had put this letter here and how? I opened the letter. 2 pieces of stationery came out. Okay, so this, which we remember was like to remove any magic protection. If I asked Maria, she'd probably already know what it meant. It was writing on the other page. Are you making progress solving the riddle of the epitaph? Very, very soon you'll run flat out of time. The 9th twilight will start very soon. Oh god. My fucking pants, they're all bunched up, Jesus. 9th twilight will start very soon. There was no mistake. It was a letter from Beatrice. Battler? What is that? Ah, right. When I came here just now, it was just placed here. What happened, Maria? Huh? Battler, that letter. Wait, it was just placed here. Why? Even though we properly checked to make sure the room was closed. Why? Why? Maria, come here. Auntie Rosa closed her eyes just a little, and after silently thinking about something, told Maria to come. Maria obeyed her mother's words. As she did, something unbelievable happened. She pointed the barrel at me. Auntie Rosa pointed the barrel of the gun at me. Battler, I've concluded that you are a wolf. Why? When I came into the room just now, I saw there was nothing at all on the table, and I know that Maria did not approach that table. It was for a short time. Oh, see, this is the thing. Sorry, no, it wasn't to break the magic spell, it was that they would cast doubt upon each other and send somebody out. Because that was what they did with Genji and the other people in the first one, and it's what they're about to do now. But the only one who approached the table and claimed to have found the letter is you. How can you... Wait, that's all screwed up. Why would I put something like this here? Wait, I just found something suspicious and reported it, right? Why are you suspecting me? Because only you could have set that letter there. That's right, this is all a charade. You pulled an envelope from your pocket and then acted as though you had just found it, to create the illusion that the witch entered the locked room, set down a letter and left. You dumbass. Are you thinking that, again? Because of something like that, you're gonna suspect me? Cut that out! My family has been killed. Why would I of all people take part in the culprit's scheme? Yes, even under the assumption you could receive a large amount of money, I don't want to believe a demon exists who could sell or would sell all their own parents. But maybe he does. No, that's a bad way to say it. What if in your eyes, Battler, Rudolph, and Kiri weren't your parents? What? Think about what you're saying. Dad is dad. Sure, I'm not related to Kiri by blood, but she's like a big sister to me. Don't you dare say otherwise, you bastard. Stop it. Stop saying, I'm sorry. That was a bad way to say it. Of course, Ushiramiya Battler might be Rudolph's child. But are you really Battler, the son of Rudolph? What the hell are you talking about? If I'm not Battler, then who else do I look like? All of us, including Rudolph, were united with you after a 6-year gap. No one can prove that you really are Ushiramiya Battler, right? Okay, this is just goofy. Maybe you aren't really Ushiramiya Battler, but someone who's snuck in, trying to skillfully steal the wealth of the Ushiramiya family. Can you clearly prove that you are Ushiramiya Battler? Right here, right now. Right here, right now! Cut it out, damn it! I am me, Ushiramiya Battler. If we're gonna doubt even that much, are you really Ushiramiya Rosa? I'm myself, no one else. Yeah, that's right, it's just as you say. The only one you can trust other than the corpses is yourself. Hiccups. If you're gonna say that much, it's time I argued back. The door to Aunt Natsuhi's room, where George and the others died, was locked. George was holding the key to that room, right? And by now, the only one holding a master key is you. Weren't you the only one who could have locked that room? My reasoning goes like this. You're in contract with the real culprit, and while I wasn't looking, you lent them one of the 5 master keys. I wouldn't do that. See, there are 5 of them here, right? As if that matters. You could have had them set it in a prearranged spot and then collected it back. And weren't you the one who said it was suspicious whether there really are 5 master keys? So how are you saying that someone other than yourself set that letter there? As long as you can't prove that, you are a wolf. Shut up! Then why don't you show me some proof? How do you say the culprit killed George and the rest in that locked room? How did they lock it? Absolutely and totally correct. Natsuhi's room was exactly the same, just like usual. The door and the windows were locked from the inside. There were no frauds or tricks, no means of secret passage, nor places in which to hide. Okay, I'm gonna fucking write these down, even though it doesn't really matter. Let me scroll up. Natsuhi's room was exactly the same. Just like usual. The door and the windows were locked from the inside. I'm gonna advance this here. I'm just gonna wait. Okay, so let's do this so that we can look at these. So firstly, there were no frauds or tricks, no means of secret passage, nor places in which to hide. Natsuhi's own key was in George's pocket and locked inside the room. That leaves only the 5 master keys, and Rosa was holding all of them. Scroll down now. And while I'm at it, the parlor is the same. The key to the parlor itself is sealed away in the servant room. So unlocking it with anything but a master's key is impossible. I shouldn't say a master's key, that doesn't make sense. A master key is impossible. The locked room definition of the room is the same as always, which we've already had our rebuttal to, which we'll see if Battler gets to, which is that there was a trick of some kind to do it from the inside, or alternatively plus in some of the previous ones that technically a hidden room might not constitute as a place that they are hiding in the room if it is another additional room in the area that they're in, if that makes sense. Come on now, there's only one suspect. Or come on, there's only one suspect now, or are you still playing dumb, Ushiramiya Battler? Shut up, you keep silent as well. You're the one who should keep silent. How do you say that letter was set there by someone other than you? As long as you can't prove that, you're a wolf. If I can be suspected, then you can be suspected. You try showing me some proof. Weren't you the first to enter the room and begin checking the windows? Then you anticipated that I'd return to where I'd been sitting before and secretly place the letter. I can also suspect that this is your trap, can't I? Why would I use a trap like that? If I was Wolf, I'd shoot you with this gun without question. That's no reason. Maybe because you couldn't commit murder in front of Maria, you choose the roundabout way of setting a clever trap. All the master keys are in your hands, so this place in the room just a while ago are all you're doing, aren't they? If you can talk your way out of this, then let me hear your excuse. That's right, you've been suspicious from the start. Why is it that the 6 of the adults in the family conference were killed and you were the only exception? Were you the only one not in that chapel? There can only be one reason. You called Dad and the rest out there and killed them. Damn it. Damn it. That explains everything, doesn't it? Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. It's gonna be the same thing again. It's gonna, don't fuck with me. Ready? Stop saying things that don't make sense. Warning shot in the air. Stop it. You mustn't fight. Mama 2, Battler 2, stop it. Stop it. It's no one's fault. It's not Battler's or Mama's fault. The witch did all of this. She did it with magic. It's no one's fault. Maria thrust herself in between me and Auntie Rosa, both of us incensed. I was taken aback by Maria's crying voice and returned to my senses. At that instant I became filled with shame. Tears flowed from my eyes. That's right. It's all the witch's fault, isn't it? All this about keys and tricks and alibis. All of it was stupid. Even though it's the work of the witch, we weren't even able to trust each other as fellow humans. Right, Auntie Rosa? From the beginning, there wasn't a human culprit. It was all the work of the witch. There's no way you're the culprit. And there's no way I'm the culprit, or Maria, or Genji, or anyone. Why has it come to this? Why am I screaming with Auntie Rosa, who I loved? Why am I having this fight? With this kind aunt who I loved, Aunt. Why does everyone have to suspect each other? I'm not gonna doubt my auntie. I'm not gonna doubt anyone. It's all the work of the witch. It's all the work of Beatrice. It's all a crime that Beatrice committed with magic. Beatrice, please show yourself here and confess to us that you did everything. This awkward pause where I have to wait for him to continue. I've had enough already. I've had enough of doubting each other like this. So forgive us. Release us. Release us from this hell of suspecting each other until we see each other's deaths. Give me my kind relatives and cousins back. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it all. You definitely exist. You win. Show yourself, oh Beatrice. Beatrice! Waiting. Kenzo? What's up with you, man? Haven't talked to you in a bit. Am I still alive? Kenzo seemed to have fallen into a doze at some point. He searched for his spectacles and looked at the clock. It should be, 10 p.m. A ritual. I wonder, how far has it progressed? It must have progressed quite far by this time. Kenzo lifted his heavy body from the chair and approached the portrait of the witch he had gazed at every day. Beatrice, very soon, I will be able to be reunited with your smile. It doesn't matter if I die. If I could just see your smile once more, I would gladly give this life of mine. So, I beg you, let me meet with you one more time, and let me swear my love to you. Let me apologize for my crimes. Ugh. But I won't let you escape. You are mine. From your hair to the tips of your toes to the dirt under your nails, you are mine. Every fragment of your flesh is mine, even the broth of your corpse is mine. Okay, see, so this is where we start to get to like the... I won't let you escape. This time you won't spill from my hands. I'll make you mine for all eternity. I will never let you escape a second time. I will never let you escape a second time. Kenzo howled in rage, then suddenly fell to his knees as he shook and scraped at the wall. In an instant he had started sobbing. That's wrong. That's not what I wanted to say, Beatrice. Please, let me meet you one more time, even if you only let me apologize. Okay, bro, I'm over the fucking babbling. Get over it. Nut up or shut up, man. You are beloved, yearned for. I was wrong. If you would just smile, I wouldn't need anything else. I made a mistake. I got it wrong. I did something that can't be taken back. Okay. In atonement I have offered the whole remainder of my life, in order to apologize to you, in order to atone for my sins. I have offered everything. Please, if it is even as I die, even if it is as I die. At least, let me say one word of apology, Beatrice. I'm so over it, bro. As Kenzo shook and cried, behind his small back a butterfly appeared out of nowhere like a flake of gold leaf and softly fell down. You fool, Kenzo. You think a woman exists who would fall for a man's tears? Well, even if it wouldn't make a human woman fall for you, it might for a woman who is not human. Kenzo, do you remember the board position of our chess game which we never finished? Interesting, wait. He approached the chess set. The game he had been playing with Nanjo until yesterday remained there still. He wiped the pieces from the chessboard with a wide sweeping motion and began to line them up again one by one. It was a setup for a game in progress. That's right, like this. I advanced my queen. That was a very spectacular move. It might have been a little too intense for you. I deliberated whether you would throw away your piece or not. Deliberated and deliberated. Kenzo waited with the opposite seat empty. Surely very soon his opponent would appear there, and he would be able to restart the game again. You fool, Kenzo. You want to apologize? You want to see my face again? You want to make my smile an eternal thing? Why can't you say a much, much simpler word? Even though that is a At that time, Kenzo muttered, a prayer, an entreaty. It is probably best to call it just muttering, or to call it muttering. I love you, Beatrice. They were pure words, like something an innocent child would say without any evil intent. You really are a fool, Kenzo. If you ever have the chance to do your life over again, know that those words could never cause a woman to fall for you. Yes, not without a miracle. So this? Just then, Kenzo definitely heard a small knock with a different tempo than those of the servants. Who is it? The woman beyond the door didn't answer. Okay, wait, I want to reread this section that I just Sorry, I just want to read the... Aren't you gonna kill him here? The woman beyond the door didn't answer. I'm asking who you are. Will you not answer? The woman beyond the door didn't answer. Could it be? Oh, could it be? Beatrice? Beatrice. Beatrice. The woman beyond the door answered. On the ninth twilight the witch revives, and none shall be left alive. Close to midnight. Resurrection, once again. We gotta be getting close. Battler could be found in the dining hall. Unable to summon the will to return to the guest house in the middle of the rain, he had wandered half-heartedly around the mansion in search of a random place to sit and had stationed himself in the dining hall. He hadn't bothered to lock it. He did think that maybe the shapeless murderer or the golden witch might come to kill him now that he was isolated, but he no longer thought about resisting that. On the contrary, he had no intention of blocking the culprit with a lock. He wanted that person to come at him openly from the front. If it was a murderer, he thought he'd ask them to tell about some of those wonderful locked room tricks as a parting souvenir. And if it was a witch, he thought he'd ask her for it to at least take his life with some wonderful magic. However, ironically, neither of these two came to meet Battler. Battler opened the liquor cabinet on his own and enjoyed the liquor to his heart's content. No longer was there anybody anywhere who would have a problem with him drinking alcohol. He boldly set both of his legs on the extravagant tablecloth and savored the high-quality liquor, which probably had a mind-boggling price straight from the neck of the bottle. At that time, someone knocked. Genji? Battler realized that he was about to meet his maker. Hey, it's not locked. Come in, whoever you are, and please introduce yourself. If you're human, give me your name, and if you're Beatrice, give me your 3 sizes. You might not believe this, but I'm a pretty well-known breast sommelier, you see. It is Genji, Battler. Genji, huh? Sorry, I'm not interested in your bust size. Please come in, it's open. Excuse me. Genji opened the door and bowed. So Genji was a culprit after all, or maybe an accomplice. That theory would probably explain most of the tricks. Did you come to give me my last rites? Nothing of the sort. I shall excuse myself if I'm disturbing you. Wait, excusing yourself without even telling me what you wanted, actually it would be just creepy. What do you want? Please tell me, please let me do as I wish, at least in the very end. Battler, is it truly your wish to spend the little time you have left in such an indolent fashion? Those words stung. Of course it wasn't. What can I do at this point? I'm ready to die at any time. You are just like the Master. Indeed, you inherited the Master's blood strongly. You mean to tell me the grandfather, that larger-than-life man, was actually willing to die at any moment? First I've heard of that. The Master's life? After a number of sad incidents, was completely reduced to atonement. What do you know? Is Genji gonna give a tell-all here? My goat? Beatrice's ritual has been entirely completed up to the 8th twilight. I believe that I can now tell you everything. What did you say? My drunkenness was completely blown away. I lowered my feet from the table and listened carefully to hear what kind of words Genji would say next. Battler, I shall guide you to the Master's study. It would probably be better to hear it directly from them. From them? Hey, what in the world do you mean by that? Come, this way. I shall guide you. Battler. As Genji told me to follow him, he started to walk down the corridor. I'm kinda confused now. I sobered up completely and went after him. We climbed the big staircase towards the 3rd floor. Genji stopped walking halfway. He then turned back and spoke. Battler, from here on, you will probably see things you will not be able to understand. Don't try to intimidate me. I've already seen plenty of things I can't understand today. Please accept what you see as you see it, and what you hear as you hear it. Questions like why or what, there is no need for such things. Battler, you will probably simply learn the truth. Whether to accept it, believe it, or even deny it are all choices I leave to you. Genji checked one last time to see whether I was prepared to learn the truth. The 8th twilight had already ended, and on the 9th twilight the witch revives and none shall be left alive. It meant that Beatrice had already revived, and probably none of us would be allowed to return alive. If I was going to lose my life anyway, I wanted to know the truth in the end. It didn't matter how hard it might be to accept. Okay. Yeah. Even if a demon or a witch shows up, I'm prepared. You really are just like the Master in his youth. Battler, please be diligent in your studies. In the future, you will surely have great aspirations. And make sure that at that time, you are not forced into a lifetime of regret by a lack of academic knowledge, If I have a chance to work hard in my studies, then no problem. Genji's silence forced me to consider that resignation of mine more deeply. Okay, 1 second. And we could see the door to grandfather's study, impregnated with a sweet smell. From his pocket, Genji withdrew a gold key with an elegant design. The master's keys had been confiscated by Auntie Rosa, but the key to this study alone he had kept with him. He put it in the keyhole, and it made a heavy clunking noise. My lord, it is Genji. I have brought Battler with me. There was no reply, but it seemed that permission to go in had been given. Come, Battler, please enter. Yeah, in I go. I readied myself and threw the door open. Me and Beatrice playing chess. At that moment, I got slightly disoriented by the dazzling golden glow. It was somehow a swarm of butterflies, shining gold. The golden butterflies that were completely filling the inside of the study poured out all at once. What the heck is this? It was almost like golden leaf confetti. The interior of grandfather's study was filled with a golden glow. And there were reception sofas and a table for guests placed in front of the study desk. And I could see grandfather's back. There was someone on the side opposite from grandfather. It was in shadow, so I couldn't see it well. My lord, I have brought Battler. Battler, is it? I'm busy thinking now. Be silent for a while. Kinzo declared that in displeasure, his back still turned. It seemed that he was enjoying playing chess with the visitor. Apparently the opponent had counterattacked with a superb move. Kinzo seemed to be enjoying himself as he thought deeply, while occasionally laughing and groaning. I thought for 30 years about how to counterattack this move. Have fun. Have fun with the move I fermented for 30 years. Indeed, this is a deeply matured move. Such fun, such fun. Unbeatable, unbeatable. What is this? So you came, Battler. Wait just a moment. Be silent for Kinzo's sake. Isn't it too early to resign, Kinzo? I can already counterattack for several moves. This should have been my first time meeting with the witch. However, I knew this witch. Even though it was our first meeting, I knew her from the portrait. Genji, serve something for Battler. What would be the most appropriate for this man? The same witch the master has loved since the days of his youth. That is ideal. Serve it to him. You did well coming here, Ushiramiya Battler. First, take a seat. You called my name many times, did you not? In deference to that, I allowed you to meet me. So, what will you ask me? What will you inquire? The door to the Golden Lamb will soon be opened. Soon we will have a banquet to celebrate my revival, to which I will be welcoming the witches. In the meantime, I'll be answering your questions, as many as you like. I have a bunch of things I want to ask about. What happened on this island? And why did these incidents happen? I want to ask about the locked rooms, too. What about the chapel? What about Jessica's room? And the servant room? And Natsuhi's room? And the parlor? There's more still I want to ask about the witch's true nature. Are you really a witch? What's your purpose? And what do you want to make us do, and why did you call me here? Answer me about everything. Ah, be quiet. You think merely asking will get you answers? Don't say that, Kinzo. A fragile and fleeting spiderweb did protect from King Herod once. Just as there are no useless things in this world, there are also no useless questions. Very well, I'll answer all your questions, but I do have one condition. You gotta get rid of the observer. You can't keep it in the next loop. Once you've heard everything, if you are satisfied of my existence, kneel and kiss my shoes. I called you here because I want to make you submit to me. Kinzo and I made a bet. We bet on which would come first, Kinzo thinking of a new move, or me forcing you to submit. I don't see myself losing. Damn you, talking so tough. Yeah, alright. Try to make me admit it. Try to make me admit that you're a witch and that you can use weird, awesome, and great magic. If I submit, I'll kiss your shoes or do whatever else you want. The witch cackled gloatingly. Then she glared at him unpleasantly with eyes that said a man can't go back on his word. Well said. So from what question shall I begin? I'll answer everything. Come, what will the first one be? Are we actually gonna get cucked here? No shot you cuck me this hard, man. No shot! Fuck you! And the witch began to tell of everything. We gotta read this quick. Gotta remember, it goes fast. She started providing answers to all Battler's questions. Everyone made logical sense. Everyone satisfied him, and Battler was forced to admit witches truly do exist. The rest is a story that needs not be told. After toppling the king and resigning, all that remains is to reflect upon one's mood and set the pieces up once more. Second game, Turn to the Golden Witch result. I mean, she won pretty bad, it seems. Okay. Okay, no discrepancies in any of those. Asmodeus, Satan, we already knew. So Asmodeus is lust. Satan is wrath. Stake of Mammon. Stake of Beelzebub. Stake of Lucifer. Stake of Belphegor. Stake of Leviathan. We're gonna check to see if it's the same ones as what it was the previous time. Open the door to the Golden Land. Missing on the 10th, accepted the witch, prostrated, was invited. Missing on the 10th, denied the existence, was not invited. Ooh, accepted the witch, prostrated, was invited. Accepted the witch, prostrated, was invited. Missing, will he accept the invite and be invited? So it is of note here too. The witch shall praise the wise and grant 4 treasures, because the desired cannot be granted from a mountain of gold no matter how high. His lost loved one, for Maria the lost love of her mother, for Genji a peaceful sleep. Oh, that's so cute. He just wanted to rest. That one was much easier to read. The winner is Beatrice. Since of the 18 none solved the riddle of golden time, all 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Jesus. They actually cucked me at the end and not tell me anything? Okay. Weird that it shows. I don't remember if it showed a chapter shatter at the end. Banquet of the Witch. Where are you, Beatrice? Show yourself, Beatrice. Rosa finally arrived at the chapel. She pointed her gun around her, screaming the witch's name, but there was no way there would be an answer. Grimacing slightly, she noisily approached the table where her siblings' corpses were still exposed and stretched out her arm towards the gold ingots. They were very heavy, but Rosa paid that no regard. She wrapped one of them up in a blanket and slung it over her shoulder. At least just this one. Just this one should be worth more than 10 million. Rosa did not part with her gun either, carrying the gold in addition to it. Her shoulders were screaming, but Rosa didn't care. It will happen very soon. Very soon the door to the Golden Land will open. Stop laughing with that creepy voice. Where is Beatrice? Yes, I know. She's around here somewhere, isn't she? You know, right? Where? I don't know. Even if you don't search for her, you can meet her in the Golden Land. Okay. Ow. Stop that laugh. Ugh, it almost makes me want to laugh. That's right. That was definitely a witch. Definitely a witch. I didn't understand. I thought it was a human. It was a human calling herself a witch. I was wrong. It really was a witch. I won't be fooled by a thing like that. You're there, aren't you? Come out, show yourself, Beatrice. I told you, she'll appear very soon. The door to the Golden Land will be open. Okay. That's all? Why are we even seeing this? Of course. That's what I should have done. I don't care, I shall throw away the rook. You, woman, are the king, who can't even be reached without resolve to lose everything one has. I'll corner you, Beatrice. At least call me a queen. Oh, what a brilliant move. Tenacity is in your... no, in the Ushiromiya's blood. How pleasant. Truly an elegant knight. My lord, Beatrice, it will soon be time for the banquet. Already? That's fast. Every night I pass with you goes by fast. The moon falls like an apple, and the sun rises like a small fish leaping out of the river. That was an interesting thing. I'm gonna put that quote down. I don't know if that means anything. Just whenever I see the river, the Sweet Fish River, and the fact that he says fish and river in the same sentence. I also put Kizno instead of Kinzo. The moon falls like an apple. Shall we go? It is time. Stand, Battler. It is the beginning of the banquet to celebrate my revival. I'll introduce you as my new furniture. No, as my toy. To the dignitaries among witches. The witch was relaxing elegantly, her feet thrown out from the sofa and sitting on top of a footrest. However, the footrest wasn't a part of the sofa, it was a human. The witch was down on all fours. Beatrice, your silk dress. You are the guest of honor, but I am the host. I will go out first. It would have been nice if Shannon were here to help dress you, but unfortunately it seems she no longer remains. She's never around when I want to use her. Completely useless. However, you did well to remain here. I'm happy, my friend. I'm grateful for your words. Good. Wait downstairs, you two. Genji, good work. Set the dress... She said, set the dress down over there. Certainly. Well then, my lord. We will go first. Beatrice, I will see you later. Indeed. Kinzo and Genji left the study. After that, only the witch and the dress and the furniture remained. Do you know why I'm not embarrassed to show myself to you naked? Because you are furniture. Furniture. Understand? Furniture. Just furniture. Who would feel shame at exposing their body to furniture? So there's no reason for me to feel shame because of you. The witch stood up and removed her jacket just at the shoulders. The jacket slumped down at the back. When the furniture respectfully approached to pick up her clothing, the witch gave it a small kick, and it fell over. The furniture was afraid of what misconduct it had shown. Do you as furniture plan to force me to unbutton myself? Stand and undo the buttons, one by one, carefully, but quickly, beautifully, with no mistakes. The guests are being kept waiting. Change my clothes quickly. Yes. Undo them carefully. Those buttons are each worth more than one of your eyeballs. If you accidentally tear one off, I'll sew on an eyeball of yours in its place. Okay. My dude got his little femdom fetish satisfied at the end. Interesting. And then all of a sudden he's gonna pop and be like, what the fuck, man? I'm not... The entrance hall was bustling with a large number of figures, and it was sparkling gold with the gold butterflies flying around. The gentlemen in suits and tuxedos and the ladies in dresses looked like they were having a great number of friendly chats. At a glance, it might have looked like a fabulous medieval ball. But they all had one thing in common, and that thing was exceedingly bizarre, because all of them had goat heads. It was impossible to tell whether it was a goat masquerade or whether they really had goat heads. Okay, this is interesting. The latter was a ridiculous notion, but in this bizarre world there was serious doubt about which was true. Kinzo was amongst those goat nobles, greeting them. Every one of them seemed to be an honored guest, and Kinzo greeted them more respectfully than could ever have been imagined from his normal demeanor. At that time, Genji's voice rang out through the hall. It was a voice calling for silence. The voice stopped the voices of idle chatter, and everyone turned to face Genji. Tonight marks the entrance of our golden witch, who has achieved her revival, the Lady Beatrice. I ask you all join me in welcoming her with your applause. When Genji began to applaud, it quickly spread through the guests and became thunderous applause. Then the golden witch appeared at the top of the large staircase. She gracefully waved her hand as she slowly descended the staircase with her preferred furniture in tow. The goat nobles offered unanimous words of celebration in some long-forgotten language, and those with whom she was closely acquainted embraced her, filled with joy at their reunion. As the witch offered greetings of reunion, the witch's furniture followed behind her the whole time. There was a chain around its neck. This was gripped in the witch's hand like it was a trained dog. The chain wasn't there to restrain it. The only purpose of the restraining device was to injure the furniture's dignity. It wasn't permitted to wear anything else on its body. One of the young woman goats mixed in with the goat nobles. softly removed her goat mask as the furniture passed in front of her and spoke with eyes with no light in them. Okay, this is interesting. So it's fucking Rika, which I'm just gonna call her. They call her Lady Byrne. The face looked like it belonged to a long-haired young girl. Oh my god, what a fucking thing. How pitiful. Oh, Lady Burncastle, welcome. Do you like my furniture? Good taste. After saying only that, the witch called Burncastle once again put on her goat mask and was swallowed up in the shadows of the other tall goats. Ah ha ha ha, sore loser. She's irritated. You're right. The young woman goats giggled and the witch once again let out a high-pitched laugh. Thank you for gathering here for my sake tonight. Why don't we enjoy to the fullest this banquet of the witch, where old friends have gathered from past and present, east and west. Come, we all eat tonight. Drink all night, slurp all night, and chew to bits all night as we enjoy ourselves. Look at the clock. It shows the time when the ending hour and the beginning hour melt together. Come, so midnight. Let us begin the banquet of the witch. When the witch proclaimed the beginning of the banquet, the large clock pointed to 2400, and the sound of a bell began to ring out loudly. Come, now is the time. Open the golden door. Okay, we're just... All at once the butterflies leaped and gold flew all around the inside of the room. Amidst the golden storm and the brilliant gold-colored lights, the cross-section joining this world and a different world was cut open. Amidst the goat's delighted voice, the mansion of the human world and the mansion of those not human overlapped. And in the form of golden butterflies, all those folks who praised the resurrection of the golden witch. The mansion of the human world and the mansion of those not human. Interesting. Poured out of the depths of hell. It was a golden tornado, a rondo of golden demons. Come tonight, we will put aside rank, throw open the wine cellar, drop the snake's head into the liquor pot, throw cows and chickens into the furnace alive, drink and eat and sing and dance, sneer and kill and desecrate and degrade. Ah, Beatrice, take me to the golden land now, to the golden land, oh ah! The goat nobles were suddenly crushing in around Kinzo. Almost like they were kids demanding the autograph of some famous movie star. There were two differences. First, they were witches, not kids. And second, what the witches demanded were not autographs. We're gonna rip them apart. Kinzo began to drown in the sea of goat nobles. Only Kinzo's laughing voice echoed through the area. Oh my god. Jesus. It was a grand mixture of laughter and his death throes. And Kinzo became wine and meat and bread. So they basically became the meal. An aroma of slurped, a rich taste of gnawed, and pleasant to tear to bits. The voice of his death throes lingered on sweetly, and adorned with melted chocolate and silver dragees. I don't even know how to say that word. Dragees, it would make a wonderful dessert. If you took the bones home, you could also use them for a soup, and the remains could even become toys for the children to play with. And they could also become good tools for fortune-telling that always gave misfortune. The entire scene was watched by the piece of furniture. It was all fantastical. It was all demonic. Was the quaking of its heart, which should have been paralyzed, proof that it could still feel fear? Just then, its knees buckled, and the furniture's body tumbled onto the center of the carpet, because the witch had kicked those knees from behind. Kneel and show your respect. Rub your forehead against the carpet and show how vulgar you are. Join your hands behind your back and swear that you will offer all your flesh and blood to me. The piece of furniture let out a painful voice. Fear is the most primal emotion humans have. Was that emotion reviving his sense of self, which should have already have been killed? So you are still far from being appropriate for my furniture. Good. I will carefully make you into the kind of furniture I like. The kind appropriate only for me. I suppose the best you can do for now is simply entertain the guests. The goat nobles were surrounding the cowering furniture. It seemed that their blazing, blood-red eyes couldn't hide their ecstasy at this new young food that they had been given. Ooh, animated. And from their mouths, from which protruded countless ugly teeth, saliva, or maybe the traces of meat and wine that they had just eaten, dribbled down. As the piece of furniture let out a wild scream, it retreated, still sitting on its backside, but the circle of goat nobles was closing in. And the piece of furniture looked at the witch's face. It stared at her face one final time, believing that because it had submitted to the witch, she would show it some mercy. But there was nothing but scorn on the witch's face, and she wasn't even facing it anymore. The witch went off to greet an honored guest with whom she had crossed gazes. The goat nobles looked down upon the furniture. They were in fact waiting. Just like how one must remove the cork in order to drink champagne before bringing the offering served at the banquet to their mouths, they were waiting for just one of those. Of course, the furniture didn't know what that was, but it would come out of his mouth all by itself. In the same way there is always a pop when the cork is removed, it too would certainly leave his mouth. Yay! A scream. It was a sign that the modest banquet at which he was to be served had begun. Okay. Okay, as he gets chewed and chomped and ripped and something else. Yep, whatever the fuck, however you say that. This is not how I expected this to end, not one bit, but... By now the rose garden was a garden of roses and gold, a gold-colored garden where gold butterflies, gold fairies, gold lizards rampaged and flew about wildly. Maria, hurry, run, hurry, 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 hurry. Holding onto the gun and the blanket wrapping the ingot, Rosa ran at a speed Maria couldn't catch up with, sometimes pausing to call out to Maria to run faster. Therefore she saw it every time. She saw the golden pursuers chasing them from the mansion. The massive gold butterflies was chasing after them like a massive crawling hand, and horrifyingly strange-looking shadowy figures with goat heads were chasing after them. There was no need for her to strain her eyes, because those blazing pupils told her what would happen if she was captured. Mama, wait. Mama, wait. Ugh. Ow! Maria tripped over. Rosa, ashamed that for just an instant she had entertained thoughts of abandoning her daughter and running away, kicked back against the ground and instantly reversed directions. As Rosa's own child tried to stand, the goat head that had sprinted over to get the first bite grabbed a fistful of her hair and pulled her up from the back. Mama! No! See, this is what you get for trusting a witch, bro. Rosa rammed into the goat head with her shoulder, spun, bashed the back of her elbow into the goat's jaw, and buried her knee into its protruding chest. And she thrust the barrel of the gun inside the goat head's mouth as it doubled over from the pain in its gut. Just try laying one finger on Maria in front of me. I'll show you just how lukewarm the hell you came from is. The blast from the 45 caliber long cold bullet exploded inside the goat head's throat, and its medulla oblongata was instantly pulverized. The goat head couldn't understand. It had thought that women were like already opened wine bottles. It had thought that they were wine bottles, and that turning them upside down would immediately cause their deep red contents to come out. Mama! Mama! Release. Maria flung her arms around Rosa. But the pursuers were still coming. They could see the giant goat heads, who had given up even pretending to be human, running towards them from across the rose bushes. Rosa spilled several extra bullets which had been in the pockets of her coat all over the place and told Maria to pick them up. Yes, pick up, pick up. Maria, if Mama falls down, run. Go to the shore. And swim and swim and swim and swim. There's no place on this island where we can survive. No. Together with Mama. Ugh. Probably should just I don't know. Rosa's gun roared 4 times, but even though she really did land 4 shots in the chest of the massive approaching goat, it didn't even flinch. The goat ran with a violent vigor, as though it planned to crush Rosa Maria with its massive body. Put the bullets in, quickly. Rosa grasped the blanket with the ingot in both hands, and she herself sprinted as the goat, dragging the ingot along behind her, without even an ounce of fear of that strange-looking giant. Rosa grasped the blanket with the ingot in both hands, and she herself sprinted at the goat, dragging the ingot along behind her, without even an ounce of fear of the strange-looking giant. If it was to protect my daughter, I'll overcome even hell. I'll show you what a golden dream looks like. Rosa's roar, the goat head's roar. The terribly heavy ingot, after picking up a terrible centrifugal force and speed, slammed into the goat head's cranium. Rosa pulled a fountain pen from her pocket, but she held it crooked. She placed it in her palm, in the gap between her middle finger and her ring finger, so that it stuck out when she made a fist, almost like it was a stinger growing out. She jabbed that stinger into the left eye of the goat head as its head toppled forward. Was the goat head's roar a scream? But Rosa's roar was different. She pulled back her fist and slammed it into the fountain pen that was still sticking into the goat head's eye. The pointy tip was gouged destructively into the depths of its head. Mama, bullets in! Good job. As I grabbed the gun Maria had thrown, we switched to first person here, interesting. I finally heard the thunderous crash of the giant tumbling to earth. However, at the same time, I saw the goat head pursuers on the other side of the rose bushes increase in number. I've gained some distance, more than enough now. Holding onto the gun and the blanket wrapped around the ingot, I once again ran with Maria. Why am I running with a gun in my right hand and the gold in my left? Why don't I free one end and grasp Maria's hand? I can't let go of the gun that protects my body. I can't let go of the gold that protects my future. And yet I would let go of the hand of my daughter, who is my very future. Run. Run, 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 run. She got out of the rose garden and began to run down the staircase through the grove of trees. But Rosa knew. This path through the grove was only turning and twisting many times to make it seem long. She tore straight through it. She had always played here since she was a kid, so she knew. To the beach, to the beach, to the sea, to the sea. And after reaching the sea, nothing to do but swim. Swim, swim. If Maria can't swim, I'll carry her as I swim. There's nothing but death on this island. Okay, Mama? As she raced down the stairs, she took a bad step. A violent pain ran up her left ankle and her mind went completely blank. Rosa fell down several stairs and stared in shock at her ankle, which was bent at an odd angle, okay? So she's dead. And the blanket with the ingot wasn't there. She had let go at the instant she fell and it had disappeared somewhere into the darkness. Only the gun was left. The tremors in the earth were getting closer. It was only a matter of time before the goat heads flooded in. She didn't want to imagine how many there would be or how strange they would look. She was about to kill herself. The lightly dancing gold pursuers arrived. The gold butterflies surrounded Rosa Maria, sparkling and clamoring as though saying, "The prize is here, the prize is here." Rosa couldn't even try to get up. The violent pain from her broken ankle was so great that she couldn't ignore it even in her last moments. Ah, what am I doing? I had the gold. It would have been worth several million yen. I might have been able to start over with that. And yet I fell, lost it, and that's not all. My own life's in danger. Even Maria's life is in danger. What has my life been? I was born into an incomprehensible house, with an irritating older brother and sister since the day I was born. What did I do? No matter what I did or didn't do, I was always in trouble and bullied and made fun of. What has my life been? Mama, Mama. The roar inside Rosa's heart shriveled away and disappeared. It disappeared when she listened to Maria's crying voice as her daughters sobbed and clung onto her. Maria? Mama remembered that something... Oh, she's gonna kill each other. Mama remembered that there's something she has to do. Please go on ahead. No, 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 no. Want to be with Mama. Don't want Mama to die. Maria, even though I'm such a bad Mama, you still say you want to be with me? Yes, want to be with Mama. Want to be with Mama. I made it look like I was putting you first, but I was always putting you off. I went to your sports day, I went to parents' day, but I was always thinking about how I appeared to the world, and you were never in my eyes. Are you saying that you want to be together even with that kind of Mama? Even though I've been such a bad Mama? Hey Mama, did you know there's only one Mama in the world? There's no good Mama or bad Mama, there's just one Mama. So all I want is for Mama, the only Mama in the world, to be here. And I want to become the only Maria for Mama. The Maria who's in a good mood that you want to spoil, and the Maria who's a nuisance and you don't want to be around. Aren't different people, sorry. The Maria who's in a good mood that you want to spoil, and the Maria who's a nuisance and you don't want to be around aren't different people. I'm also just one Maria. So the scary Mama and the nice Mama are just like that. To me, there is just one Mama. I was such an idiot. I didn't need gold. If only I just pulled your hand. I was such a stupid Mama. The shadows of the goats covered the sky even more than the trees of the forest. Their roars blotted out the world with fear. Rosa still hugged Maria, readied her gun with one hand. Maria, let's go together. Always together. So the Mama doesn't lose her way. Always together. Yes. Can see each other soon, always together. Can see each other in the Golden Land. And then we'll play together. Play with the wolves and sheep puzzle. You still haven't solved more than one question, Mama, but I solved them all. So I'll be the questioner. Is she gonna fucking kill each other? Is she gonna kill Maria and herself? She had bought that as a birthday present, and then hadn't played it with Maria after the night. Yes, let's play together. I promise. Mama! Those eyes, sparkling like red-hot lava, looked just like a group of fireflies. They danced, closed in, and attacked. Bro, I don't know. This is like one of those crazy things where like your back is so against the wall. I know it'd be like incomprehensible to kill your own kid, but as opposed to like letting both of you get eaten alive by goat men, I think I'd probably, if you want to see these bullets, Maria Chamber for me, step forward. When the seagulls cried, no more left alive. Damn, so Maria is really fucking even more stupid than I thought she was. Not only is she sitting here fucking constantly running cover for the witches, but man, they don't even let her like get away. They just let her ass get eaten too. Fucking her and Rosa like running away, breaks her ankle. I thought they were gonna get, like, my prediction was that Rosa was, like, in my head was that Rosa was gonna get to the beach with Maria, and then they were gonna see that it was like a sea of like, I don't know, like blood or something around it. In the commemoration of your recent sojourn, the new elements may be accessed from your title screen. Very interesting. Okay, there's a lot of shit to do. It's been a long time, okay? We're done for the day. We completed episode 2. That was a very interesting episode. I don't even know how they're gonna pick up with the next one, but we're gonna go through everything in the next stream. I don't even want to like interact with anything, okay? So we'll worry about that then. Stop. We'll worry about that then. But again, very good. This episode, I'm gonna close this just because no point to leave it open. Here's the notes that we finished as. Sorry, I don't think I said what I was gonna say, that they were gonna get to like the beach and it was gonna be like a sea of blood, or it was gonna be like it was in the air or something. There was basically like no way to run. It kind of ended up the same way 'cause she broke her ankle, but I feel like there's so much crazy shit that has happened in these 2 episodes that it's almost like fucking impossible to even like fucking, I don't know, it's actually like hard to even phrase. We're gonna go through everything on the next stream. And yeah, as far as when the next stream is, as I say this, it's currently the morning of April 24th. There is some chance it will be, put it this way, if it is tomorrow, or if I do stream later today, whenever I wake up, which I'm gonna be honest with you is probably not likely, it would be a short stream. So what's more likely gonna happen is it'll be tomorrow night that will be the next stream, because I do have to go back home. I have an appointment tomorrow, so there's not gonna be able to have like the same kind of stream where I do it through the night like I have been. Yeah, that's all. I appreciate if you stop by. Like the last time, I'll copy these notes over and they will be added to the Google Doc, and whenever they're on YouTube I'll release them, but for the time being that's all.